This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Right Side Up by April Kelley. Narrated by Simon Dornay. Prologue. The mythological creature seemed as if it came from some movie that involved hobbits. Sean had seen some weird things in his life. Hell, he was currently in a mansion full of vampires. Of course, he was trying to run away from them, but that wasn't the point. No, the point was he had never seen anything like what stood in the path of the doorway. It was a dragon. A fucking dragon. Holy shitballs. It was big, not able to make it through the door. It bit one of the vampires in half with its massive jaws. The body dropped to the floor with a sick, squishy sound that turned Sean's stomach. What the fuck is that thing? Sean stared for what felt like hours. He was afraid the dragon would focus those intelligent eyes on him and his friend. That thing is my mate. Now let's go. Lucas grabbed his arm and started tugging him forward. Lucas seemed relieved by the dragon's presence, which was crazy. Sean stood frozen as a pain in his chest built so big it lodged in his throat. He started to turn, wanting to go back, but more vampires came down the stairs. That saying, "the devil you know," kept playing over and over in his mind like a broken record. "Come on, Sean," Lucas said. Sean turned again, staring at the dragon, and shook his head. He was sure the terror showed on his face. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words choked him. "I have to go to him," Lucas said, pulling on Sean's hand. "Please." Someone pushed him from behind, and that finally got his feet moving. At one point, he stumbled forward, but righted himself. That same person pulled the back of Sean's shirt hard enough to make him stumble again, falling backward onto his ass. Sean twisted to see what was happening when a pain-filled cry rent the air. A small, naked man fought Nicolono's hold. Nicolono grinned, his long teeth gleaming, inches from the man's neck. It was as if the feeling of the teeth against his skin scared him into freezing, because he stiffened, his eyes widening as he met Sean's gaze, pleading for help. Sean didn't know what to do, but he got to his feet, charging forward, ready to make Nicolono let the naked man go. A big ball of grayish light sailed past his head, stopping him in his tracks for a full second before he charged forward again. Nicolono deflected the ball of light, ducking to the right, which allowed Sean enough time to pull the naked man away from the vampire leader when his arm loosened. The ball of light went into another vampire who stood a few feet behind Nicolono. Sean watched as the vampire wilted away. It was as if he had aged 1,000 years in a few short seconds. Sean released the naked man and turned to watch him run under the dragon and out of the front door. Lucas swayed on his feet, which spurred Sean into moving toward him, wanting to catch him before he hit the floor. But the big black dragon turned into a man so quickly, Sean blinked and shook his head, thinking his mind was playing tricks on him. He stopped again, hesitating even as the dragon man lifted Lucas into his arms. Sean started running for the door, intent on following the dragon man out, but someone grabbed him, yanking him around, pulling him back so hard he stumbled and would have fallen if not for someone pulling him by his hair. He cried out at the pain and immediately started to fight, but it was no use. "This time, you're going down with the other blood whores," Nicolono said to him. He knew he should have listened to Lucas the second Nicolono handed him off to one of the other vampires. "Put him in the cage," Nicolono said, the madness evident in his eyes. They'd kill him. He was of no use to them anymore. God, he'd had no idea what he'd been getting into the first time he'd given his blood for money. He was so stupid to have done that. It had nearly gotten his best friend killed. At least Lucas was safe. He hoped. Please, let him be safe. The pain in his chest kicked up again when the vampire dragged him down a set of stairs. He hit out at the vampire, connecting with his thigh. The vampire growled, punching him in the face. Sean's head hit a cement wall and his world went black. Sean had a headache from hell. For a second, he thought perhaps he had drunk too much the night before and woke with a hangover. He was familiar with that, having done it often enough. Usually he'd feel his soft pillow against his cheek and the press of his body against a firm mattress, but there was none of that. He moaned even as he rolled his head on his shoulders, the sound of it barely registering past the music playing. The beat wasn't as loud as it would have been in a dance club, but it still had a good rhythm that Sean could have danced to if he wanted. Where the hell was he? "Did you pass out at the club again?" he asked himself. Chains rattled, as if someone was making a bad horror movie about ghosts in the attic. The sound was odd because it was close to his ear. Sean tried to focus on that sound, but it didn't return. His arms hurt as much as his head. Those chains rattled again, and that was when everything came back to Sean all at once. He opened his eyes and took in his surroundings. When he saw a vampire staring at him, with red eyes and drool running down his chin dripping onto his torn shirt, Sean struggled against the chains that held his arms above his head, twisting his body to get away from the bindings. He realized he was about to be dinner. The creature might have been behind a pane of glass, but he wouldn't stay that way for very long. Its face appeared abnormal, as if someone punched it too many times. The creature wasn't healthy, and hadn't been for a long time. Something was wrong with it. Sean averted his gaze from the creature when it started making a weird moaning sound in the back of its throat. He knew how it felt, at least to some degree. Whatever crime the creature had committed against Nicolono, the vampire coven leader, might not have been the same one Sean committed, but they were both in the same predicament. Although Sean's biggest crime had been against Lucas, not Nicolono. Nicolono had had his vampire goons threaten Sean, demanding he lead Lucas into a trap, but at the last minute, Sean couldn't do it. Sean had no idea how Nicolono had even known Lucas was his best friend. At least Lucas had been his best friend, but probably not anymore, given that Sean had almost gotten him killed. There were cameras in the corners of the room, and Sean wanted to flip off whoever was watching. He kept it to himself, though. He needed to focus on finding a way out, not let his anger and fear overtake him. He jiggled the chains again, eyeing them. They were bolted into the ceiling. He'd need a key. He scanned the space once again, looking carefully for anything resembling a way out, and came up with nothing. He'd have to wait until one of them came in. Maybe he could talk them into letting him go. It was his only option. He wasn't even there an hour before they brought another blood whore into the room. The poor man had a puncture wound on his neck already. Couple that with the fact that he had very tight pants on and nothing else, said more than anything that the man lived here and gave himself to the vampires for a free room, and the euphoric feeling that came with letting a vampire feed. He had more than likely been a drug addict at one time. A vampire drinking from a person had a very similar effect. Sean would know about both things. While he wasn't an addict, he had dabbled in drugs enough to get high. He was in the predicament he was because he had taken money from the vampires in exchange for his blood, so he knew about both things. The blood whore appeared confused as he entered the room, as if he weren't sure what he was doing there. The vampire who brought him stood against the wall when the door closed. The blood whore turned his gaze to the vampire. "Why am I in here?" "You're here to teach Sean a lesson," the vampire said, and picked up a long stick with a prong at the end of it. The blood whore backed away from him, holding his hands up. He shook his head. "Whatever he did, I had no part of." "I know that." The vampire pointed the stick at the sick creature behind the glass, and then used his free hand to press a button next to his hip. The glass opened, and Sean watched as the creature came out of its cage. The blood horse started screaming and backing away from the thing as it trained its eyes on him. Then it turned to Sean. It likely decided to pick an easier target. With Sean chained up, there wasn't a better one. Sean pulled against the cuffs around his wrists, trying to get away from the thing. He screamed at the pain. The vampire, who had been over by the door, moved in front of him, blocking him from the monster. Sean didn't know what to think. He heard a buzz as the vampire pressed the pronged stick against the creature. The creature let out a pained cry and backed away. His focus shifted to the blood whore again, and the vampire grinned. "That's right. That's the one you can have. That's dinner, and this one's dessert." The creature stalked the blood whore, cornering him. The blood whore started crying and pleading for his life, but the creature was too sick to know what it was doing, too out of its mind. It grabbed the man by the neck and struck, biting his shoulder. It grunted as it drank. Sean started crying when the blood whore's eyes lost their life. The creature let his body down gently and then braced itself against the wall, its back to Sean and the other vampire. When it turned, its facial features had changed, and the pain that covered its entire being seemed to disappear. The vampire had the long stick out in front of him when the creature turned in his direction. Its eyes appeared less crazed, more cognizant, and Sean wondered if that was wishful thinking on his part. The creature seemed to stand there for long seconds, watching the other vampire in the room. Then its expression turned calculating and started toward Sean. Sean shook his head and started struggling again. Please just take what you need. You don't have to kill me to do that." The other vampire started laughing. "Don't ever say I didn't give you anything, Niall." Niall was almost to him when he grabbed the long stick from the other vampire's hand. He brought it to his captor's face once, and then twice, before the vampire fell to the ground. Niall dropped the stick and lifted the vampire off the floor by the front of his shirt, sinking his teeth into the other vampire's neck. He never gave up his prize, even when the door opened and someone came through. The guy had a sword in his hand, and he ran it straight through Niall's heart, striking the other vampire at the same time. A wolf walked beside him. The wolf was the biggest animal Sean had ever seen. His grandmother had taken him to the zoo once, and he had seen wolves then, but they didn't seem nearly as big. Sean struggled again when the wolf turned into a man. He had no idea how that happened, but it did. "I won't hurt you," the wolfman said, and grabbed the keys on the dead vampire's belt loop. The man's eyes changed. The pupils elongated and became darker. "My name's Gabriel. Lucas's mate Bennett is my brother. I'm here to rescue you." Sean seriously doubted that. He remembered something his grandma always used to say. "You go from the frying pan into the fire, Sean Patrick. You have a knack." He had been 10 years old when she had said that, and 15 years later, it was still true. Chapter 1. Sean woke with his arms in the air, fighting off the monster who'd taken over his nightmare. He had been right back in that room the vampires had put him in all those weeks ago. They didn't chain him up, though. No, he was lying on his back, lying on the floor with the creature on top of him. He fought it off as best he could, but the creature's large fangs kept getting closer to his neck. Drool dripped down on his face, but Sean was too busy fighting to wipe it away. A scream lodged in his throat, ready to spill over. Instead of coming out as a loud burst of sound, it was a quick puff of air. He clutched at his pounding heart, trying to keep it in his chest. He could still feel the creature on top of him, teeth sinking into his flesh. A part of him wanted to give in to the monster, stop fighting it so it would all be over. It took him a full minute to realize it was a dream. Instead of the hard cement floor, he was lying on the pull-out couch he had called his own every single night for the past month. He was still in the living room of the cabin he shared with Gabriel and Angel. Sadly, he was starting to get used to the nightmares. They were like baggage he carried around with him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake them. Sean let his hands fall away from his chest. He must have been moving in his sleep because his legs ached to the point of discomfort. He sat up in his bed, scanning his surroundings. The living room and kitchen were one spacious space, an island being the big separator. The only light source was the moon coming through the window above the sink. He ran his hands through his hair and concentrated on breathing, slowing the pounding of his heart. He shut his eyes and saw the monster again. He lurked in Sean's mind as if waiting for him to fall asleep again and pick up where he left off. "Please," he whispered in the dark. He wasn't sure what he was asking for. It was more than just wanting the nightmares to end. He wanted the whole fucked-up thing to stop. He wanted to go back to college, to the human anatomy class he was failing, and the small cafe off campus where he always did his homework. He wanted to go back to the apartment he could barely afford. He couldn't do any of that, though. Not when his shitty choices had started him on a spiraling course downward. When he was able, he took a full breath, sucking in air. He let it out a little at a time as he pushed the blankets back. The tightness in his chest loosened, giving him a small measure of physical relief. Calming his mind was a different story. He wanted to crawl under the covers, throw them over his head, and pretend the boogeyman wouldn't get him. He felt like a kid again. He was right back in his bedroom at his grandmother's house with the monster in the closet. Only the monster, with its mangled teeth and long claws, was real. The nightmares he kept having were a reflection of how scary his life had become. Whatever maturity he had managed to gain in the 7 years since he had been able to claim adulthood was lost every time he had one of those nightmares. Although he would admit maturity hadn't been his strength before his life had been turned upside down. Nicolono's coven had managed to ruin that poor, tortured creature, not giving him the blood he needed to survive, making him a desperate, starving thing who couldn't think past his instincts. Sean identified with Niall, in a way. The coven had taken more from him than just his blood. Things he couldn't get back. His insides were mangled and raw, and he didn't know how to make himself whole again. He was like that drooling beast of a creature, boxed in a cage, unable to find his way out no matter how hard he tried. He sat on the side of the bed and felt the cold metal of the bed frame against his legs. It shocked his system just enough to bring him back from the edge of whatever cliff he stood on. He knew at the bottom of that cliff lay his destruction. A door opened from across the room. The sound was like gunfire in the silence, setting his heart beating wildly again. Sean clutched at his chest and looked over at the far bedroom. Gabriel stood there, leaning against the doorframe, watching him. Sean averted his gaze to the digital clock on the end table beside him. "I would say good morning, but it's 4 o'clock, Sean whispered into the darkness. "Sorry if I woke you." "Nightmare again?" Gabriel murmured. He ran hot and cold around Sean. 1 minute he was nice, and the next he was biting Sean's head off over nothing. Sean was getting the sweet Gabriel, at least for the moment. "Yeah." Sean stood and winced at the slight pain in his legs. Opening the refrigerator door, and he grabbed a bottle of water, holding it out to Gabriel. When Gabriel shook his head, Sean closed the door and took it for himself. Sean leaned against the kitchen counter and drank half of it before stopping. His body was at an idle until Gabriel moved from the doorway of his bedroom, making his way over to him. It always happened whenever Gabriel showed him even a little bit of attention. His body was like a slow-moving engine that revved up the closer Gabriel got. Sean set the bottle beside him and gripped the back of the counter, as if it were the only thing anchoring him in place. He lifted his left foot and put it on the cabinet door behind him, hoping his pajama pants hid his hard cock. Based on the awareness Sean saw in Gabriel's gaze, he saw Sean's reaction. The moonlight settled over Gabriel, softening some of the hard planes of his face. He always had a stony expression that left Sean feeling guarded and alone in his attraction. But at that moment, the light made Gabriel appear vulnerable enough for Sean to think that maybe the attraction he felt wasn't so one-sided. Then his eyes changed shape, becoming lighter, and the black dot in the center expanded, making them appear more like a dog's eyes than a human's. He remembered the way he had watched Gabriel's body change seamlessly from a wolf to a human's in so few seconds. Sean wasn't sure if he had seen anything at all. Every little shift brought Sean back to that moment all over again. His chest tightened, and whatever band was restricting his lungs squeezed him. Sean froze in place, not moving even a single muscle, for fear Gabriel would shift into a wolf. Or worse, become sick, like Niall. "I'm not a fucking serial killer, Sean," Gabriel said. And his words made it seem as if he could read Sean's mind. "I don't know what you do when you turn into that thing." "I don't do anything. It's not like in the movies." "Well, how am I supposed to know that? Vampires are like the movies, so why wouldn't your people be like that? I didn't grow up across the street from shapeshifters." "How do you know?" "I seriously doubt Mrs. Oberhassel was a wolf shifter. Her eyes never changed like yours do." "Her eyes wouldn't change like mine because you weren't her mate." Sean's mouth pinched closed, and an image popping into his mind of two wolves, one bringing the other a freshly killed rabbit and lying next to each other in a small cave. Maybe they'd fornicate after eating their dinner. "Ew, Gabriel. Mrs. Oberhassel was like 1,000,000 years old. Plus she had a vagina, which is just no. Now I need a shower." He had so many questions about the word mate, but not one of them tumbled from his lips. They stuck inside, squeezed to death along with his lungs. "For someone who's scared to death of me, you sure do have a smart mouth." Yeah, Sean was well aware he hid his true feelings behind a quick wit. He had no idea how Gabriel could see past his words, and he wasn't even sure he wanted to know. Every small piece of information he learned about the wolf shifter seemed to affect him in significant ways. He wasn't sure why. What was it about him that drew Sean in as if he had a rope around his waist and Gabriel held the other end? Instead of asking his questions, he said, "It's a gift." Gabriel watched him for the longest time, not saying a word. He moved his head to the side, much like that of a curious wolf. "A wolf shifter's sense of smell is 100 times better than a human's." "Is that your fun fact of the day?" Sean took his water bottle in hand once again and put it to his lips, drinking it down. He nearly choked when Gabriel took a step closer. After he finished, he wiped the back of his hand across his lips. Gabriel's face was inches from his own. Gabriel took a deep breath, and when his eyes changed, they stayed canine. "I don't like feeling as if I have to prove myself. I don't even want you." The band around his lungs snapped against his heart, breaking it into two pieces. Sean didn't say a word as he sat his bottle back on the counter. He moved slowly to the right, ducking slightly to get past Gabriel. Once he was a safe distance away, he let tears come to his eyes. Even if he didn't let them fall, bringing them to the surface loosened the ball in his throat enough to get words out. He cleared his throat before saying, "I'm gonna take a shower." It wasn't that he was so dirty he had to shower at 4 o'clock in the morning, but he needed the warm water to wash away the effect of Gabriel's words. That wasn't the first time he had heard someone say something similar. Hell, his mother had stood in the living room of their shitty run-down house and told him the same thing. Maybe she hadn't used those same words, but the ones she had used told a very similar story. It was more the memory of having to listen to her belting those drunken slurs than what Gabriel had said that made the tears flow. Even after almost a month of being in Gabriel's presence, Sean didn't know him well enough for his skin to thin so much that he would cry over Gabriel's words. No, it was the memory. At least, that was what he told himself. And he took comfort in the fact that it had to be at least partially correct. He turned on the shower, reaching under the spray to feel the temperature. Satisfied, he got in. The second he did, he stood under the shower head, bracing himself with a hand on the wall, letting the water wash over him. There was a knock a few minutes later, and before he could even respond, the door opened and then closed again. He could feel someone in the room with him, knowing it was Gabriel and not Angel. The air in the room shifted. It always felt different when Gabriel was close. It was as if his presence was a giant balloon taking up the majority of the space. Sean was always aware of him. "I can smell you." Gabriel's deep voice touched every small, empty place, digging into all the corners. "Are you trying to tell me I stink?" Sean did his best to keep the tears out of his voice, and he gave himself a mental pat on the back for succeeding. "No, well, sort of, but stink isn't what I would call it. What I mean is, wolf shifters can smell other people's emotions." It took Sean a moment to comprehend what Gabriel said. Once he did, he wished a hole would open up in the floor so he could jump in. "Get over yourself, Gabriel." "Did I hurt your feelings?" Sean sighed. Why lie if Gabriel already knew the answer? "Yes. Does that make you happy to know? Yes, you hurt my feelings, but so did every other guy who said something similar to me. You're not as unique as you think, Gabriel." Sean backed against the wall when he heard Gabriel growl. He wrapped his arms around his middle and tried not to breathe. "Don't talk about other men ever again." He bent at the waist, trying to calm down. "You have no right to say that to me," Sean whispered. He wasn't sure if Gabriel heard him or not. Apparently he did, because he said, "You are my mate, Sean. I have every right." Sean straightened and narrowed his eyes at the shower curtain. Scared or not, he couldn't let Gabriel bully him and push him around. "I don't know what that means, but I'm pretty sure the words, 'I don't want you,' negates it." For a second, Sean thought he got his point across nicely, and then he heard the toilet flush. The bad thing about living in a cabin in the middle of the woods was that it had a tiny well and couldn't distribute water to more than one place at a time. Sean cried out when the water turned hot. The good news was, the water heater in the cabin also sucked, so it didn't get as hot as it could have. It wasn't scorching his flesh, at any rate, but it was still hot enough to be a noticeable temperature difference. Sean hopped around the shower and turned the faucet off as quickly as he could. The pipes to the shower made a banging sound right before the water stopped flowing. Sean grabbed a towel off the rack, not caring if Gabriel saw his naked bits. "That's just fucking great, Gabriel. You don't want me around so much that you'd burn me to death?" "The water isn't that hot." Yeah, Sean knew it wasn't, but that was so not the point. "You still could have burned me." He started to dry himself and became aware of Gabriel staring as he did it. "Get out!" Gabriel didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Sean as if he were about ready to jump him. He took a step closer. "Whatever is going through your head right now, I'm not in the mood for it. Not after you tried to burn me." "I didn't try to burn you," Gabriel sighed. "Okay, I'm sorry. I forgot for a moment that you can't take a joke." That was the most backhanded apology I've ever heard. He huffed out his frustrations and wrapped the towel around his waist, lifting his eyebrows at Gabriel. "Get out!" Gabriel took a step closer, cupping Sean's cheek. "I'd never hurt you on purpose." Sean shrugged. "I'm sorry for hurting your feelings. I have my reasons for not wanting to mate with you. I hope you can respect that." "I don't have a choice, now do I?" Chapter 2. Sean sat on the porch of the small cabin and looked out at the tree line just a few yards away. He wanted to dig his toes into the green grass surrounding the house, but the air was still cold enough to make the experience unpleasant. The cold seemed to seep in, to the point that he was never warm, no matter how many layers he put on. Sean would have killed for a cigarette as well. The healthy connection to nature and the unhealthy need for a smoke seemed to be the story of Sean's life. The problem was, the harmful thing always came back to cause him issues. He didn't smoke very often, and wasn't addicted to the nicotine. Only 2 reasons made him want to puff away. He always wanted a cigarette when he was drunk, and he always wanted one when something stressed him out. Something about the physical motions helped him relax, putting the cigarette between his fingers and then moving it to his mouth, then back again. Yeah, it would unwind some of the coils in his body. He couldn't leave the cabin as per Gabriel's orders, so he could get a pack of cigarettes. Not that he had the money anyway. He wanted to keep Sean safe. Those were Gabriel's words to Sean when they had first arrived at the cabin. That had been the beginning of their arguing. Most of the coils came from Gabriel's incessant need to argue about everything Sean did or said. Gabriel could drive a saint insane, so the fact that he was slowly pushing Sean over the edge was no surprise. The fucked up thing about it was, just hearing Gabriel's deep voice as he talked made Sean's dick hard. Both men were inside the cabin, doing whatever wolf shifters and vampires did together. He could hear the cadence of that voice from where he sat on the porch, but couldn't make out any of the words. Sean had no idea why he had that reaction. Gabriel did nothing but growl at him. And not in the I'm gonna eat your ass fun sort of way either. It was more of the I love raw meat and mangled flesh kind of way. Angel the vampire wasn't so bad though. He used to be in Nicolono's coven, although Sean hadn't met him before his rescue. Angel left the coven the night Sean had been chained up, ready to be Niall's dinner. That night, Angel had helped the shifters get Lucas, Jules, and Sage out of the vampire's clutches. He even helped save Sean. Angel and Gabriel were still snooping around the vampire's mansion, trying to gain leverage against them so the war would go in their favor. Personally, Sean hoped Gabriel and his family won the war that was imminent. Angel not included, most vampires were crazy, or so it seemed to Sean. He'd take his chances with the shifters any day of the week. Angel seemed okay, though. He had never taken blood from Sean. The fact he was grateful for, since he didn't like being a blood whore. Something about it felt wrong, as if he were prostituting himself in some weird way. He had been a poor college student just trying to make enough money to live day to day. Sean had a friend who had talked him into it. The money was easy, he'd said. You wouldn't even have to do anything, he'd said. Vampires aren't creatures of the night and deadly and all that shit, he'd said. Yeah, right. Some friend that guy turned out to be. Angel walked onto the porch. He had a liquid quality to his movements that gave him a confidence all vampires seem to have. At least, the ones that Sean knew. He was still as much a predator as the wolf shifter in the cabin. Sean watched him out of the corner of his eyes but didn't say anything. Angel sat in the chair next to him, and Sean couldn't help when his shoulders met his ears. He might have been a blood whore, but that didn't mean vampires didn't scare the crap out of him. One thing he liked about Angel was that he always kept the malice out of his words and always gave Sean space. From their very first meeting, Gabriel had gotten close to him. Angel sat next to him, not leaning in the way Gabriel sometimes did, and he didn't sniff the air around Sean as if he were trying to decide if Sean smelled bad. Sean found himself relaxing by small degrees, cautiously optimistic about his chances of making it through the next few minutes without being attacked or molested. Maybe Angel had some magic that made Sean comfortable. Maybe Angel's magic was to hypnotize Sean into a false sense of security. "How are you doing?" Angel asked in a way that made Sean feel as though he might care. Another trick, no doubt. "Fucking peachy. When can I get out of here?" Angel smirked. "Cabin fever?" Yeah, I need a cigarette. I would suck a dick for one, man. Angel chuckled. Considering Gabriel would kill me, you can have one without the cocksucking. Sean looked over at him. Wait, you have some? Yeah, I, use them to feed sometimes. Angel shrugged. So you use someone's addiction against them, is that it? Something like that, yeah. That's just wrong, man. I don't kill them or anything. Why don't you just use a blood whore, someone who knows the score? All the blood whores around here are connected to Nicolono. They know I left the coven and that I'm public enemy number 1. I have to stay alive, Sean. Sean shrugged. I'll give you my blood if you want. I did it a few times for other vampires. Thanks for the offer, but I like my teeth in my mouth and not up my ass where Gabriel would shove them if I even thought about taking from you like that. Yeah, I doubt Gabriel would care. Angel's eyebrows went up and he looked at Sean skeptically. I don't, and I'm not taking the chance for an easy meal. Angel stood and walked to the door. I'll get those cigarettes. Do you want anything else while I'm up? Nope. Thanks, though. Sean bent down and started unlacing his shoes the second Angel stood, moving across the porch again. Sean heard the screen door squeak open and then snap shut. Shoes and socks came off. The wood was cold beneath his feet, almost to the point of causing pain. Sean paused before standing from his chair, letting his skin adjust. Making his way down the stone steps, he smiled when his skin touched the fresh grass. It tickled the sides of his feet as he moved to the center of the lawn. The weather was starting to get warm, so the grass had turned green not even a couple of weeks ago. Still, the sun wasn't high enough to thaw the dirt beneath the green layer. Some of that cold seeped up into the pads of his feet. He didn't care, though. He needed the connection to something familiar, a source of nature that would give something back, even if it were a small thing that brought him comforting memories. Angel came back out, his steps barely making a sound as he moved across the porch and down the steps, handing him a pack of cigarettes and laid a lighter on top. Thanks. Sean took them and shook one out. He placed it between his lips and then handed the pack back to Angel. He kept the lighter in his hand, holding it until he was ready to use it. It's a bit cold for that to be comfortable. Angel looked at his feet, and Sean followed his gaze. His light skin seemed stark against the bright green of the grass. My grandma and I used to do this every spring when the weather changed. Even when he was a teenager and he protested, she would still drag him outside. He didn't understand the appeal until after she died. He still didn't, honestly. It was an opportunity for Sean to feel close to the only person who had ever loved him. She had said once that she wanted to appreciate new life, and for an old lady, new life wasn't something she felt every day. Did you live with her? For almost 6 years, yeah. My parents were killed during a raid. I have a brother, and he's a lot older than I am, so I went to live with him and his mate when I was young. His mate is a wolf shifter who lives out west. I have a brother somewhere. Not sure where, though. Only met him twice because my mom was an abusive bitch, Sean explained as he took the cigarette out of his mouth, putting it between his fingers instead. Holding it settled something deep in his bones. Anyway, he's in foster care somewhere. I'd like to find him, but my life is a fucking mess right now. Never been superb at being stable, and I have no idea why I'm telling you all this. Angel smiled at him but didn't comment right away. Believe it or not, vampires and humans aren't all that different. Sean was getting ready to reply when he heard Gabriel clear his throat. When you two are done bonding, we have to go. Sean could tell by his expression that he had been on the porch listening to their conversation. His eyes darted to the cigarette between Sean's fingers. Don't light that thing, Sean. You should know I'm going to do what I want, Gabriel, so stop ordering me around. Even as Sean said it, he had a sudden urge to obey the command. Fine. Please don't light that thing. It causes problems for me. Sean sighed. It's doing its job with me just holding it. Well, it was, anyway. Gabriel turned his gaze onto Angel and nodded. If Sean weren't so focused on him, he would have never noticed. Angel started to move away from Sean to the back of the cabin where he'd parked the truck. "Thanks for the cigarette," Sean said. "Anytime." Sean was acutely aware of every move Gabriel made, even as he stepped off the porch and walked across the lawn. The closer he came, the more those coils inside Sean's body wound up tight, and his hands shook. Fuck. What was happening to him that he acted like a lust-crazed lunatic every time Gabriel was near? He invaded Sean's space, so much so that he felt chest muscles against the side of his arm. Gabriel sniffed his hair and made a noise that wasn't quite a growl, but came close. Sean closed his eyes, because if the big werewolf was going to eat him, then he didn't want to see it. "I won't hurt you on purpose." "So you keep saying, yet here you are sniffing me to make sure I'm not spoiled food." Sean shouldn't poke the wolf, but there was something about Gabriel that made Sean run his mouth all the time. Probably his rebellious nature fighting the instinct to do whatever Gabriel said. He felt the quick puffs of air move the strands of his hair as Gabriel chuckled. "If I wanted to eat you, I would have already." That was true. "Then why are you doing that?" Gabriel took a deep breath, practically inhaling Sean. Sean felt Gabriel run his face across the side of his head, disturbing the strands of hair. "I don't want to mate," Gabriel whispered, even as he sucked air through his nose. "Fuck, you smell good." "I feel like I should apologize for both of those things," Sean whispered back, and found those coils tightening even more. Sean looked at Gabriel out of the corner of his eyes and then turned his head to meet his gaze a second later. The hardness in Gabriel's face softened just a tad, and everything twisted again. "Your eyes change a lot." "Can't help it. It's the mating pull." "Mating pull?" "Doesn't matter what it means. I won't act on it." "Why is that?" Gabriel took a step away from him. "You ask too many questions." "Questions you don't answer. All this wolf shifter stuff is so confusing." "The less you know, the better." Sean narrowed his eyes and then brought the cigarette to his lips. He flicked the lighter until a small flame bloomed. Cupping his hand around the flame, he sucked on it until the end glowed orange. He breathed in, letting the nicotine run through his body, loosening the tension with a warm, smooth easiness. Gabriel growled. "Just don't take that fucking shit in the cabin, and take a shower when you're through, damn it." Gabriel turned, walking away, sneezing as he left. "I'll be sneezing for days now, just what I fucking need." When Sean heard the truck start, he walked as far away from the house as possible while remaining in the yard, and put the cigarette out in the grass. Chapter 3. Gabriel could still feel the tickle in his nose as he lay on damp earth about a foot inside the forested area that surrounded Nicolono's coven. He knew one thing for sure. He'd paddle Sean's ass if he ever lit those things near him again. They brought back memories he'd rather forget, and brought home the fact that he could hurt Sean, despite his words that he wouldn't. He certainly wouldn't mean to hurt him, but he was capable. Gabriel's past had taught him that much. He had always been allergic to whatever the manufacturers put in cigarettes. They added chemicals. He could smell the poison, even when they weren't lit. For that reason, most shifters didn't smoke, or even go into places that were smoke-filled. And Gabriel was no exception. Cigarettes were still allowed in most public places when Gabriel was a kid, and he remembered going from bar to bar with his dad, sneezing his fucking ass off. It got so bad that his dad would have to take him home. He got the shit beat out of him on more than one occasion. His dad had a disability and couldn't smell a damn thing. He had never told Gabriel if he'd been born that way or if perhaps something had happened, and Gabriel had been smart enough not to ask. That was what had happened the last time. Gabriel still had a scar on his right thigh where the belt buckle had hit him. He had been too young to shift and speed up the healing process. "What information are we looking for this time?" Angel whispered, breaking him out of his thoughts. He looked at Angel, who was so close to him, their shoulders pressed together. "We need to find out if Nicolono is working with anyone. Try to find out how many covens are backing him. The Vampire Council might know." "Do you think the Council even knows what Nicolono has planned?" "I know Delano knows because he's been at the mansion a lot in the past 6 months. "Is he on the Council?" "Yeah. I don't know him very well. He seems more in control of himself. Not crazy as fuck like Nicolono, but my access to him was limited." "Where should we look for that type of information?" "Probably in Nicolono's suite of rooms." Gabriel grunted out a response. They hadn't been in that area of the house yet because it was the most dangerous. Those were the last rooms they had to check. He wanted to vomit, thinking about it hurting someone. His head filled with tiny pieces of bloody cotton, clogging his mind, making it hard to think past the violence. Right after he had come to live with Mother Estelle, his brain had felt like that. Mother Estelle had taken a few pieces away, one at a time, until he didn't feel so stuffed. He thought he was over it, that it didn't matter anymore, and he had moved on with his life. He had a real family, with brothers and a sister who annoyed the shit out of him in the best possible way. And then Nicolono had taken Lucas, his brother's mate. The first vampire Gabriel killed put one of those pieces of cotton back in his brain, and then the next one, and then the next, until he was stuffed again, like he had been when he was a kid. Interrogating the vampires would make it worse. They'd broken into the Nicolono mansion so many times Gabriel could do it with his eyes closed. It helped that Angel had lived in the mansion and knew the best ways to get in. Gabriel followed him across the yard, almost leisurely, as if they both had a right to be there. Angel had that right at one point, but didn't anymore. Not since helping the enemy. Gabriel smirked at just the thought of going in there again, invading the enemy's stronghold like in the medieval times. Despite everything, he felt accomplished every time he snooped around the Coven headquarters. The fact that Angel was his partner through the investigation made the experience a bit more bearable. Angel was like a brother, even after only a month of knowing him. Gabriel scanned the area, making sure no one spotted Angel. The fact that no one ever did was suspicious, although Gabriel had worked out why after the first couple of times. The sulfur smell wafting through the air was a dead giveaway. It touched his nose when the wind blew in the right direction. Gabriel looked around, trying to find the warlock. "What's wrong?" "The warlock is back. I can smell him." Gabriel just couldn't see him. "It's probably Thomas. Hasten is with him. He's the one we need for the interrogations," Angel said. "Are they part of the Coven?" "Not anymore. Nicolono kicked them out after Thomas took the mating pole away from him." Angel made his way to the small door at the side of the house. Gabriel didn't have a clue if the warlock had conjured up the door or if it had always been there. He hadn't asked Angel, who would know one way or another. It didn't matter anyway because it got them inside the house each time. "That little human who went with your people, he was Nicolono's mate, but Thomas fucked it all up for him." Gabriel nodded and thanked the ancestors, who Thomas channeled for the little human's safety. "We need to find the warlock." They could use his help. Angel led them through the house. They went up a flight of stairs and then down a long hallway without seeing anyone. He thought maybe it was the work of the warlock as well, but didn't know for sure. They passed a door on the right, and the instant they did, the smell of blood assaulted Gabriel's nose. Angel turned, silently asking if he smelled it also. "Someone died in there," Angel whispered. His teeth dropped in an involuntary response to such a strong smell. Gabriel's physical response was the exact opposite. It saturated his senses and made him want to shift. He had a primal urge to run. "Yeah." The smell was so strong it couldn't mean anything else. He would go out of the door and forget about the whole thing if he could. He'd shift and run to St. Lake's, but he couldn't do that to his family. It would leave them without information, which was what they needed. The fight would end up in St. Lake's. Even he wouldn't be able to run from it the way he had when he was younger. St. Lake's wouldn't be able to keep him hidden from death the second time around. Besides, he wouldn't do that to Angel, who risked his life every time he came back here. Well, so was Gabriel. He wasn't stupid enough to think they would keep him alive. He had a feeling Nicolono would kill Gabriel quickly and keep Angel alive for a little while. Maybe he'd end up crazy and disfigured from lack of blood. The fact remained that Angel would fare far worse if Nicolono caught them. Instead of running, he took a deep breath and put his hand on the doorknob, turning it slowly. Angel gripped his shoulder to get his attention. When Gabriel turned, Angel shook his head. "We need to check." Gabriel pushed the door open and took a step inside the room. The second he entered the space, the scent of vampire blood assaulted his senses. Angel pushed past him into the room. Gabriel followed him in, smelling his distress. The way Angel charged forward made Gabriel believe he knew the man lying on the floor. Angel fell to his knees beside the body. He stared at it for several minutes, and Gabriel let him. It wasn't until Angel started to reach out to touch the back of the dead person, and Gabriel noticed his hands shaking, that he interfered. Gabriel looked around the room for any threats. They were in a bedroom more than one person shared by the smell of it. The smell of the man on the floor was the most prominent, along with two other ones. Gabriel watched Angel out of the corner of his eyes as he made his way over to a spot that held a scent, which had nothing to do with the three heavier scents. The smell belonged to another vampire, one that smelled like a shifter. Gabriel sniffed the air again. Wait, not just a shifter. Some type of cat shifter had either been here or something. No, it smelled off, as if the shifter was fucking a vampire, rolling on top of one or something. Gabriel walked back across the room, shelving the thought for the moment. He bent down and put an arm around Angel's shoulders. Angel leaned against him. "Nicolono knew I'd find him." Gabriel stiffened and growled low in his throat at Angel's words. They'd have to leave soon if Nicolono knew they were here. Gabriel would come back on his own. It was too dangerous for Angel. Who was he? "His name was Zane. He was my friend." Gabriel had a feeling the man was more than a friend, but he didn't call him out on it. Instead, he said, "We need to leave." Angel nodded. He felt the shift in Angel's body, his hands falling away from Gabriel's arm. He let him go and moved back, giving his friend space to move. When Angel stood, Gabriel immediately put an arm around his shoulders again. "He was one of the good ones, and I just left him here to die," Angel whispered. "This was not your fault, Angel. Nicolono did this." Angel shook his head and didn't speak. Gabriel moved toward the door, but Angel stopped him. He turned and Gabriel let him go. Angel put 2 fingers to his lips and then bent at the waist, placing those fingers to the dead man's shoulder. They were out the door, shutting it behind them when Gabriel said, "This mission is over. I'll come back later." "No, it needs to be done. Let's do it now." If it wasn't for the hard edge in Angel's voice, Gabriel would have insisted. Gabriel nodded and held up a hand for Angel to lead the way. Angel passed him and went up another flight of stairs without a problem. The instant they stepped around the corner to go down another long hallway, someone came through a door on the right. Gabriel acted on instinct. He put a hand over the guy's mouth and grabbed the back of his neck at the same time. He shoved him back into the room. There was a woman on the bed, and she was naked. She didn't bother covering her breasts as she stared at Gabriel. She was getting ready to scream, but the sound cut off when Angel threw a knife. It embedded into her throat. Her eyes were large, and instead of the scream, she gurgled blood. It spilled past her lips, and then her eyes glassed over. She slumped forward at an odd angle, blood dripping from her mouth onto the white blanket covering the lower half of her body. Gabriel pressed the man against the wall and held him firmly. He was much smaller than Gabriel, so even as he struggled against the hold, Gabriel was able to keep him from getting free with ease. He turned his gaze onto Angel, who started across the room toward the dead woman. Gabriel watched as Angel moved her body just enough to expose the knife in her throat, which he pulled out, then wiped the blood on his pants. Angel met his gaze, the thin line of his lip saying more than anything how he felt. "Kill him or I will," Angel said. The guy started struggling. He yelled against Gabriel's hand, but the sound didn't travel far. Gabriel met the man's gaze, searching for some sinister quality that would justify following Angel's orders, and didn't see one. He met Angel's gaze again. "He'll give our position away, Gabe, so kill him or move out of my way." Nausea rose in his throat, taking every available space. Gabriel brought his other hand around and twisted the man's head. He let him go, taking a step away from the body as he did. Gabriel scanned the hall before he walked out of the room. He could feel Angel behind him and stiffened his shoulders. "We're both done for today. We'll come back another time to check out Nicolono's rooms," Gabriel said. "Yeah, today was a bust. One more time and then I'm done for good." He couldn't kill like that again. He wouldn't, not even for his clan. Chapter 4. The hairs on the back of Gabriel's neck stood up as they made their way through the forest back to their truck. Someone followed them, just a few yards back. He sniffed the air, but they were heading in the wrong direction if he wanted to smell the person following him. He stepped over a log and looked at Angel to see if he felt it too. Angel's eyes glowed red and his teeth descended. "We were spotted?" Gabriel asked. He didn't think they'd given themselves away. "We never are." Angel's words came out like a growl, low and threatening. "Yeah." Gabriel pulled his shirt over his head and threw it at Angel. "Hold my clothes." Angel nodded once. "I'll head for the car, for now, to make him think we don't know he's behind us. We'll flank him." "I'll circle around." He handed the rest of his clothing to Angel and shifted, not taking off right away as a strategic solution on his part. Trotting beside Angel for a couple of minutes, he decided to give their stalker the illusion of nonchalance. When he finally did separate, he did so at a leisurely pace until he was far enough away to circle back, and then he ran as fast as he could. The second he was downwind, he realized there were two of them. He could smell Angel, of course, although it was fainter here than the other two scents, as Angel was farther ahead. The smell of sulfur was unmistakable. Gabriel ran ahead, making as much noise as he could so he'd alert his stalkers to his presence. He would have yipped, but he didn't want to give himself away to anyone in the mansion. They weren't that far from it, less than a mile still, and hearing a wolf would get some unwanted attention. Gabriel didn't feel like dying today, so he kept the louder noises to a minimum. He could see them ahead. The red-headed man waved as if casting a spell. The vampire beside him appeared as if he were about ready to attack. His body hunched and his eyes glowed red. He bared his teeth as Gabriel drew closer. Gabriel shifted as he came to a stop. He eyed them with caution even as he walked forward. The moonlight filtered through the trees just enough to cast light on them. The warlock must have put up a shield around himself and the vampire because the moon reflected off it, making the angles abnormal. Angel walking toward them. "We don't want to hurt you." Gabriel nodded in Angel's direction, telling the warlock and vampire that he was there. The second Hasten saw Angel, his eyes changed to normal, and he started in his direction. He stopped and turned to the warlock. "Take it down, Thomas." With a wave of a hand, the light from the moon stopped bending at that weird angle, and Gabriel took a step in Angel's direction as well, ignoring the little warlock, even as he stood beside him. He caught his underwear when they came flying at him and put them on. Pants and his shirt followed. "Thanks for helping us these last few weeks," Gabriel said to Thomas as he watched Angel and Hasten hug. "They still have my sister, and I know Nicolono has a good understanding of where that dragon shifter took our mate, so it benefited me to help you." Clearly, Thomas was referring to the day they all had rescued Lucas, Sage, and Jules from the mansion. Gabriel decided to address the issue with Thomas's sister first, as she was the one still in danger. "I saw women in there, None were captives. Do you have a picture or something?" Thomas waved his hand, dismissing the question. "They have her somewhere on the property, although Nicolono hid the location from me." "We'll help you rescue her. I can promise you that. My Alpha won't let Nicolono keep a captive. As for your mate, Jules is doing well in St. Lakes. He's part of my family." Thomas met his gaze. "He's safe?" "Yes. My cell phone is in the car. I'll call him if you'd like." Thomas nodded and walked over to Hasten. "Jules is safe. He's in St. Lakes." "That's a shifter town, Tommy," Hasten explained. Disgust was clear on his face. "So? At least they're not mistreating him. I know that much because he's in the same place as the witch Nicolono needs so badly. That witch won't let anyone hurt him." Gabriel couldn't help but take offense to the blatant assumption that his clan would hurt Jules in any way. "Jules is in Somerset now. He's family, and he'll stay that way, with or without his mates. Do you understand?" "We didn't mean to offend," Thomas started to say, but Hasten shoved him behind his back, cutting off his words. The vampire's eyes turned red, and he took a step closer to Gabriel. "You'll give me my mate, or I'll rip out your throat. If Jules wants to go with you, then that's his choice, although I doubt he'll want a mate who's a prejudiced asshole. All shifters are the same. Your kind thinks they can take anything from anyone. Well, Jules is my mate, and I'll have him back." Thomas chose that moment to come around Hasten. He pointed in the vampire's face. "You're letting your past cloud your judgment. If you'd listened to him, then you'd see he isn't trying to keep Jules from us." "Get out of my way, Tommy." "No." "He has our mate." "He does not. He just said he was in St. Lakes, staying with his family." "He's staying at my mother's home. Her name is Estelle Somerset. She's in the phone book. Call and talk to him yourself. He's asked me about you both every single time I call home. At least now I'll have something to tell him." Gabriel smirked at Hasten. "Don't worry. I'll leave out the part where his vampire mate is a complete dick." "Fuck you!" Hasten took a step closer, reaching past Thomas even as the much smaller man held him back. "Get out of my way, Tommy." "You're going to start a fight with a member of Jules's family?" "He's a shifter." "Stop it with all that. Jules is in a clan now. It's best if you accept it." "Never."
Hasten glared at him. Gabriel shook his head. It was too bad Jules was stuck with someone like Hasten. The only consolation was that Thomas seemed like a nice enough guy. 1 out of 2 wasn't bad, considering fate usually gave each person one mate. How was he supposed to tell poor Jules one of his mates was a prejudiced asshole? "We'll do everything we can to find your sister, Thomas." Gabriel started walking in the direction of the car. "Sorry you got the shitty end of the deal with him for a mate." He heard Angel say,
"Gabriel considers Jules his brother. He's not going to let him get hurt. Hell, I'd be surprised if he let Jules go to either one of you."
"Are you implying I'd hurt Jules?"
"No, you can't. Not physically. But Jules is sensitive. You know that, Hasten. You saw how he was. Your attitude will hurt his feelings."
Gabriel stopped and turned to meet Angel's gaze. It wasn't Hasten's shitty attitude that had him stopping. Rather, what Angel said about not hurting a mate. What he said was true. But maybe Gabriel was defective like his dad with not being able to smell. Maybe Gabriel wouldn't be able to stop himself from hurting Sean. Hasten's expression was one of disdain.
"They're shifters."
"I have to go. We'll be back here in a few hours." Gabriel made his way through the forest. Gabriel felt, rather than saw, Angel come up behind him. "He's an asshole."
"I agree."
"Poor Jules," Gabriel whispered.
"Hasten has a shitty past."
"So do I. You don't see me going around hating everyone."
"No, you just refuse your mate because of it. What's the difference?"
"Fuck you."
"Truth sucks, doesn't it?"
Yeah, it did. But he wasn't about to tell Angel that. Instead, he growled, warning him the subject needed to change.
"Fine, but the fact we're going back to the cabin when we could just finish what we started did not escape my notice. I know you have feelings for Sean, even if you won't bond, and checking on him before we come back is a definite tell, Gabe."
"Drop it."
"I will, for now."
Gabriel sighed. Caring about Sean had never been the problem.
He found his little mate's sarcasm and quick wit endearing. "He's scared of me."
"He wouldn't be scared of you if you'd teach him about your ways, Gabe."
"What's the point if I'm not going to bond with him?"
And around we go. I'm getting off the merry-go-round you just created. It's the last thing I'll say about it, and then I'll drop it. Whatever your fucking problem is, you had better fix it before Sean takes off on you. He's not the type to wait forever."
Gabriel had a pain in his chest just contemplating that. He better not leave me.
Angel chuckled. "You're not fooling anyone."
His nose filled with Sean's scent the second he made his way inside the cabin. He searched around for his mate and found him under a mound of blankets in the center of the pull-out bed in the living room. His dark hair was the only thing Gabriel saw. The amount of blankets seemed odd considering it wasn't that cold, but then maybe humans didn't take temperature differences very well. Gabriel had no idea. He didn't know any humans all that well and had never asked. He walked across the room, sitting down on the bed once he got there. Angel gave him a knowing smirk, so Gabriel flipped him off. Choosing to focus on Sean, he moved the hair out of his eyes with a finger and then leaned down, taking a long pull of his scent into his nose. That was when Sean woke. Not that he moved much.
"That's creepy, Gabriel, seriously."
"I thought you were asleep," Gabriel explained.
"Makes it even worse."
The husky tone of his voice, and the fact they were having an entire conversation while Sean kept his eyes closed, spoke of how tired he was. "Are you okay?"
"Why do you care?"
"Okay." Gabriel hadn't exactly been forthcoming up to that point. "You're buried under a ton of blankets."
"Cold lately. I think I'm getting the flu or something."
"Do you need anything?"
$1 million and a plane ticket to a tropical island?"
"Very funny." "Yeah. His mate was sexy when he got all witty. I'm trying to be nice here." Sean moved, sitting up. He kept the blankets around himself, by sheer will, it seemed, and glared at Gabriel.
"Can you pick an emotion and just stick with it for like an hour? That would be great, thanks."
Gabriel rolled his eyes. "We're getting a few hours sleep and then going back out. We probably won't be here when you wake again." Sean sighed, nodding.
"Thanks for telling me."
Gabriel's gaze met Sean's and held it for several minutes.
"What?"
Sean finally asked. "Nothing."
"No, what is it?"
Gabriel sighed. "Would you want to mate even if I were a prejudiced prick?"
"I don't even know what being a mate is. Is that like in the animal world where it's a relationship between a pair, or is it like in Australia where mate means friend?"
Sean didn't even wait for Gabriel to answer. He just went right on talking.
"I guess either way, being prejudiced against someone is just ignorance in disguise, and my grandma always says that ignorance was fixable, but stupid is forever. So as long as the person's willing to learn about someone or a group of individuals and they take everyone as they come, then I'm down with that."
"Mating is like the first one, for the record."
"Oh, well, my answer is still the same."
Sean gave him a weary look.
"Are you prejudiced against humans or something? Because if you are, then that would explain a lot."
"It's not me who's prejudiced."
"Are you sure?"
Gabriel smirked. "Yes."
"Then why did you ask?"
"Just someone I met today." Gabriel stood and started for his bedroom. He stopped at the door and turned. "Your grandma sounded like a pretty smart lady." Sean smiled, and just the fact Gabriel was the one who put it on his face was enough to settle whatever turmoil he was in over Hason's reaction to him.
"She was great. She would have told you off."
"And I would have deserved it." When Sean's mouth dropped open in apparent shock, Gabriel vowed to stop pushing him away. They could at least be friends. "We won't be gone very long tomorrow." With that, he headed into his bedroom. One look at the empty bed had Gabriel regretting many things, and not bonding with his mate was one of them. He wouldn't put Sean at risk, though. Chapter 5. "Is that your dick?" If it was, then Gabriel was going to punch him in his damn face when they got out of there. Gabriel felt something dick-shaped against his right ass cheek. "You will lose the head of your penis. I'm not kidding, man." "That's the hilt of my knife, idiot," Angel whispered back to him. Well, get it out of my ass. Gabe hated enclosed spaces, especially ones that smelled like Nicolono and cleaning chemicals. It was dumb to hide in a broom closet anyway. Even if it was Gabriel's idea, he could at least admit that much, even if he wouldn't ever admit it to Angel. Angel moved. The sound of a plastic bucket crashing on the cement floor was all he heard for several seconds. Gabriel held his breath and hoped like hell no one was in the other room yet. He stood as still as possible, his hand on the hem of his shirt, getting ready to pull it over his head and shift if he needed to fight, even though just the thought made him sick to his stomach again. When the closet door didn't burst open and 1,000 Coven members didn't come through, Gabriel sighed in relief. He let his hands fall to his sides. Really? Who's the idiot now? Thank the gods there was no one nearby. Still, Nicolono had to be in sometime soon. Gabriel and Angel had been in the damn closet forever, or so it seemed. Nicolono had to sleep. He'd have to come back to his quarters at some point. Well, you said you didn't want it up the ass. That's just great. Make jokes. I'm not killing anyone today, so you better not get us caught. The chemical smell was making him irritable. Your quota is full, is that it? Excuse me if I care about committing murder. Self-defense is not murder, Gabe. Gabriel didn't see the difference, but he also didn't want to talk about it anymore. So instead of arguing semantics, he mumbled, Vampire freak. Shifter shithead. He would have responded with another insult, but a door opened, and he could hear the shuffling of feet. Instantly he smelled Nicolono. They had been in the mansion enough times for Gabriel to identify his distinct smell. Gabriel didn't know the other person who entered, but he had smelled it one other time before when they discovered Angel's dead friend. It was the vampire who smelled like a cat shifter. Shit. If you found the Fae in Ireland, then how are you getting him here to us? And what are you doing about the witch? I'm shipping him here by freight. I'm taking care of the witch, sir, Nicolono explained. Gabriel knew his voice. He'd been lurking around enough to hear it before. We need him alive, Nicolono. Do not damage him unnecessarily. Gabriel heard the shuffling of feet across the floor, as if someone was pacing back and forth. When the shuffling came close to their door, Gabriel stiffened and held his breath. But it left a second later, and he relaxed slightly. By freight? You're a careless fool. He's being held by a coven in Ireland until I can secure transportation. He'll be perfectly safe. Gabriel felt Angel's breath against his ear, and then Angel whispered, Delano, Vampire Council member. And then he moved away. The Vampire Council member was fucking a cat shifter, and Gabriel bet that since the man was with Nicolono, the shifter probably wasn't a willing participant. Make sure that he is. Those feet shuffled close to them again. The witch is a problem for you, it seems. I'll get him back by the time we have the Fae. If I go down for starting a war with the shifters and warlocks, then you'll go with me. As it is, Vesh is starting to figure out someone is against him. A lot of people are against him. No one wants to unite with the Shifter Council. Some covens do. A lot more than you think. Do not fail me, Nicolono. I won't, sir. As we speak, I've sent a team of vampires to St. Lakes. Gabriel stiffened and had an immediate urge to get the hell out and call Ramsay, warn him of the threat. But Gabriel couldn't just run out of the small broom closet with Nicolono and Delano so close. Nicolono and Delano wanting Lucas and a Fae together at the same time wouldn't end well. Gabriel might not know what having Lucas and a Fae together would do, but he knew whatever Nicolono and Delano had planned would suck for shifters. They needed to rescue that Fae somehow, and to do that they needed to find him first. Gabriel breathed in the cold night air as they left the mansion, walking through the forest with a smile on his face. He didn't have anything to smile about, but getting out of that closet was awesome. What the fuck was that back there? Gabriel asked. Which part? The part where Nicolono and Delano are usurping Vesh Arnold, who is the head of the Vampire Council, by the way?
Or the part where they fucked with only a door separating them from us.
What I would like to know is why they need a Faye and Lucas at the same time. We need to figure out what they have planned.
I know someone who might have heard. He won't talk to me willingly, but Nicolono trusts him.
No. We'll find another way to get the information. I'm done here. Angel nodded but didn't say anything right away.
Will your Alpha let you come home?
Gabriel snorted. Let me come home. Mom would kick his ass if he tried to keep me away. There was a stiffness in Angel's shoulders, and Gabriel reached forward, patting him gently. He's a fair Alpha, and my brother. He'll let you into the clan, Angel.
Why would he let a vampire in?
Because we already have a witch. We need a vampire mascot to be a whole and complete clan. Although my littlest brother's mate is a vampire, so he might have taken that job. We were considering Hasten, but given the fact that he's a gigantic dickhead, we ruled him out. Gabriel chuckled when Angel growled. How good are you at juggling, because that will be a requirement. Angel chuckled and he shook his head.
Shut up, Gabe.
Seriously, though, I'm with you. I won't let my brother kick you out. Not that he would. After practically living in each other's back pocket for the past few weeks, you should know me better than that. Angel turned and smiled at him. He seemed less tense.
I think we should get someone in Nicolono's inner circle to talk to us.
No, we'll find another way.
Why not?
Gabriel wanted the ground to open up and swallow him so he wouldn't have to talk about it, but he'd spent enough time with Angel to know he didn't let things go. He'd pull him out of that self-made hole and interrogate him until he spilled his childhood all over the place. Shit in my past. Let's just say I won't be some unfeeling killer.
You're not unfeeling, Gabe. If you were, it wouldn't bother you.
Angel slowed down so they were walking side by side.
I know you well enough to know that you would never kill someone unnecessarily.
Gabriel nodded. Dad was abusive.
Is that why you don't want to mate with Sean?
What does Sean have to do with it?
I don't know, Gabe. You tell me.
It came back like a movie, playing on an endless loop. He saw his dad raise the belt all over again and felt the metal buckle smash against his flesh as if it were still happening. Gabriel had reached for a knife from the butcher's block that sat on the kitchen counter. The buckle had connected with the small of his back when he turned and pulled the blade free. He had thrown it just as his father's arm came again, leaving his chest wide open. And that was it. It had connected in the right spot to kill his father instantly. It was a lucky shot, not one he wanted to make. All he had wanted was for his father to stop. Gabriel growled. I don't want to talk about it.
Sean thinks you hate him. He doesn't understand what's going on with you. You should just explain everything to him. He's your mate, Gabe.
Gabriel turned his head and stared at Angel, growling low in his throat again. Angel held up his hands and said,
Fine. None of my business.
Neither said anything until they made it to the truck. Gabriel opened the passenger side door and slid into the seat beside him. Angel had the truck down the road when he finally said,
You know, I'd give just about anything to have a mate. Okay, well, I would if Nicolono didn't want to kill me for desertion. Leaving as I did makes me a big-ass target and would probably get my mate killed. But after all this is over, I want a mate.
Gabriel grunted, not responding in any other way. He stared out of the window at the trees as they passed. I'm afraid to hurt him, Gabriel finally whispered. He didn't even know he was going to speak until the words came out of his mouth. Angel's eyebrows lifted.
You mean you're...
Gabriel frowned. Not with my dick, idiot. I meant physically. Get pissed off and hit him.
Given that every word out of his mouth is designed to piss you off, I don't think you have anything to worry about.
I killed my dad. Why wouldn't I hurt my mate, too? Angel's brows drew together.
Even I'm smart enough to figure out you killed him in self-defense. And you even said yourself you have a good family now. Plus, you can't hurt him because he's your mate.
Gabriel started to speak, but Angel shut him up.
No, Just think about it, Gabe. You couldn't hurt him even if you wanted to. I grew up around shifters, so I know the mate bond is a lot like a vampire's. You're just not capable of hurting him. It's an impossibility."
Gabriel didn't respond. He wouldn't talk about the possibility of being defective. Angel sighed.
"If you're anxious about this, then wait until we get in St. Lakes and mate with him. At least then you'll have your family around to help you out. And him, too."
"I have family around me now, and I'm still worried." Even as Gabriel said the words, he thought about what Angel said. It was an impossibility. Fate gave everyone a mate, and they fit together perfectly. Gabriel shouldn't be able to hurt Sean. He had to be sure, though. Gabriel pulled his cell phone out from under the seat and dialed Ramsey's number. "I need to call Ramsey," Gabriel mumbled, changing the subject yet again.
"Thanks for calling me family just now."
Even as the phone rang, Gabriel said, "Angel, I come from a family that includes 5 different kinds of shifters, a human, and my mother is a witch. So I know family when I meet them. And you are." Angel smiled and nodded. He started to say something, but then Ramsey picked up the phone. Gabriel didn't even bother saying hello. He just immediately told Ramsey about the vampires being in St. Lakes.
"We're already aware. Garrison is taking care of the situation."
Garrison was Ramsey's beta. Personally, Gabriel thought he was a smart choice, even if being held captive by Nicolono's coven for the last 40 years had left him feral. Gabriel had talked to him on the phone enough times to know that mating with Sage had helped him find a bit of peace.
"So, is everyone okay?"
"Yep. Don't need to worry, little brother."
"Well, we have 2 more problems then. One is Nicolono is holding a Fae prisoner somewhere in Ireland. He's planning on shipping him over to this country sometime very soon."
"We'll try to have Vaughn intercept the package then. Now, what's the second problem?"
"Delano Archer may be holding a shifter prisoner. We need to check. The man reeks of one. He smells like forest, actually, so I think we should find out if a cat shifter has been reported missing at some point in the past."
"Where does Delano live?"
Gabriel pulled the phone away from his ear and put it on speaker.
"You're on speaker now, Ramsey."
Gabriel looked at Angel and asked, "Ramsey wants to know where Delano lives."
"Rapid City. I don't know the exact address or anything."
"No, this is good. We have allies in Wingspan, which is closer to Rapid City than St. Lakes. They'll look into it, see what they can find. We'll go from there."
Angel hesitated a moment before saying,
"They'll fly the Fae using a cargo plane. Nicolono has a man they pay. He's a human who won't ask questions. I can have Gabe text you his name. He works out of the local airport here. We may be able to stay here long enough to get the Fae from the man."
"No need for that. Vaughn, our brother, is a pilot. Vaughn and I will work on getting the Fae. You guys just make sure the blood whores aren't prisoners and then get your butts home. You've been gone long enough."
"Me too, sir?" Angel asked.
"You're risking your life for my family, so that makes you family. It's how we work. You'll get used to it."
Angel smiled.
"Yes, sir."
"So, we'll check in with the blood whores, make sure no prisoners are left behind tomorrow night, and then come home," Gabriel said, giving his brother a timeline.
Chapter 6. Sean felt an ache in his chest the longer Gabriel was gone. It had nearly been a day, and Sean was getting so worried it threatened to leak from the corners of his eyes like tears. Somehow he kept it contained. He turned on the television and began watching some music competition show. The contestants started singing, and for some reason the song annoyed him. It was slow, and she hit a note that didn't sound right. Not that Sean knew jack crap about music, but he knew enough to know Lucas was a better singer. He also knew enough to recognize a sour note when he heard one. Sean sighed and shut off the television. He felt the need to move rise in his chest and take over his body, so he stood, wincing at the pain in his legs, and walked to the window, peering at the long drive. Night had crept in about 2 hours ago. Sean would be able to see headlights coming down the driveway. He gripped the windowsill and tried to focus on something other than Gabriel. His right leg shook as he watched for any sign of life.
He wasn't even sure why he cared about Gabriel's absence. It was as if he missed the big jerk. He could kick himself for feeling that way, considering Gabriel couldn't give two shits about Sean and didn't miss him at all. Still, he couldn't seem to stop the panic clogging his throat. He had a picture in his mind of Gabriel in one of those cells Sean had been in all those weeks ago, waiting for Nicolono to kill him. Lucas, of all people, had rescued Sean before the killing could commence, so Sean had gotten out. And then had gotten himself recaptured because he was scared of the big black dragon. But he wasn't counting that part. Gabriel had saved him, so whatever. Whom would he call if Gabriel were in the same predicament? He honestly had no idea how to get in touch with Lucas or Gabriel's family. The only thing he knew was that Lucas was in a relationship with Gabriel's brother, who happened to be a big, scary dragon, and that Gabriel's other brother was an alpha. What other family he had, Sean had no idea. Gabriel never talked about it with him, but Sean had picked up half conversations here and there when Gabriel was on the phone. He'd even spoken to some of them once. There had been many people talking at the same time, and Sean hadn't known who they all were. Gabriel hadn't introduced him to anyone. Sean wouldn't have remembered their names anyway. There were things he needed to know if Gabriel was going to go out every night risking his life. Sean didn't even know what Gabriel's last name was, or if he even had one. Did shifters have last names? What would Sean do if something happened? He couldn't very well stay in the cabin for the rest of his life. He'd need food eventually, so finding a job would be paramount. He'd get Gabriel's number, and he'd get Lucas's new number so he would at least have a way to help Gabriel if something happened. That was the main thing. His scattered thoughts cut off when he thought he saw lights off in the distance. Although knowing Sean's luck, it would be some aliens or other weird creatures coming for him. Hey, if shifters and vampires existed, then aliens probably did too. Sean gripped the windowsill and held his breath as the lights came closer to the house. His heart pounded and he smiled at the anticipation. The red hood of a truck came into view as headlights reflected off the house just enough to reveal the color. Sean left the window and pulled the front door open. He stood in the doorway for several minutes, letting his eyes adjust to the darkness as the truck shut off, and thus the lights. Gabriel sat in the passenger seat, looking down at something. Sean didn't even wait for him to get out of the truck, but opened the door, staring at him for long seconds. The bored expression that met Sean pissed him off and brought home the fact that he was alone with his needs. "Are you hurt?" Sean asked after it was apparent Gabriel wasn't going to respond first. Sean raised a hand in a silent hello to Angel, who sat in the driver's seat watching them. Gabriel drew his eyebrows together, and his expression suggested that Sean had lost his mind. "No." "Do you know how long you've been gone?" Gabriel picked up his phone and pressed a button. The screen came on with the time in big white letters. He met Sean's gaze again. "Yes." "You said you wouldn't be gone all day. I got worried sick, Gabriel." Finally, he undid his seatbelt and let it slide across his chest and left arm, freeing him from the confines. "I was stuck in a closet. Literally, not figuratively." Sean took a step back, giving Gabriel enough room to get out of the truck. "I just told you how worried I was and you make jokes?" "I'm here to do a job, Sean. That has to come first." Gabriel sniffed the air around him and his eyes changed. "I hate feeling like I'm constantly in your way. You win. You don't want me around, then fine. I'm out of here." Sean turned and started walking into the house again. Sean had been in the way of someone his whole life. He wouldn't do it again. He'd already thought of a plan if Gabriel and Angel kicked him out, which he knew they'd do at some point. He'd walk to town and hitchhike his way west. He'd get as far away from Nicolono's coven as possible. Okay, so as plans went, his pretty much sucked, but it could work if he didn't get into the wrong cars. Bring on the nice middle-aged women who had a mother's instinct and didn't want to see him get hurt. Sean sighed and felt that ache in his chest regenerate at the thought of being away from Gabriel. Sean started back into the house. "I'll be out first thing in the morning." He let out a little scream when he heard Gabriel growl and felt an arm come around his waist. "You will not leave me," Gabriel whispered against his ear. And Sean gasped at the sensation. He closed his eyes and let himself feel Gabriel's body as it pressed against his. He wanted to surrender. He'd give in if he could feel all that body heat and those hard muscles against him for the rest of his life. But Gabriel would pull away. He'd come to his senses eventually. "You don't want me, so what do you care?" Sean felt his hard cock against his ass and brought his hand up, gripping the back of Gabriel's head to keep him close. When Gabriel rubbed it against him, purposely teasing, Sean whimpered. It was the closest they had ever been to each other, and Sean wanted so much more. "And this is where I go in and make something to eat. I'm starving," Angel said, and left them alone. Sean had forgotten about him, and his voice was like gunfire in the dark, making him jump and press himself against Gabriel for protection. Sean's attention refocused when breath fanned across his skin, lifting a few strands of hair. Every cell in his body moved to his cock when Gabriel pressed his lips to the back of his neck. It figured Gabriel would find the one spot that drove him the craziest. It was as if the man knew all of Sean's buttons and pressed the ones he needed the most in any given situation. "Now, tell me I don't want you," Gabriel whispered against his skin. A tongue licked at the spot where Gabriel's lips had been. "Why do you act like you don't then?" Sean had to ask. The question burned like fire in his gut, leaving him a little raw in the middle. It must have burned Gabriel too, because he let go of Sean so abruptly he nearly fell. If not for Gabriel, he would have. "The mate pull will make it hard to walk away from me, so you might as well stay." Sean's mind went blank for a second. He couldn't think about anything but wanting to smack Gabriel upside his stupid head. And why the fuck not? He had nothing to lose anymore. Gabriel had taken every shred of sanity Sean had and ripped it away from him. "Don't you think I fucking know how hard it will be? Why do you make me feel this way?" He narrowed his eyes as a sudden thought occurred to him. "You're doing the mate pull thing on purpose. It's like a spell or something. That's how it works, isn't it?" Sean rounded on Gabriel with his fists raised. Their eyes met, and that was all it took to calm Sean. It was as if just looking at Gabriel flipped a switch inside him. He was still angry, but he couldn't do all of the violent things he wanted. Gabriel must have seen the abrupt change in Sean because his eyebrows went up as if he were surprised. "You wanted to hit me." "That's because you're a sick fucking jerk who gets off on making me want you when you don't want me back." Gabriel wore an expression that Sean couldn't decipher. "Why did you stop?" Sean couldn't wrap his head around the question. "Why does it matter? I didn't hit you and I won't." "Tell me what you felt just now." "Fuck you, Gabriel. You don't get to ask me that. Not when you don't even care at all." Gabriel rolled his eyes and went to grab for Sean. Sean moved away, not allowing it. Then Gabriel smiled at him, perhaps for the first time since they'd known each other. That smile was like a cowboy with a lasso. It drew Sean in so quickly he had no idea he was even moving closer until he was already there, Gabriel's arms coming around him, holding him close. "See? I'm showing you I care. Now tell me what you felt just now." Gabriel gently pushed the side of his face against his broad chest. "I feel fucking frustrated, Gabriel. Really incredibly frustrated." "And that made you angry enough to hit me?" "Your behavior made me angry enough to hit you, yes." "Okay. Now tell me why you didn't." "I don't know." But Sean did know. He just wasn't going to tell Gabriel. "It's important for me to know." "Why?" "It just is. Please, tell me." "When I looked at you, I just couldn't." "And why are you asking me? It's your fucking magic or spell or whatever you're doing to me." Gabriel should know how he was doing it. He made Sean feel things on purpose, didn't he? "Why did you stop?" "I don't know, Gabriel. It was just you.
Your stupid, sexy face and those ridiculously beautiful blue eyes of yours.
Sean's arms came around him then. Gabriel was letting him touch, and Sean decided to take advantage of it.
You fucking suck so much, and I want to hate you, but I don't. You treat me as if I'm dirt, and I would never put up with that from anyone else. I do from you, though, and I really, really don't know why. And now I'm whining, and I hate that. I'm not a whiner.
Sean couldn't keep the tears from his eyes. I know you're not, baby. I do feel it too, for the record. And I know I'm a douche. Sean chuckled through his tears.
Shut up.
I know this is going to make it worse and is such a cliché, but it's me, not you. Things will change now. You'll see.
You're right. That does make it worse. And seeing is believing.
Sean's arm fell to his sides, and his head came off Gabriel's chest. Sean took a step back, and Gabriel released him. I suppose I deserve that.
Chapter 7. Sean stood in front of Gabriel and poked him in the shoulder. Gabriel's eyes never opened, and he never stirred from his prone position on the couch.
Gabriel?
Sean poked him in the shoulder again and then shook him gently. He jumped a little when a hand covered his own.
What do you want, Sean?
Sean rolled his eyes. I want your phone number, and Lucas's.
Why?
Just give it to me, Gabriel.
Not until you tell me why.
Because if something happens to you while you're at the mansion, I won't know. I need your number and someone else's so I can call for help. Now just fucking give me the numbers.
Gabriel opened his eyes. That actually makes sense.
Well, thank you very much for that backhanded compliment. You know, if you listen to half the shit I'd say, you find out that I'm not as airheaded as you seem to think. Sean had a paper and pen in his hand. He would put it on his cell phone, but he didn't have one anymore. Nicolono's vampires had taken it before they'd thrown him into the cage. Sean's legs ached even as he stood there, so he sat in the chair in an attempt to relieve some of the pain. He waited for Gabriel to rattle off his phone number. The whole process was a lot less painful than he had anticipated.
I'll give you Angel's number 2, Gabriel said, and waited for Sean to get ready. You can't just call me for random stuff, though.
Sean narrowed his eyes at Gabriel. I'm not going to call you at all unless I think you're in danger.
What an asshole. Sean wouldn't call Gabriel just so that they could argue. Considering that was all they ever did, it wasn't such a stretch. I'll give you the number for my mom's house, too. Someone's always there.
Gabriel told him the number and then waited while he wrote it down.
So that you know, we're only going out once more, and then we're headed home.
So I'm off the hook after that, then? I can go home?
A muscle jumped in Gabriel's jaw. You're coming back to St. Lakes.
I need a job and shit, Gabriel. I can't just move 5 hours away or however far it is without money. I'm a broke college student, so money isn't something I have.
Don't worry about any of that right now.
Easy for you to say. You have a family who will help you out. I don't have anyone. Which reminds me, can I get Lucas's number?
No.
Sean hadn't expected that answer, so the response he was going to give caught in his throat and wouldn't come out.
Gabriel took some mercy on him and explained. He'll be at my mom's house anyway, so call there and ask him for his private number directly. Gabriel leaned forward, coming off the couch just a bit, and placed a kiss on Sean's lips. It was so unexpected that Sean didn't respond at first. It wasn't until Gabriel pulled away that Sean's brain kicked in, and then it was his body reacting. He threw himself at Gabriel, wrapping his arms around his neck before slamming their mouths together. Gabriel held him close and deepened the kiss. Sean opened when his tongue probed between his lips. Then Gabriel's tongue licked across his, and he moaned again. He finally had Gabriel's attention, and it was the best experience of his entire life. It was as if the moment was supposed to mean something. Gabriel lifted him off his lap and laid him on the couch cushions. Gabriel changed their position without breaking the kiss. Sean felt the hard ridge of Gabriel's cock against his own, and he moved his hips, wanting more of the sensation. It had been so long since anyone had touched him with affection. It put tears in Sean's eyes. He wasn't the needy sort, and he thought he was over all the crap the vampires had done to him. But being held prisoner by Nicolono for months had some lasting effects, apparently. Sean threaded his fingers through Gabriel's hair, holding him in place, afraid he'd back off the way he had before. That was when Sean felt Gabriel's teeth grow longer. The pointed edges moved against his lip, and Sean stiffened. Did that happen? Or was it an illusion? If it did, what did it mean? And what was he supposed to do about it? Gabriel must have felt his stress because he pulled back. Sean had no choice but to let him go. He was acutely aware he must have looked like some wanton slut, sprawled out on the couch with his legs spread wide. I can't help the teeth. When Gabriel spoke, he refused to meet Sean's gaze, not that it mattered. I wasn't scared or anything, I just don't know what they mean, or if you were going to wolf out, or whatever you call it. We call it shift, and they mean I lost control. What does that mean? Gabriel sighed. It doesn't matter, because neither one of us is ready to bond. Sean closed his legs and sat up on the couch. What gives you the right to make that decision for me? I'm not going to bond with you right now, Sean, so just drop it. Sean stood up. I'll drop it if you stop shoving your tongue down my throat. Gabriel growled and turned from the room. He mumbled under his breath. Should spank his cute little ass, worried for nothing. His mouth would have pushed me over the edge before now. I can hear everything you just said. And if you try to spank me, then I'll squirt you in the face like my grandmother used to do to our dog when it was naughty. Gabriel just growled again and left the cabin. Sean sighed and picked up the cabin's landline phone. He dialed one of the numbers Gabriel had given him and waited for someone to answer. Somerset residence, this is Jules speaking. The man's voice was soft and quiet. It held a kindness which immediately put Sean at ease. Hi, this is Sean. Can I speak to Lucas? He isn't here right now. Would you like him to call you back when he gets in later? Yeah, that would be great, thank you. Sean gave Jules the cabin's number. I remember you. Yeah? I was the man who tried to push you to Bennett. He's the dragon? Yes. Thanks for helping me, Sean said, and leaned against the back of the couch, settling in. We both saved each other. I'm glad we're safe now. Yeah, me too. Sean took a deep breath and let it out. Some of his tension left him. Something about talking to someone who acted as if they didn't mind the conversation was refreshing, and Sean didn't want it to end. Can I ask you something? Sure. How do you like it in St. Lakes? I love St. Lakes. Mother Estelle is great, and I just got a job yesterday. I haven't started yet, but Garrison, that's who I work for, he says I can start working in his shop 2 weeks from now. Sean found himself smiling at the enthusiasm in Jules's voice. What will your job be? Just stuff in the office mostly, but Garrison says I'll also help sell his furniture. It's great stuff, and all I have to do is direct customers to the right area of the store. The furniture will sell itself. I'll show you around when you come home. I'd like that a lot. Sean had trouble imagining himself around Gabriel's family on a permanent basis. They chatted about St. Lakes a little bit more. Sean discovered Jules was a great listener. He found himself saying, I'm nervous about everyone liking me. I like you. But you don't know what I did. Tell me then. It won't change anything. Gabriel walked into the house then and stood in the doorway. He watched Sean intently for long seconds. Sean thought about not saying it aloud. He didn't want Gabriel to hate him any more than he already did. But why have secrets? Still, he didn't like to think about the fact he did something shitty. I almost turned Lucas over to Nicolono's coven. One of his members who paid me for blood asked me to, and at first I told him no, but then he threatened me. Nearly took too much blood from me that time, so I gave in. The way Lucas tells the story, you changed your mind at the last minute. Yeah, well, too little too late. I gave in to Nicolono every time too. Even when he was hurting my mates, I still gave in to him. Jules had been Nicolono's prisoner for a while. which had probably left the poor man with so many emotional scars, Sean was surprised Jules could even have a coherent conversation.
Nicolona would have hurt you, Jules. You did the right thing. It felt wrong, then and now. I should have fought for my mates, but I didn't know how.
What do you think the results would have been?
Jules chuckled. That's what Dr. Tucker keeps asking me too.
Dr. Tucker?
He's my therapist.
Sean looked at Gabriel then, noticed his brow wrinkled in worry. How many times did those fuckers drain you, or come close?
Just a second, Jules. Gabriel is talking to me.
Sean pulled the phone away from his face and said,
Twice. The last time I think they took too much, but Lucas saved me.
Gabriel's frown intensified, but he nodded. He turned from the room. Sean was just getting ready to talk to Jules again, but Gabriel stopped and said, You made a mistake. Get over it and move on. Lucas did.
I just fucking love the way you talk to me with gentleness and kindness, Sean said, with no small amount of sarcasm.
You want hearts and flowers when you need to be told to move on from a fuck-up?
No.
All right then. You won't ever get that from me, Sean.
I understood the second I met you.
Chapter 8. Sean sat on the couch reading one of the books he had gotten from the bookshelf. He had a blanket covering his lap. Even though it was a good temperature outside, he still shivered. He pulled it higher to his chest and held the book as close as possible, trying to use his body heat. The book was a horror novel involving a man who kidnapped women. The opening scene involved the bad guy breaking into the house of a family and murdering all of them except 2 college-age girls. One hid under the bed, and the other he took.
Are you reading that book or just staring at the page?
Angel's voice snapped him out of his thoughts.
What?
He blinked and met Angel's gaze, who sat in the plush chair to his left.
You've been staring at the same page for the past 15 minutes. Are you okay?
Sean nodded, but otherwise didn't say anything. When Angel's eyes narrowed, Sean averted his gaze, avoiding conversation.
You know, you've been unusually quiet the last few hours.
Sean had a smart-ass comment all built up, nice and sweet on the tip of his tongue, waiting to jump. He swallowed it down and didn't say a word. Instead, he read the next line in the book and tried to ignore the man next to him. A few minutes passed, and then Angel pounced as if he were a gigantic cat shifter instead of a vampire. Were cat shifters even a thing? It seemed likely, given the fact dragon shifters existed. Sean had a sudden thought. What if all those creatures, like the Loch Ness Monster and Yetis, were rare shifters? That would explain so much.
What's going on with you?
Nothing. Sean wasn't about to tell Angel he was keeping his mouth shut so Gabriel wouldn't get tired of him. Sean's grandmother had always said he was good at poking the bear, or, in his case, wolf. He had a hard time keeping his mouth shut on a casual, everyday basis. Words flew as if they were birds scared out of a tree. Keeping the peace between him and Gabriel was hard work.
Just tell me before Gabriel comes back from his run. I already know it has something to do with him, Angel demanded.
Sean let out a harsh breath, telling Angel he was annoyed far better than words.
I don't want him to get sick of me and kick me out. You have a lot to learn about paranormal, Sean.
Angel sighed and seemed to mumble something under his breath Sean couldn't hear.
Sometimes paranormals latch onto each other. It's hard to explain, but Gabriel felt like family from the first moment I met him. It's odd, I know, but it is what it is. If he's family, then so are you, Sean.
Why?
Because you're his mate.
I don't even know what that means.
It means you share the same soul. At least, that's what the vampires believe. Shifters have a different way of saying it, but it amounts to the same thing.
Sean was speechless for the first time in his entire life. The words weren't there for several long seconds, and then he started laughing. So hard he had tears in his eyes.
He hates me,
he croaked out when he could. Angel waited for Sean to calm down. When he did, Angel explained,
Gabriel has some issues to work out.
Yeah, like loathing the other half of his soul. Sean held up a hand, getting his breath back. It took him a couple more minutes to stop laughing. When he finally composed himself, he said, "Look, I get Gabriel is all growly for some reason and has been since I decided to keep my mouth shut. And I get it's uncomfortable for you to live with us, but I'm the one who wants Gabriel. He's the one who doesn't want me. So you're talking to the wrong half of the soul here." "I'm not trying to make it comfortable for myself, Sean." Sean waved him away. "Then what's your motivation? And don't give me any of that crap about you caring about me. I've been on my own most of my life and have had to survive, so you're not talking to some sheltered kid who grew up in suburbia. I know how the real world works." Angel leaned forward, his face inches from Sean. "I didn't grow up like that either, but apparently I've learned more than you." "Oh yeah? What is that?" "Some people will stick around if you just stop trying to push them away." With that, Angel moved back and stood, leaving the room. Sean found Angel sitting on one of the chairs that graced the open front porch. The air was much warmer today, and Sean stood in the sun, leaning against a post for several minutes, soaking in some of the heat. He had on a sweater he'd stolen from Gabriel's closet. He'd taken it because it had looked warm, and it smelled like Gabriel. So, win-win, as far as he was concerned. Since the weather was changing, he thought he would feel a bit warm, but the deep frost from winter seeped into his bones and made a home. He just couldn't shake it, no matter how hard he tried. Maybe he really was getting sick. He tried to burrow into the sweater, but it didn't help. He shivered anyway, and cursed himself for not thinking to grab the blanket. "So, tell me more about this mate thing." "It just means you're perfect for each other." Was that a compliment or an insult? Because it sounded like an insult. Angel chuckled. "Neither. It's what mate means. Or basically." Angel frowned at him a second later. "Aren't you hot? It's almost 80 degrees out here today." He decided to ignore his question. If he was getting sick, there wasn't much Angel could do about it, so his answer didn't matter. Instead, he said, "I tried to leave, but he wouldn't let me." "So, is that what you do then? Leave when things get hard?" Sean stiffened. He started to tell Angel to fuck off, but then stopped himself. "Let's just say I'm excellent at knowing when I'm getting to be too much for people to tolerate." "Well, you are a bit much." Angel grinned. "I know you're trying to joke, but it really has been a theme in my life. My mother even kicked me out when I was young. I lived with my grandma after that, and she was great. She died when I was 15 years old and left me with a little bit of money. I did the foster care thing for a couple of years, but eventually they'd get sick of me. The longest I made it in one foster care home was 6 months. Stayed with friends until they got tired of me, but I have an apartment now. Well, I did before all this shit happened." "All that past shit has nothing to do with now, Sean. Gabriel won't kick you out. And honestly, I'd be shocked if you could be away from him for very long. That's all part of the mating pool." "So I'll always feel this pain in my gut whenever Gabriel's away?" "It'll lessen when you bond." "And what does that entail?" "You need to talk to Gabriel about the bonding part of it." Angel grinned knowingly. "I'm not talking to him, remember?" "You should." "You know what sucks? I've never in my life given a crap about a guy before. I've always been the one who men chased, not the other way around. I don't know what I'm doing." What made it all worse was Sean had been stuck in the cabin for weeks now, not seeing anyone but Gabriel and Angel. "I need to get out of here for a couple of hours. I think I've forgotten other people besides Gabriel even exist in the world." "We'll be leaving for St. Lake soon." Sean stood from his chair, his legs aching. "Do you dance, Angel?" "A little. Why?" "Because we should go dancing sometime. That's something I've missed in the past few months." Sean winced when the pain got worse, and he sat again. "Are you okay?" Before Sean could respond, a big wolf came out of the forest. Sean sucked in a breath and stiffened. The wolf looked at him as if he was lunch, and Sean made a sound in the back of his throat. "You do know that's Gabriel, right? He's not going to hurt you. He can't. Like, physically can't. So relax," Angel whispered. Sean focused on the wolf's blue eyes and did see an intelligence that was more human than animalistic. Gabriel sniffed the air and then sat a few yards from them. His front legs came down, his doggy head resting on them. Gabriel whimpered in a very canine sort of way. Sean stood again and winced when the ache in his legs turned to pinpricks in his muscles. Still, he walked toward the big wolf, who lifted his head and sniffed the air when Sean came closer. "You can understand me?" Sean asked. The wolf barked once, and then lifted his front feet so it was sitting again. Sean reached up and patted the wolf's head. "Your fur is soft. This is weird." The wolf growled and Sean squealed. He would have moved away, but the pain in his legs increased by slow degrees. "Really? Did you have to scare me like that? Just shut up, Gabriel, and let me pet you." Gabriel growled again. "We even argue when you're in doggy form." "It's not cool to call him a dog, Sean, or to say you're petting him," Angel explained from the front porch. Sean rolled his eyes. "Whatever. I think it's best if I just go back to not talking." Sean turned and started across the lawn, but then he felt a hand on his shoulder and turned again. "I'm not a dog. I'm a wolf. And my wolf likes your touch. That's why I growled the first time." Sean nodded and swallowed the lump in his throat. Sean scanned Gabriel's body. "You're very naked." Gabriel grinned and kissed Sean on the lips. Sean was going to comment on how hot Gabriel was, but his legs felt like mush, and he swayed on his feet. "Gabriel, do you think you can catch me?" "What?" Gabriel's brow creased. "I'm gonna pass out." His own voice sounded like it came to his ears in a tunnel. His eyes went black around the edges before his brain clicked off. Chapter 9. Sean rolled onto his back and then onto his side again. Someone rubbed his back, which made him stay on his side for as long as the pain would let him, which wasn't nearly as long as he would have liked. He found the physical contact soothing. He brought his legs up to his chest and then put them back down again when the pain intensified. His legs felt as if he ran a marathon, and Sean knew it wasn't possible because he hadn't run anywhere and probably never would. He heard Gabriel's voice close by and turned again, toward the sound, and the hand on his back slipped away. "I don't know. He just passed out. I don't smell anything wrong at all." "No. It's complicated, Mom." "I know. Can we please get back to Sean? My mate is in pain. I need Lucas here now." "Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I'm just worried." Sean opened his eyes, reaching out to touch Gabriel's thigh, which remained uncovered. He felt the hair on Gabriel's leg and the warm skin beneath, and ran his fingers over it gently. "Don't send Lucas," Sean whispered. Gabriel met his gaze, his brow creasing. "He can heal you." "Doesn't matter. We're too close to the Coven's mansion." "You're in pain, Sean." "And that means we should sacrifice Lucas? Just give me a pain pill or whatever. It's probably just the flu." Gabriel turned away from him and said into the phone, "Get Lucas over here, please." Sean grabbed the back of Gabriel's neck, pulling him down. When Sean's mouth was close enough to the phone, he said, "Not Lucas, please. It's too risky." Gabriel looked intent as he listened to the other person on the phone. "Mom wants to know how long you've been feeling like this." Sean shrugged. "It just got a lot worse in the last month, but my legs hurt even when I was a prisoner at the mansion." Gabriel kissed him, and then took the hand from the back of his neck. He smiled and patted him. "You just rest. I'll make sure you get better." Gabriel stood and started out of the room. Sean watched him leave and only then noticed that he was in Gabriel's bed. He sat up and swung his legs over the side, bracing himself on the wall before standing. He still had considerable amounts of pain, but he could move well enough. He wobbled a bit as if he was a stringed puppet. He was still able to make his way across to the dresser. He had opened 3 drawers before he found a pair of Gabriel's pants. After taking the pants in hand, Sean shut the door and made his way out of the room, although he was shaky. Gabriel was in the kitchen, leaning against the counter, looking all kinds of pissed. "Vaughn is coming when?" Just take Sean. I can finish the damn job. When Gabriel saw him, he dropped the phone, making his way to him. Gabriel lifted him into his arms. Sean saw Angel pick up the phone and talk into it.
You can't run around without pants.
You need to relax. Sean laid his head on Gabriel's shoulder.
I just passed out. I'll be fine.
You aren't fine. You're not nearly as witty as normal.
I'll try harder in the future.
I take it back. Gabriel laid Sean down with a gentleness Sean hadn't experienced before.
I'm not tired.
Sean picked up the pants that lay across the foot of the bed, handing them to Gabriel.
Do you want me to shut my eyes or something?
Gabriel chuckled and took the pants, putting them on. No, shifters are naked a lot. We're comfortable this way. And then there's the fact that you're my mate.
I thought you didn't want me.
We have a lot to talk about. Just get better first.
I just wish I could enjoy the view.
Sean shivered and started to sit up long enough to pull the blankets around him. Gabriel stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. Are you cold? Sean nodded, but otherwise didn't respond. Gabriel lifted Sean's legs and adjusted the blankets over him. Sean winced as the pinpricks worsened. Gabriel sat next to Sean and ran a hand through his hair as he stared at him.
Will you lay with me, just for a few minutes? I promise I won't get any ideas of love everlasting.
Sean averted his gaze, not wanting to see the rejection when it came. When Gabriel stood, Sean watched him move to the other side of the bed. His upper body was bare, and the sweatpants hung low on his waist. Sweatpants shouldn't have been sexy, but they were on Gabriel. He wished his legs worked, and that he wasn't so darn cold all the time. If his body would cooperate, he just might be willing to wrap himself around Gabriel and hump him until they both were satisfied. The mattress dipped behind him, and then Sean felt Gabriel's long body against his. Gabriel wrapped an arm around his waist. Tell me if I hurt you.
You feel warm, actually, and that helps a lot.
They'd only been lying there for a couple of hours when someone knocked on the door. Gabriel went to the door. When Gabriel gasped, Sean wanted to see why, so he lifted his head and saw Lucas in the doorway. Sean watched as Lucas came into the bedroom.
This is stupid. Gabriel, why is he here?
To Lucas, Sean said,
You're going to get yourself killed, you idiot.
Just let me fix you. I'm on Vaughn's plane back to St. Lakes as soon as this is done. There seemed to be 1,000,000 people in the small bedroom all of a sudden. A big man with dark hair and a worried scowl hovered over Lucas, and a black man stood next to them. The black man was the scariest person on the face of the planet because he was big and the scowl on his face never left. He had his arm wrapped around the waist of a small man. Sean recognized the smaller man as being the one with Lucas the day they had broken out of the prison. Sean remembered his name was Sage. Sean raised a hand at him and smiled. Sage smiled back, then walked up to Sean.
Do you want anything to eat or drink? You look very pale.
Sean shook his head.
Thank you anyway. My stomach rebels against food.
Gabriel growled. You haven't been eating? How many meals have you skipped, Sean? Sean rolled his eyes.
Can you maybe yell at me later? I promise to let you tell me what a fuck-up I am all you want without saying a word if you just give me a fucking break right now.
Another man with kind eyes also came into the room. He had a commanding presence which made the hairs on the back of Sean's neck stand up. Sean's grandma had always said trouble followed Sean wherever he went. He was sure the man would say the same thing, except he would say it in a not-so-nice and friendly tone. Good thing he had a smile for Sean. I'm Ramsey, the alpha of St. Lakes and Gabriel's brother. Sean sat up on the bed, holding his hand out. His head swam a little.
Sean, Gabriel's unwanted mate and all-around fuck-up.
Gabriel growled, but otherwise didn't say a word. Ramsey turned his gaze on Gabriel and his eyes narrowed. Outside, now. Sean was stunned when Gabriel's head lowered and he tilted it to the side. Yes, Alpha. Can I talk to my mate for a second? Ramsey nodded and Gabriel walked over to the bed, sitting down on it. Why haven't you been eating?
Because I've been nauseous.
For how long?
A few months. Probably just got something from being in that prison of Nicolono's. It wasn't the most sanitary place to be.
I'll be right outside the door. Just let Lucas do his thing to fix you.
Yeah, okay.
Let Sage get you something to eat and drink.
Sean met Sage's gaze. Maybe just some water, but I can't eat anything. Even thinking about it turns my stomach.
Sage smiled at him.
Crackers, then.
Sean nodded because Sage's smile made it impossible to say no.
Thank you. My pleasure.
As Sage walked out of the room, he kissed the big man on the lips. The man never lost his scowl, but he did have a softness in his expression that he seemed to reserve just for Sage. There was a sparkle there. Sage whispered in the man's ear, and he smiled. The transformation made Sean wish he knew what Sage had said.
I'll talk to Gabriel, Ramsey. This is a parental problem, not a clan issue, Garrison murmured.
Parental problem? Garrison didn't appear old enough to be Gabriel's father. Maybe he was like a parent to the whole family. Ramsey nodded.
That's fine, Garrison.
Garrison turned his gaze on Gabriel.
Go out and wait for me.
Gabriel nodded and left the room without a word. He wasn't happy about it, if his scowl was any indication, but he still did what Garrison told him.
I'm so confused right now. What is going on?
When no one answered him, Sean said,
Answer me, damn it!
When Garrison turned his focus on Sean, he wanted to jump from the bed and get as far away as possible. It was intense, and his focus was so commanding, Sean had a hard time keeping his mouth shut.
You will get better.
It's not like I have control.
Sean shut up when Garrison held up a hand.
Let Lucas read you.
Garrison nodded to Lucas, which seemed to be all the motivation he needed to walk toward Sean. Lucas kept his eyes guarded and his expression neutral. Sean wondered why and was about to ask, but Lucas held out a hand, stopping him from speaking. Sean narrowed his eyes, not liking Lucas's dismissive gesture.
You're mad, but you still want to hold my hand?
Yes, I'm angry, and I'm trying to be courteous. I can read you whether I touch you or not. I was asking to read you.
I know I fucked up turning you over to Gary.
That's not why. You did the right thing, and we don't have time to talk about it. I can feel you slipping away.
I don't give a shit where I'm slipping. I need to know what I did so I can fix it.
We don't have time for this. Sean crossed his arms over his chest and gave Lucas a defiant look.
Dying isn't that bad of a thing, you know. I did that once, remember?
Gabriel came into the room a second later, the bedroom door banging against the wall. Gabriel growled and climbed onto the bed, wrapping his arms around Sean. He pulled Sean against his chest.
You will not die.
Lucas threw up his hands.
I can't even read Sean now. Garrison, make Gabriel go away, please. His emotions are all over the place, and I can't even find Sean's in all that mess.
Gabriel growled at Lucas. The big man who had been hovering over Lucas made a menacing sound low in his throat and took a step toward them.
Bennett, leave the room and take Gabriel with you,
Garrison commanded. Sean pressed himself into Gabriel when Bennett walked over to the bed.
Get up, now. You're making it worse by being in here.
Gabriel instantly let up. You cannot die.
Sean shrugged. It wasn't that bad when the vampire drained me that time. It felt peaceful.
Don't argue this time, baby. Sean felt himself start to pass out again. He couldn't argue even if he wanted to. Gabriel. Everything after that happened in a cloud. Gabriel started yelling, and then the shout turned to a growl. His arms left him, and then Sean felt the softness of fur against his cheek. He felt Lucas in his head, which seemed impossible. It was as if some foreign object had lodged itself in his mind. Then Lucas was gone, replaced with a white-hot pain that filled his entire body. Sean sat again and cried Gabriel's name as if asking him to take the pain away. When Sean lay back down, he felt the soft fur against his cheek. He sighed with relief and let sleep take him. Chapter 10. Something didn't feel right. Sean lay on fabric. There was a cushion underneath his head, and he felt comfortable, but fabric was not what he'd fallen asleep feeling.
He opened his eyes and scanned the room, trying to get his bearings. Garrison sat in a chair in the corner with the same scowl, Sage on his lap with his arms around him, his cheek pressed against his broad chest. "Where's Gabriel?" Sean inquired. Garrison met his gaze.
"Pacing outside the room, most likely."
Then Sean heard Gabriel growl, even with the door separating them. "Why is he out there?"
"Because they won't let me in to comfort my own mate," Gabriel yelled.
"Since when do you even want to comfort me?" Sean yelled back. The door opened and Gabriel stood taking in Sean, as if making sure he was safe.
"Since right now, damn it." "Get out, Gabe," Garrison said, and patted Sage on the ass.
Sage kissed Garrison on the cheek before walking toward the door. He winked at Sean as he passed. Sage stood in front of Gabriel and met his gaze. "Move, and don't touch me because I can't stand for anyone to do that but Garrison." Both men left after that, Gabriel bitching the entire time about needing to comfort his mate. Sean wanted Gabriel's support. He always had, but he just never thought the man would give it to him. Garrison stood and walked over to the bed. Sean sat up and eyed him. "Why are you in here?"
"Lucas let me into your mind while you were sleeping. You need me, and Mother Estelle. You need to know there are people who will love you."
He couldn't handle the love part of what Garrison said. It would make him cry, and he didn't want to appear weak in front of him. "It should be illegal for Lucas to get in my mind without my permission."
"It is, but you're going to let it go because Lucas saved your life, at least temporarily."
"What does that mean?" Sean curled his fingers into the blankets at his waist.
"The vampires draining you caused problems with your system. Problems that won't go away permanently."
"Does that mean I'm dying still?"
"No, that means Lucas and Estelle have a few things to figure out. You'll keep losing blood from your body, but you're okay for right now."
"So I'm a vampire now?"
"No, but you do have some of their traits."
"Why are you the one telling me this and not Lucas or Gabriel?"
"Because Gabriel isn't rational right now, and Lucas needed to go back home where it's safe. Ramsey and Bennett went with him."
Garrison held his hand palm up, and Sean let go of the blanket, relaxing his fingers a few degrees at a time. Sean hesitated, but put his hand in Garrison's. "So you and Sage are the ones left to pick up the pieces of my fucked-up life?"
"Your life isn't as bad as you think."
"No, it's only as bad as I make it. I fuck up a lot, and half the time I don't even know what I'm doing. Me almost dying is a case in point. Now I'm permanently scarred. Well, not scarred, but you understand my meaning." Garrison didn't say anything for the longest time. It felt like hours, but was just a couple of minutes. Still, the silence was uncomfortable. Sean wasn't the type to be uncomfortable around silences anyway, especially when they involved a stranger, which seemed to be most of the people in his life at the moment. He knew not to speak, though. When Garrison did speak, he said,
"It's easy to fall into traps if you've never had anyone teach you how to go around them."
"And you think I'm teachable?"
"Everyone is."
"Well, I've never been very good at learning common sense."
"Common sense isn't something you learn."
"I know. It was supposed to be a joke."
Garrison sighed. "How about you come home with Sage and me?"
Gabriel opened the door then in a dramatic flourish. Gabriel's eyes flashed with an angry panic Sean had never seen before.
"You are not leaving my sight. Not for any reason."
"Well, how the hell is that supposed to work, Gabriel? Angel told me you have one more mission to go on."
"I'm not going."
Garrison sighed.
"I don't think you should. And you're right. You shouldn't be away from him for any length of time right now. Not with his condition. We'll all go home for now. You, Angel, and I will come back in a couple of days when things calm down."
"No," Sage said from somewhere in the living room.
"Sage."
"Garrison."
Garrison sighed. "We'll work it out later."
Sage came in with his hands on his hips and a scowl on his face. Garrison let Sean's hand go so he could hold it out to Sage.
"Oh no, this time your sexiness will not work, mister, and don't you dare say that I'm irrational."
"I wasn't going to." Sean could see the amusement in Garrison's expression. "This time it has nothing to do with my PTSD. This time, it's about me not wanting you to go back to the place that held you captive for 40 years.
Sean sucked in a breath.
Holy shit, he mumbled. It's not good for you to be back there.
Sage took a step closer and Garrett snaked an arm around his waist, pulling him close.
No, you always do this. You make me forget.
Sage's gaze seemed to settle on Garrett's lips, which turned into a smile. Sean felt the mattress dip and saw Gabriel sitting beside him. Gabriel's eyes changed and he growled. Despite that, Gabriel wrapped his arms around Sean's waist and pulled him close. "My wolf is close to the surface," Gabriel whispered to him.
"Why?"
Gabriel's eyebrows drew together. "You almost died, Sean."
"I don't understand."
"I'm upset that I almost lost you. That brings the wolf out because my instinct is to protect you."
"So it takes almost dying to get you to care?"
Gabriel sighed. "We have a lot to talk about."
"Better get it said. According to Garrison, I may not have much time left."
Gabriel growled low in his throat and pulled Sean closer. "When we get home."
"I don't have a home. And that reminds me, I need to get clothes for my apartment."
"No. If you need clothes, then I'll take you shopping when we get home, but you can't go back there. It's too dangerous, especially in your condition."
Sean rolled his eyes. "I'm not pregnant, Gabriel, and you can't tell me I can't go back to my apartment. I wasn't asking you. I was telling you out of courtesy."
"You will not go back there, Sean, with or without me. And if you try, I'll drag your ass back here and then paddle you like a naughty child."
Sean narrowed his eyes. "Is that a threat, or is that foreplay?"
Everyone who wasn't Gabriel laughed. Even Angel. Sean was so engrossed in his argument he didn't even see Angel enter the room.
"Do they always fight like that?"
Sage asked Angel.
"You have no idea."
Sean came out of the bedroom in time to see Sage in the small kitchen area, chopping something. He smiled as he walked across the room.
"Do you need help?"
He heard the shower running and knew Gabriel was in there.
"Not really. It's just sandwiches. Garrison says we're getting ready to go home. I thought I'd use some of the food you guys have in here so it doesn't go to waste. Do you want one?"
Sage held up a neatly wrapped sandwich.
"Thanks."
As of yet, he still hadn't eaten and was a little apprehensive. He wasn't sure what it would do to his stomach.
"Where are Garrison and Angel?"
"Outside in the yard." Sage went to the refrigerator and pulled out a water bottle. He handed it to Sean without a word. Sean unscrewed the cap and took a drink.
"So, what do you say we go on a trip to get my clothes?"
Sage chuckled.
"You are so talking to the wrong person. I don't go anywhere without Garrison."
"Ever?"
"I can go to work by myself now if he's building a project at home instead of in the store. His storefront is right next to the diner where I work, so most of the time we go together. I've only had a panic attack twice in the past couple weeks, and the last time I got through it on my own."
Sean remembered the blood on Sage's pants when they'd been trying to get out of Nicolono's mansion, and remembered how strong he'd been.
"I'm sorry that happened to you."
Sage smiled.
"I'm working on it. Every day is a new day, and my mate is wonderfully tolerant of my neediness. I hope Gabriel and his family of shifter people kill every single one of those bastards who did that to you."
Sage chuckled.
"We're called a clan."
"And Ramsey is the leader?"
"Yes. I take it you and Gabriel were too busy arguing with each other for him to explain about shifters?"
Sean unwrapped the sandwich.
"Something like that, yeah."
He took a bite and closed his eyes at how good it tasted.
"Well, if you want someone to help explain things to you, I'd be glad to." "Yeah, okay. Explain how this mate shit works."
Sage's eyebrows went up.
"Like the mechanics of it?"
"Yeah."
"Gabriel needs to explain about the biting and sex."
"Wait, there's biting and sex? Well, why the hell didn't anyone tell me that?" Sean took another bite of his sandwich and set it down on the counter. He walked over to the bathroom and knocked on the door. "What do you want, Sean?" Sean turned to Sage, rolling his eyes.
"How the hell did you know it was me?"
"I can smell you," Gabriel said.
"Oh. Can I come in? I need to talk to you."
"Can it wait until after I've showered?"
"Sure. It's about sex and biting, though."
Sean chuckled when Gabriel growled out, "Get in here." Sean turned the knob and opened the door. The steam from the shower hung in the air, dampening the parts of Sean's skin that were exposed. The mirror had a nice layer of condensation on it. "So, Sage tells me mating involves biting and sex? Is that right?" "Pretty much, yeah." "Do you like those things?" "Do you?" Answering a question with a question was not cool. Still, Sean answered it anyway. "I like sex. I'm pretty sure I'll like sex with you. I mean, you're fucking hot, and I might have been sick, but I still noticed your dick, which looked amazing, by the way. I don't know about the biting part, but I know some people like it because there's biting porn on the internet." Gabriel laughed, and Sean was so stunned that he was speechless for a full minute. "I've never heard you laugh before." Sean felt water fall on him and thought he imagined it at first, and then he felt it again. Sean saw Gabriel's hand throw a few drops of water over the top of the shower curtain. Sean smiled and narrowed his eyes. "Paybacks are a bitch, Gabriel." Sean walked over to the toilet and pressed the handle down with one finger. Sean chuckled when Gabriel yelled. What he didn't expect was for Gabriel to come out of the shower as if his ass was on fire. Sean got a good eyeful of all those delicious naked bits for about a second before Gabriel pulled a towel off the rack. He wiped his face with it, and Sean was able to get a good look at all those slick, shiny muscles. Gabriel's cock was half hard and a shade darker than the rest of his skin. Sean wanted to touch him, but was afraid to break whatever spell Gabriel was under that made him cooperative. "Do you feel better now?" "What?" Sean's brain was mush. He wondered what Gabriel would do if he fell to his knees and worshipped him with his tongue. "How do you feel?" "Hard. Really, really hard? Like I could pound rocks with my cock?" Gabriel chuckled, and Sean's eyes darted to his face, not wanting to miss his smile. "Your smile makes me even hornier." Gabriel grinned. "I can smell your arousal, Sean." "Like every time?" Gabriel didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "So you don't feel sick anymore?" "No, I feel healthy. Does this mean we get to do it now because I'm okay with that?" Gabriel's eyes changed. "Our first time will not be in a bathroom, Sean. And if I were you, I'd run." "Why?" "Because paybacks are a bitch." It took Sean a second to comprehend Gabriel's meaning, and when he did, he started giggling like a girl before he even got out of the bathroom. Sean heard Gabriel growl even as he turned and pulled the bathroom door open. He felt Gabriel's hand on his back, and Sean let out a squeal. Poor Sage didn't know what was going on when Sean ran past him out of the door. Sean started laughing when Gabriel's hand just skimmed his shirt. Garrison and Angel were sitting on the front porch when he ran into the yard. Sean turned when there was nowhere else to go except in the forest or around the house. Either place would wreak havoc on his bare feet. "Now, Gabriel, you should be reasonable. I was going to offer to suck your dick back there." Gabriel grinned at him. "Is that so?" Sean held his finger and his thumb up, showing Gabriel his measurement. "This close." "Do you know how hot the water is?" "Yes, because you did it to me just the other day." Sean backed up and was sure Gabriel was going to be done with their playing when he straightened. It was when Sean let his guard down that Gabriel made a grab for him. He let out a squeal when Gabriel's arms wrapped around him, and he started laughing when he growled against his neck. What he was doing tickled enough to make Sean squirm around in his arms. Gabriel kissed a spot on his neck, nipping at his skin. "You smell so good, baby." Sean's eyes closed as if they had a mind of their own, and he wrapped his arms around Gabriel's neck. He pressed his cock into the hard thigh between his legs, wanting to ride it until he came. Gabriel licked again, and Sean tilted his head. He kissed a path down to the spot where Sean's shoulder and neck met. The pointed ends of Gabriel's teeth pressed into his flesh, and Sean whimpered. "Bonding is a private matter, Gabriel." Garrison's deep rumbling voice was like ice water for both of them. Gabriel still didn't stop kissing him, though. When he got to Sean's ear, he whispered, "He's right. We need to stop." "You started it," Sean said, whining. He shook a bit in the aftermath of the most intense experience of his life.
God, Gabriel, I'm about ready to explode. Please tell me you aren't going to run away from me this time. I can't take it. And maybe it means I'm showing you my hand, but I just can't care, so yeah, talk so I'll shut up.
I'm ready for this, I think. We still need to talk. You need to know some stuff, but I'm ready.
Sean met Gabriel's gaze. You better not be fucking with me.
Gabriel wore an incredulous expression. Really?
Well, you've been acting like a menopausal woman. It's a legitimate concern.
What the hell do you know about menopause?
I'll have you know my grandmother went through it for years, and she'd been bitchy, just like you.
Gabriel growled again, and Sean started laughing. Chapter 11. The darkness outside the car window and the hum of the engine had a lulling effect that had Sean's eyes closing and his head drooping onto Gabriel's shoulder. Once his cheek touched the soft t-shirt material and the hard muscle beneath, he lifted his head and came awake with a start. "It's fine if you sleep," Gabriel whispered. Sean shook his head. He had watched a movie once that involved a killer visiting teenagers in their sleep. The man had a burnt face that appeared more like a brain than human skin, and he wore a glove with long knives at the end of each finger. The kids couldn't go to sleep for fear of getting killed in their nightmares, so they would try to stay awake as long as possible. Sean's monster was the poor vampire who was deformed and starved of blood. It visited his nightmares like in the movie. Logically, he knew the monster wouldn't actually kill him in his dreams. It might have made a scary movie, but it didn't make sense. Of course, just a few months ago, Sean had thought humans were the only ones inhabiting the earth, and he was proven wrong. So, what did he know about logic? Sean saw Gabriel's eyes change. A smile touched his lips, and a tenderness entered his eyes, which was new. If he could be mated to a man who shifted into a wolf, then anything was possible. Gabriel reached for Sean, pulling him over with a hand on the top of his head, and held him there until he rested on his shoulder. Sean popped his head up, and Gabriel did it again. Sean sighed in irritation, which Gabriel ignored. The second he was free of the hold, he popped his head up again.
If I sleep now, I won't be able to later on.
Well, I can't sleep with you two arguing, so shut up, Angel bitched from the other side of him. Someone's grouchy, Sean whispered to Gabriel. Gabriel chuckled. Sage turned in the front passenger seat. Why don't you sit on Gabe's lap? That way it's easier for you to whisper to each other and Angel can sleep. I do it with Garrison all the time. Sean shrugged and unbuckled the seatbelt. He hesitated when Gabriel didn't make a move to invite him over. Is that okay with you? Gabriel nodded, and his eyes changed again. Sean felt hands on his waist, and then Gabriel lifted him. Gabriel's thighs cradled his ass, and he pressed himself against a hard, chiseled chest. Gabriel wrapped his arms around him. If there was ever a moment where Sean wished he didn't have a shirt on, it was when Gabriel ran his hand up Sean's back. His shirt bunched as he ascended. Sean was selfish and wanted it all to himself. Finally, Gabriel gripped the nape of Sean's neck and pulled him closer. Gabriel kissed his cheek before moving to his ear. Sean took a slow breath and shut his eyes as he let it out slowly when he felt Gabriel's breath on his skin. It's getting harder not to bond with you.
Are you talking about the biting thing?
Sean let out a shuddered breath. Yeah.
You don't want me like that, or...
Gabriel kissed Sean's cheek again and then sniffed his neck. He ran his hand down Sean's back and then the hem of his shirt lifted. When Gabriel's warm fingers touched his bare skin, he moaned and tried to move closer. He wrapped his arm around Gabriel's neck to get it out of the way. It turned out to be beneficial when he realized he could touch the soft strands of Gabriel's hair. When he took Sean's other hand and brought it to his jeans-covered cock, Sean swallowed the whimper he felt building in his throat. Gabriel's hard cock pressed against his palm. Wanting you isn't the problem. Sean wrapped his fingers around the hard ridge and squeezed. His heart pounded as if he were running a marathon. Every single ounce of blood and every one of his brain cells went right to his cock. Gabriel covered Sean's hand with his own. Later. After we talk.
And when we're alone.
Yes, please be alone, Gabriel grumbled. He jumped a little, having forgotten where he was and that other people were in the car with him. Sean turned so he could whisper in Gabriel's ear.
Will the bonding lead to sex?
Yeah, and that will also help us bond. Once we do, there's no going back. Sean pulled back to look into Gabriel's eyes.
Are you trying to tell me that shifters bond for life?
Gabriel's eyebrows came together and he stiffened. He nodded and averted his gaze. Sean watched him for long minutes, not sure what to say. His words from moments ago were at complete odds with his physical reaction.
I'm confused. I thought you said you wanted to bond.
I do.
Then why are you pulling away from me? Look, if you're saying it to spare my feelings or whatever, save it. I'm not so delicate I can't get over it.
Sean started to move off Gabriel's lap, but his hold tightened. Don't move away, please.
I have a hard time believing you'll want me long term.
I already do, baby.
Really?
Yeah, Can we talk about it later? I promise to explain everything to you, including my issues. We're not alone right now, and I need that when we have this conversation. Sean kissed Gabriel's cheek and then laid his head on his shoulder.
We'll shelf it for now. As long as you promise not to tell me you want me only to drop me like a bad habit 6 months from now.
Not even 60 years from now. Sean sucked in a breath and moved so he could meet Gabriel's gaze once again.
Oh my God, you said something romantic.
Gabriel rolled his eyes and then started to speak, but Sean put a hand over his mouth to stop him.
No, don't say anything else to ruin it. Just let it be.
Sage giggled from the front seat. It was too dark for Sean to see much of the small town. House lights and the moon reflected on the water of a small lake. The way Sean was sitting on Gabriel's lap allowed him to see out of the right side of the truck. He leaned forward to get a better look, wanting to see more of Gabriel's home. Gabriel tightened his hold on Sean slightly, keeping him from moving on his lap. I'll show you around tomorrow if you want.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Sean settled back into place.
So, do you live with your mother or something?
Angel opened his eyes and turned his head toward them. Sort of. I have a house, but we're all staying with Mom for now, mostly to keep the mates safe, Gabriel explained.
So, who are the mates then? And why would they be less safe than everyone else?
Sean laid back down and snuggled into his warmth. He was starting to get cold again. Gabriel must have instinctively known because he reached behind him and grabbed the blanket Sean had packed before they'd left. Gabriel wrapped it around his back and rubbed his hands up and down Sean's back. Sage answered his question.
Gabe means Lucas and me, and you now, I suppose.
Staying in one place protects us all, Garrison explained, and patted the back of Sage's neck.
Yeah, but you said mostly the mates. Why are they less safe? Or me, I guess.
We're just protective of you. Sage turned back around.
I'd freak out if I had to fight someone on my own. I'd fuck someone up or die trying. No way am I going down without a fight, and I don't need anyone to protect me.
Sean felt the need to clarify that, even though he was almost half asleep. Breathing in Gabriel's scent and the warmth of his skin had a lulling effect, despite the conversation. Family protects one another, Garrison clarified.
I'm not anyone's family. Haven't been for a long time.
Gabriel stiffened underneath him, and he growled. I'll take care of you. That's what mates do. It's a shifter thing. Kind of.
It's a human thing, too. I've just never had that before. I've always taken care of myself. I've done okay so far.
The cold seeped into Sean's bones a bit more, making him shiver, which didn't make his point. You need me, Sean. Gabriel pulled him closer. Sean started to say something else, but Gabriel cut him off. Will you just shut up and let me protect you? Sean tried to move from Gabriel's lap, but he held him firm.
Let me up, Gabriel.
Nope.
Don't tell me to shut up ever again, then.
Fine. Gabriel kissed whatever part of Sean he could reach, which happened to be Sean's temple. The dark stubble on Gabriel's cheek pressed gently against him. I want to take care of you, baby. Will you let me?
That's so not fair. The fact that you can just turn on the charm like that and it works. Yeah, I'll let you. For now. But don't think this means I need a fucking babysitter. I don't. I'm allowing this only because you act like you might need it, so just remember that.
Okay, baby.
And don't placate me because I don't like it.
Okay. Then you're wrong about me needing to take care of you. You need me because you're sick, and I'm your mate.
You're the one who gets all growly around me, not the other way around.
God, Gabriel was so warm.
Sean snuggled in even more and closed his eyes. Sean yawned. Can we talk about it later?
Gabriel chuckled. If you need to prattle on endlessly about the subject, then fine. We can continue the conversation later.
Sean's hand was already resting on Gabriel's chest, so it didn't take much to reach over and pinch his nipple, which he did, and twisted just enough to show him exactly how much he liked his words. Gabriel covered his hand with one of his own and held it as he brought it to his lips, kissing the palm.
You always have to be right, don't you?
Sean shrugged and swallowed the lump in his throat. It was one simple gesture. A kiss, and not even on his lips, which had Sean trusting Gabriel with his heart. Sean moved so he could meet Gabriel's gaze.
What?
Gabriel asked after several minutes. Sean cupped Gabriel's cheek. I want the bitey stuff. Gabriel raised his eyebrows.
You want to bond? Just blindly bond with me, without even knowing what it means?
Sean scowled at him. Why do you have to ruin the moment? Just say okay and tell me what I have to do.
I'll tell you in a few minutes. We're almost home.
Just as Gabriel said it, they started slowing down, and then the car stopped.
Are you going to be able to walk?
Yeah, I don't hurt or anything. I'll be fine. Gabriel's phone rang. The unique ringtone sang out a rap song about his big brother calling, and Sean chuckled. The whimsical nature of the song seemed at odds with the Gabriel Sean knew. But then, Sean was realizing Gabriel wasn't the hard-nosed, prickly man he had made himself out to be up to that point. Sean scooted over so Gabriel could dig it out of his pocket. He pressed the green talk button and then put it on speaker.
Hey, just saw you pull up. Mom has a spell which only allows family and clan on the property, so tell Angel to hang tight until Lucas or Mom comes out. The spell will knock the shit out of him otherwise. Never mind, Mom just walked out the door to get you.
Angel is family, Ramsey.
Not officially. I'm rectifying that immediately.
Gabriel hung up the phone when the car door opened. A small woman hugged the life out of them both. Sean felt a bit in the way as the woman smashed him between herself and Gabriel. I missed you, son, the woman, Mother Estelle, he came to realize, said. She kissed Gabriel on the cheek.
I missed you too, Mom. How are things around here? Is everyone helping out?
I'm fine, now that all of my babies are home. Sean's eyebrows lifted. Does she mean you? I mean everyone in this car. Mother Estelle looked past them to Angel. Angel held out his hand, and Mother Estelle took it with a smile. What's she doing? Sean asked when she closed her eyes. Gabriel gripped the nape of his neck and pulled him closer.
Reading him. It's sort of like a handshake and conversation for witches.
Sean nodded. Mother Estelle's eyes widened, and then she smiled in satisfaction. Welcome to the family, Angel. Your alpha hasn't made it official yet. No need for that. Angel started to speak, but Mother Estelle held up a hand. You'll know what I saw soon enough. How are you feeling? Estelle asked, and it took Sean a minute to comprehend she was talking to him. Oh, I feel fine. She touched his back, rubbing it like his grandmother used to do, and it nearly made him cry. She kissed him on the temple and then whispered, How do you really feel? Sean smiled. Tired and cold. The fatigue is something we can fix quickly. Gabriel, take him upstairs and get him settled. Gabriel lifted him out of the truck when Mother Estelle stepped away. I can walk. Even as he said it, he laid his head on Gabriel's shoulder. Chapter 12. Sean came awake slowly, unsure of where he was. He lay there for long seconds, assessing his body in relation to his surroundings. His memory was foggy after the car ride. Coming into Gabriel's house was spotty at best, and crawling into a bed wasn't in his memory at all. Gabriel's big body spooned him, warming his back.
Between Gabriel's heat and the blankets covering them, he felt toasty warm. It was the first time he had felt that way, and Sean wasn't about to ruin it by moving. Gabriel's large arm came around him, his hand settling in the center of Sean's bare chest. Sean realized he had nothing on but his underwear. Getting undressed was something else he didn't remember. Gabriel's hard cock nestled between his ass cheeks, and Sean almost wished he didn't have anything on at all. He pressed his ass into it and tried to wriggle around so he'd feel more. Gabriel growled, the sound light and playful in his ear. "You better be still unless you want the big bad wolf to eat you up." Sean chuckled. "Will you start with my ass? So you like that, huh?" Sean could hear the smile in his voice. "You'll just have to find out." Sean turned in Gabriel's arms, so they were face to face. He didn't say anything, but took in Gabriel's sleep-softened face. "How is it that I look like a troll when I first wake up, and you look even more beautiful? That's so not fair." Gabriel smiled. "You don't look like a troll." Fingers threaded through his hair, brushing it off his face. "Your hair is curlier, which is sexy." Gabriel ran the pad of his finger down Sean's cheek. "You have a line on your face, right here, from the pillow. That's also sexy. And you look younger. Not so stressed, I guess you could say." "Younger? I'm only 26 years old." "Maybe that's not the word I meant to use. You just don't look like you have the weight of the world on your shoulders anymore." Sean shrugged. "I feel better this morning." Gabriel leaned in and kissed him on the lips. "Me too, baby." "So why did you change your mind?" "About us, you mean?" When Sean nodded, Gabriel continued. "It's because you didn't hit me that day. You wanted to, but didn't. Something stopped you. And if something can stop a little spitfire like you, then I won't be able to hurt you either." Sean moved his head back, putting some distance between them. "Was that a concern you had?" "Yeah." "Why?" Gabriel took a deep breath. "I came to St. Lake's when I was a teenager, a lot older than some of my brothers and my sister. I came here because I killed my father." "What was he doing to you?" "He wouldn't stop hitting me, just kept coming at me." "I don't understand what that has to do with me." "If I could hurt my father, then I could hurt you." "That doesn't even make sense. If I was violent with you, don't you have a right to defend yourself? If you were violent with me, I certainly would. Not that I could do much damage, probably, but I'm not going down without a fight." "It's not rational, I know." "Well, as long as you know how dumb it is." Gabriel started laughing and pulled him close. "Please, don't sugarcoat anything for my benefit." "That'll never happen." "Yeah, I'm starting to understand that." Sean sat up in bed and pushed Gabriel on the shoulder, asking him to lie on his back. Sean watched him, wanting to make sure he was okay, recognizing the vulnerability in Gabriel's eyes. Sean straddled Gabriel's hips. He sat on his hard cock and closed his eyes, trying to stay calm and think about anything else. "I have something to tell you, but fuck, you feel good. Oh God, Gabriel." He moved his hips forward and then back again. "You need to stop if you don't want me to bite you." Sean looked down and saw Gabriel's eyes change. His teeth elongated, and instead of fearing them, they made Sean want to bare his neck. "I had something I needed to say, but your cock sucked all my brain cells away." "Don't say suck unless you mean it." Gabriel held Sean's waist. "Please, baby." Sean's cock ached, trapped in the confines of his underwear. "What?" "Bonding." Sean reached down, moving his clothing away, getting his cock free. He wrapped his own hand around it and held it there for a few seconds. Gabriel's hand covered his, making him moan. When he learned his intentions weren't to get Sean off, he wanted to whimper, but held back. Gabriel squeezed just enough that Sean couldn't stroke himself. He gazed intently at Sean. "Bonding means we're stuck with each other for life." "No one has ever promised me forever." "Well, I'm telling you now, Sean. Do you want that too?" "Yes." Gabriel loosened his grip on Sean's hand. "Let go, so I can touch you." Sean swallowed the lump in his throat and released his cock. When Gabriel fisted it, Sean pushed up into the touch. Another hand worked around his ass. Sean groaned when Gabriel rubbed a circle against his hole through the fabric of his boxers. He leaned forward, giving Gabriel more room to move, trapping the hand on his cock at the same time. Gabriel pushed the barrier away as far as it would go, which wasn't enough because the touching stopped. "Lay on the bed, baby." Sean climbed off him and lay on his back. When Gabriel sat up and left the bed, Sean sucked in a breath and tried to fight the tears that came with the loss of him. Then Gabriel got naked, and Sean sighed in relief. "I won't leave you like this, I promise. Get naked for me." Sean did what Gabriel told him, pushing his underwear down his legs and off. After he had finished, he held out his hand and beckoned Gabriel to him with his fingers. "I want you." Gabriel didn't move, but watched Sean with an intensity that made Sean's cock hard. "How do you want me?" "Is that a trick question?" Gabriel smiled. "No, I'm asking you what you like." "I'd like for you to get over here." Gabriel grinned and got back on the bed, lying on his side next to Sean. Gabriel touched Sean's nipple, running the pad of one finger over it, and then moved across his chest to his other nipple. Sean arched into the touch, wanting more. The pleasure of that one simple touch felt like lightning. He turned his face into Gabriel's chest and moaned. When Gabriel moved lower, Sean moved as well, telling him he wanted more with his body by rolling into the touch. "The way you move is beautiful, baby." Gabriel skimmed a finger down the length of his cock, and it made Sean a little lust-crazy. He couldn't think about anything else but the finger. "Please, it's been too long. I need you." Gabriel growled. "No one touches you but me. Not ever again." Gabriel moved over him, his body pressing against Sean's. He was disappointed when Gabriel pulled away. "I only want you. I think you know that." Gabriel held Sean's hands above his head. His eyes were the wolf's, and his teeth still hadn't gone down. Even though Sean could feel Gabriel's hard cock against his own, he still didn't move the foreplay along. Instead, he watched Sean as if they had all the time in the world. Sean wriggled, wanting some friction on his cock, something that would make the delicious ache intensify. Never in his life had he needed someone so much or had someone reduce him to whimpers by a single look. "Tell me what you need." "You." "That's it? You're enough." Gabriel smiled and leaned down, placing a kiss on Sean's lips. Gabriel kept the press of lips brief, moving down along Sean's jaw. When he got to Sean's ear, Gabriel whispered, "What would you like me to do?" It wasn't so much Gabriel's words, but the way he said it, in a playful tone, which Sean had never heard before. Of all the times he decided to lighten up, Sean never thought it would be in the bedroom. The stubble on Gabriel's cheek pressed into his, scratching lightly. His own stubble warred with it. They'd both have marks. The thought calmed some of his desperation. "When you bite me, will it leave a scar?" "Yes." "Then I'd like for you to do that. Now, please." Gabriel lifted his head. Those eyes still held all that intensity. So much so that Sean didn't know what to do with it. He just knew he couldn't avert his gaze. Not when Gabriel needed him so much as well. Gabriel shifted to the left, reaching for the nightstand. Sean heard the sliding sound of a drawer opening and a door closed somewhere in another part of the house. Time stilled. Everything disappeared around them, and still, neither of them looked away. He was at the center of Gabriel's stage, and Sean didn't know if he'd stay there or fall through the trap door. He wanted to trust Gabriel, to believe what he saw in his eyes. Maybe it wasn't a declaration of love, but he didn't need one. At least, not yet. The promise to be together was enough, to continue to find balance with each other. Gabriel moved, lifting his pelvis enough to sneak a hand between them. The anticipation of what it meant for Sean built in his chest so much that when Gabriel finally touched him with a slick finger at his entrance, he cried out when the pleasure hit him. All thoughts fled when Gabriel pushed inside, and he could only feel Gabriel's weight on him. His hard cock settled against Sean's, and his finger pushing in 1 centimeter at a time became all Sean knew. Nothing else mattered. Nothing else ever would again. Sean would become a slave to Gabriel's touch. Hell, he already was. Gabriel entered him with another finger, and Sean moved his hips into it, wanting more, demanding he give it all. He moved his fingers in slowly and pulled almost all the way out at a faster pace, adding a third finger a few seconds later, not wasting any time. Sean could see Gabriel wanted him. It was in the set of his jaw, and the way his growl sounded more like a moan. Sean cried out in protest when Gabriel pulled his fingers out. "Just slicking up my cock, don't want to hurt you." When Gabriel released his hands, Sean took the opportunity to touch him wherever he could reach. Gabriel growled when Sean moved his fingers over a nipple. Then his weight settled on top of him. Sean wrapped his arms around his shoulders. The tip of Gabriel's cock pushed into him, driving Sean crazy with each small breach. He lifted his legs, wrapping them around Gabriel's waist, wanting him deeper, and he was not disappointed. Gabriel pulled out partway and then in again. The position lifted Sean's hips enough Gabriel's cock brushed over his prostate. Whatever was burning inside Sean sent him into a full blaze with each move in and out. His gums started tingling, and Sean worked on instinct. He sank his teeth into Gabriel's shoulder. Blood flooded his mouth, and he drank it down as if it were the best-tasting thing on the planet. His orgasm rolled through him, and then Gabriel growled at the same time his teeth sank into Sean's shoulder. Gabriel stilled, shuddering before moving his cock in and out again. He licked at the wound on Sean's shoulder and then kissed it. Sean still drank as if it were his last meal. "Let go, baby," Gabriel whispered, and kissed Sean's neck. Sean whimpered and couldn't figure out how to take his large teeth out of Gabriel's neck. "Shh, it's all right. Just relax your mouth and think about your teeth retracting in on themselves. Just like that." Sean licked at the wound, as Gabriel had done his, and then kissed it. "Mine," he whispered, and surprised himself when the word slipped out. "Yes." Sean held Gabriel close, not wanting to give him up yet. He had a connection with Gabriel he had never had with anyone else. "God, Gabriel, I feel so good right now." Gabriel chuckled. "Me too, baby." "I feel you, like, in my mind. Like, I know you're with me. It's so weird and fabulous all at the same time." Sean realized something else, too. "Holy fuck! I seriously know what you're thinking. Oh my god. You've wanted me the whole time. Oh my god, Gabriel!" Sean started shaking at the realization. Being wanted, knowing Gabriel hadn't been blowing smoke up his ass, meant he did have a home here. "Yes, I really was afraid I would hurt you." "I know. God, I never want to be anywhere else but right here. Promise me I don't have to be." "I promise." "Gabriel, I grew teeth and bit you. What do you think that means?" "I believe it means you're a unique human. Or maybe you're a very special non-human." Sean chuckled. "Last week I would have been scared of me." Sean felt as though he could run a marathon and lift a mountain. He hadn't felt so good in a long time. So long he didn't know when the last time was. "God, I have so much energy and I don't want to move all at the same time." "Is that why your mouth is moving a mile a minute?" Chapter 13. Gabriel watched Sean as he looked around their room, exploring it for the first time since they arrived. The room had always been his from the time he first came here, and it still was, even after he moved to his cabin by the lake. Moving hadn't changed his mother's goals at all, and that was to make sure Gabriel had a home. The goal applied to all of her children, not just him, which made him feel even more loved. He was lumped in with his brothers and sister, loved as much as they were. It made him feel like part of the group, and unique to the rest of the world all at the same time. Sean picked up a baseball trophy off the dresser.
Most valuable player?
Sean read aloud and put the trophy back.
You are the most valuable player in more than baseball.
Sean wriggled in eyebrows and then laughed when Gabriel groaned. That was bad, baby. Gabriel chuckled, though, which was probably the result Sean wanted. When Sean grinned, standing naked with his dark hair curling around the edges, Gabriel thought he hadn't ever seen a prettier picture.
You should laugh more often.
You give me a reason, Gabriel said through their mind link. Sean stiffened and met his gaze. He took a step closer to Gabriel.
Did that just happen? Did I seriously just hear you in my head?
Yeah, you can do it too. Just think about the words and project them out to me.
First I grow extra long teeth and now this? Mating with you is amazing.
Communicating this way is normal for most mated paranormals. Your teeth shouldn't have happened, though. Gabriel stood and closed the distance. He drew Sean into his arms and held him close. We'll talk to my mom and Lucas about it later.
No way, Gabriel. I'm not telling your mother about our sex life or Lucas. Not that he's talking to me, but still, it's weird.
I just want to make sure you're okay.
I feel great. Never felt this good in my entire life.
Sean reached down and wrapped a hand around Gabriel's cock.
I might be ready to go again soon.
Gabriel smiled. We'll never leave this room.
Aren't we like newlyweds or something? We should fuck on every surface.
Gabriel pressed Sean against the dresser, cupping his ass, lifting until Sean wrapped his legs around Gabriel's waist. You're insatiable.
You like it.
Yes, but I have things to do and can't be your sex slave all day long.
What sort of stuff do you have to do today that's more important than being with me?
Gabriel knew Sean was teasing him, but he answered the question seriously. Nothing is more important than being with you. In fact, I want to take you shopping since you said you needed clothes. Maybe we could go out to dinner and then a boat ride on the lake.
Taking me on a date is the all-important thing you have to do?
Gabriel nodded and then smiled when Sean practically melted in his arms. He could see it on his face. First the surprise, and then the affection. Sean kissed him. So, is that a yes?
Of course.
Gabriel was the one that broke the kiss. Shower with me?
In your mother's house?
Gabriel shrugged. We'll tell her it's a way to conserve water.
She's not stupid, Gabriel. She does have like 1 million kids, right?
There are 7 of us, 8 if you count Jules, but we're all adopted.
That doesn't mean she's never had sex before and doesn't know what we'll be up to in the shower.
Gabriel pushed Sean's head down to his shoulder. Shh. Don't talk about my mother and sex. It's gross. Sean chuckled and licked at the wound on Gabriel's shoulder. He kissed it, and then licked it again. Lifting himself farther onto Gabriel's body, he wrapped his legs around him. Sean couldn't seem to leave Gabriel's wound alone. He moaned. Something wasn't right. Sean acted like a starving man. The way he mouthed the wound, nipping at it with his teeth, tightened Gabriel's chest, stopping him from breathing properly. Something was going on with his little mate. The mating pulse should have lessened. He should feel content, calm in their mating, not desperate to bond again. Gabriel held him close, moving them away from the dresser and carrying him across the room to the bed. He wrapped the blanket around them. He wasn't surprised when Sean's teeth sank into him and he began to take long drinks of his blood. Gabriel shut his eyes at the sudden pleasure sweeping through his body. His cock was impossibly hard, and the fact that the head of it pressed against Sean's ass didn't help him calm down. Fucking Sean into oblivion wasn't his objective. He had to find out what was wrong with his mate. It took a few minutes, but he calmed down enough to open the bedroom door. Thank God he thought to grab a blanket, because Layden came out of the bathroom. Hey, go get Mom and Lucas. Layden turned to him.
Missed you too.
The corners of Layden's mouth turned up in disgust.
Are you fucking him under that blanket?
No, go get Mom, Layden, now. Fine, sheesh. Layden turned and walked to the end of the stairs. Mom, Gabriel needs you. It's an emergency. Layden turned back to him and smirked. You're welcome. I could have done that myself. Now the whole house is awake. It's 8 o'clock in the morning on a Wednesday. The whole house is already awake, all but the vampire and you two. Nice of you to introduce your mate to me. Layden waved at Sean. Nice meeting you, Gabriel's mate. Come here. Layden rolled his eyes and walked over to Gabriel. Gabriel narrowed his eyes at Layden. He leaned forward and sniffed the air around Layden. Your dragon is close. Layden shrugged and averted his gaze. Whatever. Can't come fast enough. Then maybe Magnus will come back. I can smell it on you. It's making you testy. Layden rolled his eyes and turned. Whatever. I have to go to school. I missed you, little brother. When Mom fixes my mate, I'll introduce you. Layden stopped and turned again. I'll get Lucas too. Layden headed down the stairs then. Gabriel went over to the bed, leaving the door open. He sat down on the edge of the mattress. Please be okay. Let go and talk to me. Still, Sean didn't take his teeth out. Although Gabriel could tell he'd stopped drinking and just sort of sat there. Gabriel's mother came in a second later. His eyes widened when she took in Sean, latched onto Gabriel's shoulder like a pissed-off monkey. He's human? He's supposed to be, but when we bonded, his teeth descended and he bit me just like a shifter. He's been like that? No, this is the second time. When was the first? An hour ago. Sean's teeth receded, and he licked Gabriel's wound a couple of times before he sighed. He laid his head on Gabriel's shoulder after that. How do you feel, baby? Fantastic. Full, like I ate Thanksgiving dinner, but I'm kind of hungry at the same time. It's weird. Sean stiffened and then lifted his head. He tried to get off Gabriel's lap, but Gabriel held him in place. Are you okay? Did I hurt you? I'm just fine. Sean threw his arms around Gabriel's neck, hugging him. Gabriel could feel him shake. I'm sorry. I don't know why I did that. Please don't hate me. Gabriel met his mom's gaze, silently pleading for her help. At the same time, he held Sean close. You did nothing wrong, Sean. I always manage to fuck up everything I touch. And now this, after you're finally being nice to me. His mother sat beside them and rubbed her hand over Sean's blanket-covered back. She didn't say anything at first, just provided comfort. Gabriel knew she was gearing up for her little lecture. It didn't take her long to start. Gabriel's right, Sean. You didn't do anything wrong. Plus, you're a Somerset now. Somersets don't abandon each other for any reason, so you have a family. You're home. Forever. Sean turned and met her gaze. I could have killed him. It would take a lot to drain a shifter, honey. I don't know what happened. I've got some idea what's going on with you. Lucas and I have been talking. Why don't you two come down to breakfast and we'll talk more? Mom patted Sean's back and then stood. You'll be just fine. It helps that you two have finally bonded. Thank you, Mrs. Somerset. You will call me Mom or Mother Estelle, young man. She patted him on the back again as she left the room a second later. Sean moved, trying to leave Gabriel. Just let me go. I don't know what to say to make you feel better. Nothing. Sean continued to try to pull away, but Gabriel held him. Gabriel struck without giving Sean a warning. The wound on Sean's shoulder reopened and he cried out. Warm cum covered Gabriel's abdomen when Sean orgasmed. Gabriel lifted Sean, pressing his cock into him. Sean was still somewhat slick from their previous lovemaking session, so slipping inside wasn't difficult. Sean moaned and started moving, working Gabriel's cock. Gabriel let his teeth recede, closing the wound and kissing his shoulder. He pumped into Sean hard, meeting him halfway every time. Gabriel cupped his hands around Sean's face, holding him in place, making sure Sean saw the pleasure on his face. When his orgasm rolled through him, he didn't hold anything back. He couldn't if he wanted to prove himself to Sean. He grunted his pleasure, all without looking away. He was breathless, his heart still pounding in his chest. Now we're even, he managed to get out. Sean watched him for long minutes without saying anything. Gabriel kissed him and wrapped the blanket around them once again, holding Sean around his waist and walking them out of the room. "We didn't shut the door," Sean finally said as Gabriel walked them down the hall to the bathroom. "I don't think anyone saw us." "No, but I heard you," Lucas said, coming out of the room right next to their own. "Next time warn a guy, will you? I came up here because Layden said there was an emergency. I bit him, like with teeth and everything." "During bonding?" Gabriel answered. "Mom needs to talk to you about it. She's probably in the kitchen. She can tell you more." "I can assess him now and see if he has a problem." "It can wait 20 minutes. Gabriel carried them into the bathroom without waiting for a response from Lucas. "That was kind of rude." Gabriel shrugged. He honestly didn't care if Lucas found him to be rude or not. "I want to be alone with you a little bit longer, and I know you two have stuff you need to say to each other. I'll let you hash it out once I know we're okay." "I think you just proved that I'm good." "So you're done panicking?" "What if I bite you again?" "It felt good. So good I got hard, so it's not a problem, I promise. In fact, it's why I came so quickly." "Yeah, that's the most intense feeling. When you bite me, God, I could do that all day long." "So why are you panicking when you bite me?" "I don't know. I just don't want you to get mad and push me away. That always happens, and I just can't have you do that." "You do know every instinct I have tells me never to be away from you again. That's what being mates means. It's like getting married." "Great. That just means you're stuck with me." "I want to be stuck with you. Don't you get that yet?" Chapter 14. "Has Angel come down?" Gabriel asked as he walked over to his mother. He kissed her on the cheek and stole a small cube of potato from the frying pan. He popped it into his mouth and immediately regretted it when the thing burnt his tongue. Gabriel chewed, swallowing it as quickly as he could. Again, a mistake because the thing burned as it slid down his throat. "Be careful, Gabriel." "Too late for that, Mom," Gabriel said, and turned his head to look at Sean, who sat at the table watching him and trying to ignore Lucas. Sean smiled, but there was still the same worry in his eyes. Gabriel didn't like it one bit, but he had no idea how to get rid of it, so he winked, returning the smile. He opened the cupboard door that always held the cups. He grabbed one and turned on the faucet, filling the cup and drinking from it. He filled it up again and shut off the water, carrying it across the room to Sean. Gabriel set the cup down on the table next to Sean's arm, and then leaned down, kissing Sean on the cheek. "What will it take to get you to smile at me and mean it?" "I do mean it." "I hope so, because I think you're pretty when you smile. You make me hard every time you do it." Gabriel pulled back just enough to see Sean's face. Sean smirked, laughter lighting his eyes. "You are such a charming liar." "Nothing I said was a lie." Gabriel put a finger under Sean's chin and lifted it. He placed a gentle kiss on Sean's lips. It was brief but effective. It made the smile grow, which was Gabriel's goal. "You really are gorgeous when you smile." Gabriel could see the blush creep into his cheeks and chuckled, kissing him again before straightening. He walked to his mother and said, "We got this, Mom. Sean and I can cook for ourselves." "I finally have you home. Let me take care of you. And no, Angel hasn't come down yet. Likely he'll sleep late." Mom waved him away after a few seconds of him being in the way. "We did get in late," Gabriel said, and leaned against the stove, trying to invade her space because he knew she didn't like it, and teasing her was fun. Well, it was fun most of the time. There had been a time or two when one of the children had gone too far, although that was mostly Vaughn. She narrowed her eyes. "I know what you're doing." "I just want to be close to my mommy." Sean snorted out a laugh and Gabriel grinned. "I miss you too, honey. Now get out of my kitchen." Gabriel chuckled and gave her space. He went over to Sean. "Sit on my lap." Gabriel had a hard time being a few feet from Sean. He thanked all that was holy Sean didn't seem to mind his neediness. In fact, he appeared to like it. Crave it, even. Sean stood and waited for Gabriel to sit. When he did, Sean sat on his lap, wrapping an arm around his neck. Lucas sat across the table from them with a frown. Gabriel figured the frown was because Sean sat with his back to Lucas. Even though Sean couldn't see him anymore, Gabriel could tell he was well aware Lucas watched him so intently. Whatever problem those two had with each other was about ready to explode. "What's going on, Sean?" Gabriel asked, focusing on his mate. Sean shrugged.
"I fucked things up. Lucas is about to tell me he doesn't want to be friends anymore."
"That's bullshit, Sean. I'm just trying to talk to you," Lucas said.
"Dollar in the cussing jar, Lucas,"
Mom said from the stove, without turning from the eggs she was making.
"Sorry, Mom."
Lucas stood, pulling $1 out of his pocket and stuffing it into a jar on the top of the refrigerator. To Sean's credit, he glared right back. Gabriel was well aware it was all an act, though. Lucas was hurting Sean, and that would not do.
"Why don't you each tell the other what the problem is?"
Mom said, breaking through the tension just enough to put Gabriel at ease, even if it did nothing for the tension between Sean and Lucas.
"I already know what the problem is."
Sean stiffened. Gabriel rubbed a hand up and down his back, trying to reassure him.
"You're dropping me as a friend because I was ready to turn you over to Gary. I get it was a shitty thing to do, and I can't say I blame you. I'll go if that's what you want, Lucas."
Gabriel's eyes changed and he held him close. He growled at Lucas. "Get away from my mate."
"Garrett-in,"
Mom yelled, and then went back to cooking. Lucas threw up his hands.
"Stay out of this, Gabe, or I swear I'll freeze you in that spot all day long."
Lucas turned to Sean.
"I've never once said I wanted you to leave. That's you running away, like always."
Sean tried to move off Gabriel's lap, but he held him in place. "I can't let you go just yet. I'm sorry." Sean met his gaze, refocusing on him instead of Lucas. Gabriel could see something in his eyes, some deep hurt that went back a long way. Gabriel wouldn't let him avert his gaze.
"I just need space."
Gabriel shook his head. "My wolf is upset. He needs to know you'll stay close." Sean nodded.
"I'll stay with you for as long as you'll have me."
"That'll be forever, Sean." Gabriel cupped a hand around the nape of Sean's neck and pulled him closer. "Baby, what will it take for you to realize that this is permanent? I won't let you go." Ramsey came into the room about the same time Lucas tried to get going again. "Garrett's busy. What's the problem, Mom?" Gabriel waved his hand. "Nothing I couldn't handle."
"Lucas and Sean need to be separated for a while. Lucas needs to figure some things out," Mom said from her spot at the stove.
"What? Why am I the one who has to figure things out? He's the one who doesn't trust me," Lucas said.
"What the hell are you talking about? I trusted you even after you had balls of light coming out of your chest, so don't stand there and tell me I didn't."
Again, Sean tried to stand. While Gabriel still needed him close, he held him in place because he was sure Sean was going to get in Lucas's face, and after that happened, they would end up fighting. Sean narrowed his eyes at Gabriel.
"I told you to go to my mate, and you didn't listen. You never listen, and it almost got you killed."
Sean's eyebrows drew together as he refocused on Lucas. His eyes widened and he said,
"You're talking about at the mansion, right? When there was a big black dragon standing in front of the door? A mythical creature who isn't even supposed to exist? I'm sorry if the dragon scared the fuck out of me. So sorry if I'm a normal human being who gets scared when creatures suddenly appear."
Sean cupped Gabriel's cheek.
"I don't mean you. You don't scare me anymore. I promise."
Gabriel growled and nuzzled into Sean, which got the desired effect when Sean smiled.
"Lucas, honey, he has a point," Mom said.
Gabriel kissed Sean once and then stood, placing him on his feet. "Breakfast is ready," Gabriel whispered.
"You should have trusted me," Lucas said.
Sean started to say something, but Ramsey cut him off. "Sean's right. Now shelve the issue." Sean went to say something else, but Gabriel shook his head. He set a plate in front of Sean and just said, "Eat."
"Well, I was just going to say—"
Gabriel cut off Sean's words with a hand over his mouth.
"Just for once, stay quiet."
Lucas narrowed his eyes at Ramsey and then sighed, following his orders even though he clearly didn't want to.
"Fine, but this is our problem, mine and Sean's, not the clan's, so everyone better just stay out of it."
Lucas walked over to Sean with his hands on his hips.
"When the vampire drained your blood, technically you had died. I think your physiology changed when my light hit you. Now you'll need blood to stay alive."
With that, Lucas left the room. Sean stood and followed Lucas. Once he went through the kitchen door, Gabriel's wolf whined. He stood and followed him, wrapping his arms around Sean's waist when he got to him.
Like a vampire?
I guess so, although you aren't one. Vampires are born, not made.
How often will I need blood?
I don't know. Probably more at first because you went months without feeding.
I just don't want to hurt Gabriel.
You won't.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Mom and I are looking into a way to reverse it. If we can, we will.
Why are you helping me if you hate me now?
You're my best friend. I could never hate you. And I'm not abandoning you just because I'm mad. Family doesn't do that, Sean.
My family did. Except for my grandmother.
Yeah. Lucky for you, you're a Somerset now. You're stuck with us for life. Lucas smirked. Vaughn came down the stairs, his feet pounding away, making it sound as if 7 elephants were behind him. Everyone looked his way at the same time, staring for long seconds. "My brother's home!" Gabriel chuckled and let go of Sean, walking across the room to him. Vaughn wrapped his legs around his waist and clung like a monkey. Gabriel heard someone make a weird noise and turned to see Sean. His teeth had dropped, and he appeared as though he wanted to kill Vaughn. Vaughn turned to Sean and grinned wickedly. "This is going to be so much fun," Vaughn whispered.
"Vaughn, don't antagonize him. I'm the one who has to deal with it once you're done teasing."
Vaughn laughed. "I know." He kissed Gabriel on the cheek, which made Sean cross the room. He actually hissed,
"Get off him! He's mine!"
Vaughn laughed until Sean bared his teeth, and then his eyes widened in surprise. Vaughn let his feet fall to the floor and took a step away from Gabriel. He looked from Sean to Gabriel and said, "What the hell did you do to him, Gabe? He was human the last I knew." Sean started toward Vaughn, ready to get violent, but Gabriel grabbed him around the waist. He pulled Sean against his body, Sean's back to Gabriel's front.
"He's just teasing you, baby."
"You won't touch him!" Sean yelled and struggled against Gabriel's hold. Vaughn's eyes widened even more. His mouth fell open. "Note to self, don't tease Sean. He gets bitey." Sean hissed, "Turn around and look at me." Sean turned in his arms. Gabriel pulled the collar of his shirt over, exposing Sean's bite mark. Sean wrapped his arms around Gabriel's neck and lifted himself, holding on to Gabriel much the same way Vaughn had a minute ago, only Sean was much lighter. When Gabriel felt Sean's lips on his mating wound, he closed his eyes at the sheer pleasure of it. "I'm yours." Gabriel made a hand gesture for Vaughn to get out of there, but Vaughn just grinned. Gabriel rolled his eyes and decided Vaughn was the biggest idiot on the face of the planet. Of course, Gabriel already knew that and had experienced it every day. Sean licked across his wound, and the pleasure sizzled in his body. Gabriel tried to think of anything else. Something nasty like snot or shit, whatever it took to not hornball out in front of his entire family. Okay, maybe Vaughn and Lucas weren't his whole family, but it seemed as if every single one of them was in the room. In his mind, he saw his mother standing in the living room staring at him. It was a disgusting thought, which seemed to do the trick at deflating his dick. Lucas came off the wall he was leaning against and started toward Sean. That's not normal. He totally vamped out. Lucas pressed his hand to Sean's back. I'm just taking a quick peek in, just to see what's going on with you. Lucas met his gaze with an expectant expression. When Gabriel nodded, Lucas averted his gaze, staring off to his right as if the wall held something fascinating. He nodded to himself once and then dropped his hand from Sean's back. I need to talk to Mom, Lucas mumbled before leaving. Sorta weird seeing you with a mate. Vaughn had a few rare moments of seriousness. Gabriel could see Vaughn was about to say something profound. You were adamantly against it. So, what changed? Moving his hand from Sean's ass, he ran it up the span of his back. When you find your mate, you'll understand. Vaughn shook his head. Don't make this about me, brother, or about him.
You figured something out about yourself that the rest of us already knew."
Vaughn didn't talk after that, not for long seconds. When he finally did, he said,
"That enforcer job Ramsey practically slapped you into without you even being here."
"What about it?"
"You need to talk to Ramsey. He'll understand when you tell him you don't want it."
"What makes you think I don't want it?" Vaughn tilted his head to the side, his mouth pinching closed for a second.
"You'd be seeing Dr. Tucker once a week if you take that job. Even your little bloodsucker there wouldn't be able to save your sanity."
Sean moved his arm from around Gabriel's neck and flipped Vaughn off, all without lifting his head. Sean moved his way up, one kiss at a time, finally pressing their cheeks together.
"Just do yourself a favor and talk to Ramsey."
With that, Vaughn left the room. Chapter 15. "Are you going to get down so I can talk to Ramsey?" Gabriel asked. He ran his hand over Sean's perfect round ass. Sean kissed Gabriel's wound, making his cock take notice once again.
"No."
"Do you need more blood?" There would never be a time when Gabriel wouldn't worry, since he knew it was an issue.
"No, I don't think so."
"So you feel okay?"
"I feel horny. I want you again."
Gabriel chuckled. "Can I talk to my brother first?" Sean shrugged and held him tighter.
"Do you have to do this in private?"
"If you're asking if you can come with me, the answer is yes. I can't be away from you right now." Sean sighed, his breath fanning over Gabriel's neck.
"I thought I was the only one."
No. No one could separate him from his mate, not after Sean almost died and needed his blood to stay alive, and especially not after they finally bonded. He needed the physical closeness, and he needed to know Sean was safe. Gabriel had everything as long as he was with Sean. "I need you to tell me if you need blood."
"I'll be okay for a while, I think. I went 3 months before I had problems."
"Don't wait that long again, baby."
"I won't."
Sean licked across his wound and lifted his head. Their gazes met and held for several minutes. There was a knowing look on Sean's face, as if he knew his illness had scared Gabriel, and then he could see the defiance there.
"Even if your mom and Lucas can find a way to cure me, I don't think I want it, as long as I'm not hurting you."
"It's not hurting me at all. But why wouldn't you want to be cured?"
"I like that you can't be far from me."
Shit.
Gabriel figured Sean's abandonment issues would be a thing for a while, but he never expected Sean would want to stay sick.
"I'm not going anywhere. Ever. I promise." Sean nodded.
"I'm not talking about how Sage is with Garrison."
"I know what you mean, baby. You just want to know the past won't repeat itself. I'm telling you it won't. Plus, I'm the needy one. I can't let you out of my sight. I'm hoping the feeling will ease in a few days." Sean got a sparkle in his eyes even as he planted his feet on the floor. He kissed Gabriel and then let him go, taking a step back. Gabriel's hands fell from his waist. He waited to see what Sean would do.
"Let's test that theory, shall we?"
Sean turned and ran from the room. Gabriel growled playfully and waited until he went through the kitchen door before going after him. Gabriel was on his heels in no time, whispering in Sean's ear, "Now you're in trouble." Sean screamed and laughed at the same time when Gabriel swiped an arm out, barely missing him. He could have grabbed Sean's shirt, but he didn't want to choke him with his collar or make him fall. Sean headed out of the back door and almost ran into Leighton. He chuckled and moved around Leighton as if he were a statue. Gabriel growled again and reached out an arm, snagging Sean around the waist. Sean laughed and sagged against him. Gabriel smiled and kissed Sean on the back of his neck. So mean. Gabriel was so intent on Sean he didn't notice someone else enter the yard until Leighton yelled, "Magnus, oh gods!" In his defense, the vampire was upwind and several yards away. Gabriel let go of Sean and stepped around him, putting his body between him and the stranger. The stranger smiled at something over his shoulder and opened his arms. Gabriel let out a rumble, and it wasn't the playful one he'd given Sean. Gabriel pulled his shirt over his head and started to undo the button on his pants.
Layden made his way past Gabriel at a near run before he could get his clothing all the way off. Gabriel grabbed his arm and halted his progress. When Layden turned around, he let out a growl that was low in his throat and reminded Gabriel of Bennett when someone pissed him off. Gabriel took a threatening stance when the stranger started across the lawn, heading right for his mate and little brother. "My mate," Layden snarled, and Gabriel could swear smoke came out of his mouth. If it did, it dissipated quickly. Layden took a step closer, and it came off as threatening. With Sean right behind him and 2 potential threats to his mate, his wolf rose to the surface. "Don't threaten my mate, boy." Sean came in front of him then and started pushing his chest. "Get behind me, Sean."
"No, not until you listen to me."
Sean grabbed his face and turned it until Gabriel focused on him.
"He's not threatening you. He's trying to keep you from hurting his mate."
Gabriel heard the words, and he was going to respond, but then Layden roared. Gabriel couldn't focus on anything else but the threat his little brother imposed on Sean. Every primitive instinct he had said to protect Sean at all costs. Gabriel was about to shift when Sean turned and held up a hand, stopping Layden from coming closer.
"Back off, now!"
Sean made a hand gesture to the stranger behind Layden.
"You're his mate?"
The stranger nodded. "Yeah, name's Magnus."
"Can you help me a little here before my wolf shifter attacks your whatever the fuck Layden turns into?"
"Mate?" Gabriel asked, and eyed the vampire, bracing his little brother. Gabriel took a deep breath before letting it out slowly. "You're Magnus." Ramsay had told Gabriel about Magnus over the phone a couple of weeks ago. Shit. He'd almost fucked up. Gabriel looked down at Sean, who still had a hand on his chest. He was breathing heavily, trying to quell the fear and the protective instincts. He shut his eyes and then thought of something. When he opened them, he met Magnus's gaze. "Layden hasn't changed yet, so don't bond." Magnus held up a hand.
"I already know. You must be Gabriel. You're the only brother I haven't met."
He didn't even pull out of Layden's arms as he spoke. He laid his head on Layden's shoulder and shut his eyes.
"By the gods, I missed you so much."
"Me too. Everyone says I'm close to shifting, though."
"Good.
Don't stay so long next time."
Magnus nodded. "Are you calm now?" Sean asked, his eyes wide with worry.
Gabriel pulled him into a hug. "Yes."
"Good, because... holy crap, that was fucking scary. What does Layden change into anyway?"
"He hasn't had his first shift yet, but he's a dragon, like me," Garrison explained from somewhere behind Gabriel. "The whole family's watching us, aren't they?" Gabriel whispered into Sean's ear, holding him close.
Sean shrugged. "Not sure. There are a couple of new faces I haven't met before."
Gabriel turned them both, releasing Sean from his embrace. He still held on to his hand. He scanned all the faces and noticed the only one missing was Forrest. Angel started across the yard toward them. He patted Gabriel's shoulder as he passed and drew Magnus into a hug, which made Layden growl.
"Can we just get this over with? I feel like a circus freak. No offense to all you special creatures."
"You're not supposed to call us creatures, baby."
"Whatever. Things that go bump in the night, then."
"Just don't say that at any of the clan meetings."
"God, Sean, you're more politically incorrect than me," Lucas said.
Kristen started laughing.
"I like this one."
"That's my sister Kristen. My brother Owen is standing next to her."
"I'm here."
Forrest came around the corner of the house, then at a run.
"Did I miss Landon getting his ass kicked?"
"Hey, how do you know Gabriel would have kicked my ass? Maybe I could take him." Every person in the yard gave Layden an incredulous look. "Okay, but just wait until I come into my dragon."
"You'll be a strong dragon."
Magnus smiled at Layden. Angel made a sound in his throat, and Gabriel turned his gaze to him. Angel's eyes changed to blue, which must have meant something different from the red, because his entire focus was on Forrest, and it didn't seem as if he thought Forrest was a threat. Fear creased his brow when he finally met Gabriel's gaze.
"Holy shit, man."
Gabriel let go of Sean and stood in front of Angel.
We can protect you here."
"He's gonna get hurt. Nicolono will use him to get to me."
Gabriel grabbed Angel by the shoulders and shook him a little bit, trying to dispel some of the anxiety Gabriel could hear in Angel's voice. "Nicolono isn't here, and this isn't a coven." Angel shook his head.
"If not Nicolono, then the council members."
"Listen, you're not alone in this. Look at me, Angel." Gabriel waited for Angel to meet his gaze. When he did, Gabriel explained, "He's my brother. You think I'm going to let something happen to him? That any of us are?" "Yeah, he might be annoying most of the time, but we love him." Of course, Vaughn had to be the one who opened his big mouth. Forrest didn't even react to his comment, but took a tentative step toward them. He smiled as he came forward.
"I have to get out of here."
Angel turned to Forrest, and Gabriel let him go.
"I'm a danger to you and your whole family."
Forrest shook his head.
"We can protect you if you trust me. I won't put you at risk."
Angel took a step in Forrest's direction, cupping the back of his neck as he held him close.
"I'll come back for you when Nicolono's dead."
Then he kissed Forrest quickly and let him go. He was out of sight, using the trees as cover before any of them knew what he was going to do.
"God damn it!"
Gabriel finished taking off his pants. He met Sean's gaze. "I have to go after him."
"Yeah, I know. Be careful."
Sean kissed him and then eyed his naked form.
"Hurry up and shift. No one but me needs to see you naked."
Gabriel didn't acknowledge Sean's comment. "I fucking hate being away from you."
"I know."
"I'll probably be a couple of days."
"Call me or use our mind-linky thing."
Gabriel shifted then. He growled at Forrest, who was already in his bobcat form and ready to follow him. The little bobcat shifter growled right back, and Gabriel looked at Ramsey. "Forrest, you're not going. Garrison and Gabriel will bring him back." Forrest let out a little snarl and kept right on Gabriel's heels.
"Baby, would you tell Ramsey that I'll keep Forrest safe?"
"Lock him in the cabin like you did me."
"I'm going to lock us both in our bedroom for a week when I come back."
"Promises, promises."
"Fact."
Sean turned to Ramsey.
"Gabriel says to tell you Forrest can come. He's not going to leave his mate anyway, and it's cruel to make him. Which reminds me, he also needs to talk to you about some enforcer thing. He's not doing that."
"Baby, you can't talk to Ramsey like that."
Sean turned back to him. "I just did talk to him like that, and I'll do it again if it means making you happy."
Ramsey raised an eyebrow and never said a word. "You can't order the Alpha around."
"Just go, Gabriel, before Angel does something stupid. I got this part of it, and Forrest is leaving without you."
"We'll talk about it when you get back, brother," Ramsey finally ordered. Gabriel hesitated, which Ramsey obviously saw. "I don't see it as a challenge, Gabe. He's just protecting you."
"Damn straight. He's not getting forced to do something he doesn't want to do," Sean said, and pointed at Ramsey.
Gabriel walked over to Sean. Sean placed a hand on the top of his head and stroked him, which was something Gabriel loved. Not that he would ever admit it to anyone. "Don't push him, Sean."
"Just take your wolfy ass and go save Angel from himself, please. I kind of liked the fanged fucker."
Ramsey chuckled. "You have your hands full with this one, brother." Yeah, Gabriel already knew. Gabriel moved so he could lick Sean's hand, committing his taste to memory one last time before taking off. He felt the air move around him as he ran. Magnus kept pace beside him. The fact that he was a vampire was the only reason he was able to keep up. The longer Gabriel was away from Sean, the more worried he got. He shouldn't have left him, not with him still being sick. He narrowed his eyes at Angel. "If something happens to my mate while I'm gone, I'm going to kick your ass," Gabriel whispered. "Don't threaten my mate, Gabe," Forrest said through his clenched jaw. He didn't understand how Angel and Gabriel were with each other. Threats and name-calling was just something they did. They all stood in the middle of the woods about a 3-hour run from St. Lake's, arguing. Angel had his eyes downcast, not meeting any of their gazes, especially not Forrest's.
"Go back then. I'm not trying to keep you from your mate," Angel said.
"Just get your head out of your ass long enough to see that separating from the group is a stupid idea."
I won't put him at risk." Angel turned to Forrest, his eyes glowing blue. Forrest took that as an invitation. "Are you even on Nicolono's radar?" When Angel's expression turned incredulous, Forrest held up a hand. "No, just hear me out. It seems like he's spending a lot of his energy trying to get Lucas, and with the warlocks on our side as well as the wingspan dragon shifters." Forrest pointed at Garriton, who circled in the sky above them, keeping an eye on them so he could track them when and if they moved. "Seems to me Nicolono has bigger fish to fry than you." "He's right," Magnus agreed. He leaned against a tree as if he were bored. "By the time Nicolono has time for you, the war will already be over." Forrest held out his hand. "If we lose the war, our mating won't matter anyway. We'll both be dead. You want to lose the time we do have because you're worried about us dying when it's a possibility?" Gabriel could see Angel needed to hear that. Angel drew Forrest to him, meeting Gabriel's gaze over his head. "So, now I have a war to win." Forrest chuckled. "No pressure or anything." Angel smiled and kissed the top of his head. "We'll bond when the war is over. I won't tie you to me until I know we'll both live." Angel let him go then. Forrest crumbled as he pulled away from Angel. Gabriel narrowed his eyes at Angel and pulled on his brother's arm. "Come here, brother. I've got you." "He just doesn't want me, Gabe," Forrest mumbled. Angel started to speak, but Gabriel held up a hand. "He's an idiot, but he does want you, Forrest." "Yes, I do." "Come home with me then, please." Forrest turned to Angel but never let go of Gabriel. Angel shook his head. "I won't hurt you." "You already are." Gabriel let Forrest go when he started to shift. That didn't go well at all. Of all the Somerset siblings, Forrest was the most sensitive. He was a sweet, even-tempered man whose feelings were hurt easier than most in certain situations. His mate turning him away was one of them. Forrest would have a difficult time trusting Angel. Angel didn't know it yet, but he'd have to work hard to win Forrest's affections again, when and if he got his head out of his ass. Gabriel eyed Garriton in the sky, waiting for him to meet his gaze. He pointed in the direction Forrest had gone, asking him if he'd follow his brother. Garriton made a chuffing noise and took off. Satisfied his brother was taken care of, he turned his gaze to Angel. "We're all in danger, Angel, not just you or Forrest. The war is bigger than just Nicolono, and you know it. You need to look at the big picture here, not just at the threat Nicolono poses. We can go now and kill him if you want. It won't be completely effective, though." Both men looked at him. Magnus addressed Gabriel's words. "You're talking about taking out the Vampire Council." "No, I'm talking about getting them on our side. At least some of them. We need to stand together, all of us." "Agreed. I can help with that. I know someone in Vesh's inner circle." Gabriel met Angel's gaze. He didn't speak. He didn't have to, though, because he already knew what Angel was going to do. "I'm going with him." Gabriel nodded once. "You're making the wrong decision, but then Forrest won't make it easy for you either way, so I guess it doesn't matter." Gabriel shifted and took off toward home. "Wait, what?" he heard Angel say, but didn't turn around or change back to answer him. He'd find out how stubborn Forrest could get when he lost trust in someone. As Gabriel ran, his only thought was getting back to Sean, which was just about all that would lift the emptiness he felt in the pit of his stomach. Gabriel even longed for Sean's quick-witted, smart mouth. By the gods, Gabriel had it bad, considering Sean directed all that snarky language at him most of the time. He'd known it would be like that, too, even when he'd still been trying to push Sean away. Since figuring out he wouldn't hurt Sean, he wasn't about to give him up. "I'm coming home now." "Already? Did Angel stop being stupid?" "No. He's going with Magnus to talk to the Vampire Council." "There's a council for vampires?" "And for shifters." "That's very organized of you. For animals." Gabriel growled playfully. "I'll show you, animal. You better be ready for me."
He heard Sean chuckle in his mind. The sound was so sweet and open. He focused on his conversation with Sean, which was why he didn't notice the smell until it was too late. He stopped in his tracks, turning toward the vampire coming at him on his right. He knew another one was on his left. He snarled a warning as the vampire came closer. He turned to the other one. That was when he saw a third. He knew then he wouldn't win the fight. "Tell Ramsey I'm in trouble, now." He was too busy fighting for his life to pay attention to Sean's response.
Chapter 16. Gabriel still fought when they threw him in a cell. He heard the metal door close behind him, and he slammed his body against it, even though every tear and cut on him screamed. The vampire smirked at him even as he locked the door. The vampire had lust in his eyes, which creeped Gabriel out. Even if he weren't mated, he wouldn't be into fucking the dude while in his wolf form. "I bet you taste good," Gabriel snarled, and slammed himself against the bars again, taking a swipe at the man with his big paw through the door. The man chuckled and turned, leaving the area after that. "I'll be back later for a little snack." He shifted to his human body, fixing the few cuts he had before shifting back to his wolf again. He heard Sean in his head, always calling to him, begging him to answer. He had only let Sean know he was all right because he had to focus on the fight, on getting out of the situation. Since that didn't happen, and he was now locked inside a cage, he would answer him. "Please tell me you're still in St. Lakes." "Oh, thank God. Where are you? Are you hurt?" "Back at Nicolono's coven. Of fucking course. And I'm just fine. Pissed off." "How did they find you?" "No fucking clue." And he'd figure that out later. He needed to get the hell out of there first. "Is Forrest safe?" "Yes, he's here. He's just worried about you. Everyone is, Gabriel, me included." Gabriel scanned his surroundings, taking everything in. His cell was one of several, and the area was relatively open. He was in a building outside the main structure. "I'm in a separate building, a barn, maybe." There were bars cemented into the floor, which separated his cell from the others. They were all empty except for one at the far end. A girl stared at him with wide eyes. She had bright red hair and appeared to be in her early teens. The girl must be Thomas's sister. They resembled each other quite a bit. They sat there for what felt like hours, the girl watching him with curiosity and maybe a little bit of hope. Then her expression changed to one of trust. Maybe it was instinctive for her. Gabriel respected someone who paid attention to their gut. She darted her gaze to the bars above his head once, and then at him again, as if trying to tell him something. Gabriel wasn't surprised. He turned, taking in the camera in the corner of the room. If he were human, he would have flipped off whoever was on the other side of that monitor. As it was, he wouldn't shift until he had to. He was stronger as a wolf. The girl moved away from the bars, sitting against the far wall, staring at the ceiling, staying in that same position for long minutes. Her behavior was strange. It was even stranger when she met his gaze and then turned to the ceiling again, repeating the gesture. Gabriel sat in the corner and let out a whine. "Look up," she whispered. If it weren't for Gabriel's wolf hearing, he wouldn't have caught the words. Gabriel did what she said and started searching the bars above him. At first, he didn't see anything, but then he noticed one of the bars didn't quite fit the way it should. Gabriel returned his gaze to her and then darted his gaze to the bars above her. The girl shook her head, which told him it was only on his side of the building. Gabriel laid down then, deciding getting some rest was the best thing to do. The little girl frowned at him. "Go." He wasn't going to leave her behind. Besides promising Thomas, she was just a kid, and didn't deserve to be locked in a cage. Instead of shifting and telling her that, he didn't move. She'd get the hint. "This place is cursed. My brother's been looking for me for months and hasn't found the building yet." Gabriel growled low in his throat, telling her to shut her mouth before she gave the person on the other side of the camera reason to get the whole vampire coven in the barn.
Her eyes widened, and she put her head down, refusing to meet his gaze again. Gabriel sniffed the air, trying to get her scent, but she was too far away. The straw he lay on gave off a musty odor that surrounded Gabriel's senses. "Baby, can you tell whoever's coming after me not to bother? I have a way out, just have to bide my time."
"No, Gabriel, please. We're already on the way. Please, just let us help you. Whatever gets you safe the fastest."
"We? You better not be coming here, Sean."
"Shut up. I'm already on the plane."
God damn it. Gabriel stood and started pacing again. "You guys won't be able to find the building. It's hidden with some sort of spell." Gabriel shifted into his human form the second he heard the clinking of keys. The sound grew loud and boots crunched against the gravel path as someone neared. Gabriel met the girl's gaze. "Don't watch." She nodded and turned, keeping her back to him. When she did, he moved to the front of his cell, waiting for the vampire to come into the building. He thought about Sean, how his ass felt when it surrounded him. Gabriel stroked his cock, trying to get it nice and hard. The second the vampire came into the building and eyed him with a lustful smile, Gabriel lost his erection. Still, the guy kept coming at him. "You want some of this, wolf?" Gabriel didn't say anything. He let the man think whatever he wanted. The man's teeth dropped down, and he dropped the paper sack he carried as he reached for the back of Gabriel's neck through the bars. Gabriel grabbed the man's head, and pulling it hard against the thick metal, the man fell in a heap to the floor. Instead of trying to fumble for the keys and then get his door open, thinking it would take too long, he reached above him, turning the bars overhead and pushing them out of the way. He moved just enough to fit through, and lifted himself up and over. The metal was cold on his bare skin, and he slid across the room. Jumping down, he landed inches from the vampire's head. The vampire moaned when Gabriel's feet hit the ground. Gabriel punched him in the head. "No, I don't want any of whatever you're offering, asshole." The vampire had the keys attached with a clip on his jeans. Gabriel grabbed them and went to the girl's cell. "Which key is it?" he asked her, even as he grabbed one in his hand and tried it in the lock.
"I don't know."
She gripped the bars and looked at the door, her feet shuffling as if she were warming up for a race. Gabriel tried 3 more keys before finding the right one. The second he had the door open, the girl launched herself at him. He held her as he ran. "Hold on, honey." She wrapped her arms so tightly around his neck it restricted his breathing a bit, but he didn't complain. At least he didn't have to worry about dropping her. Not that it was a real concern. He moved into the shadows of the building when he saw several people running in their direction. He hoped the darkness was enough to cover them. One vampire after another entered, and he breathed a sigh of relief when no one spotted them. The forest lay behind the building, so he headed that way. Ramsey would circle around, so he didn't give the pickup position away. It's what Gabriel would have done as well if he'd been Ramsey. For that reason, he headed in the opposite direction than he should have.
"Thanks for not leaving me behind,"
the girl whispered in his ear. "You're safe now, honey."
"My brother's still in there, I think."
"I just saw him a few days ago. He escaped and is safe. We'll find a way to get a message to him somehow. Let's get out of here first." "I'm out, baby. Tell Ramsey I have the warlock sister."
"Oh, God. Okay, we're almost to the mansion."
Gabriel sighed and shook his head. Gabriel knew the exact second they weren't alone anymore. He stopped in his tracks and tried to put the girl on her feet. When she wouldn't let go of her hold, he whispered, "I won't leave you." She nodded and laid on the forest floor when he made a hand gesture for her to do so. He followed right behind her, lying down, shifting into his wolf so he could be ready when the fighting started. "Vampires are trailing me. Go back to the plane, Sean."
"Ramsey says they see them too. Where are you?"
"Laying low. Literally." Gabriel searched for Sean. Instead, he saw Ramsey, just a few yards behind him. Gabriel looked from the girl to the vampires, searching for him. "Are you with Ramsey?"
"Yes."
Damn it. He fucking knew why Ramsey let Sean come. His mate could argue with a moving train and win. No doubt he argued his way right into the fight. Gabriel shifted again. What's your name?"
"Penny."
"There's a man behind us. When I say go, you run like hell to him. Think you can do that?" She nodded.
"You're not going to leave me, right?"
"Not for very long. My mate is back there. His name's Sean. You stay with him until I come back." She nodded again. "Okay, go, go!" Penny stood at the same time Gabriel shifted and took off in the opposite direction, making as much noise as he could. He barked and growled as he headed for one of the vampires, taking him down. He ripped out the vampire's throat and then moved to the next. He yelped in pain and twisted his body, trying to dislodge the vampire on his back, but couldn't. Claws dug into his shoulder. One minute the vampire was there, and the next he was hanging from Bennett's mouth. Bennett shook the body like a giant dog, tearing flesh. Blood spilled onto Gabriel. He scrambled away, turning his focus to the next enemy. Garrison was off to his left, taking on 2 vampires at the same time. Gabriel attacked one of them just as another vampire latched onto his neck. He could feel the vampire taking long pulls of his blood.
"Let me go! They're hurting him!"
Gabriel fought harder when he heard Sean yell. He took down one of the vampires and then shifted to his human form, trying to shake the vampire off. He kept hitting and twisting until he derailed him. He growled as he searched the area, ready for the next attack, but every vampire was either dead or passed out. Gabriel turned back to Sean just in time to see Ramsey finally let him go. Sean was about a foot away when he felt something wallop him on the back. Sean's eyes widened in horror, and he stopped his forward momentum. Pain exploded across his shoulder, and a massive body slammed against him. He stumbled around for a bit before falling to his knees. The vampire on his back growled and scraped his claws against Gabriel's back. Apparently, Sean got over his initial shock because he ran to Gabriel.
"Get off him!"
He punched at the person. A fist hit flesh, and then the vampire's teeth dislodged from his shoulder, even if the weight of his body on Gabriel never left. The world seemed to tilt, and Sean floated in front of his vision for a second before he was gone again. He tried to turn, but the forest floor came up to meet him. All of the air in his lungs pushed out of him as he hit the ground. He tried to roll, but the vampire was on top of him, pushing him into the damp earth, making it impossible to move.
"Get off him! Someone help me!"
A scream rent the air, and the heavy body lifted off him. Sean came into his vision, although it was as if Gabriel saw him through a fishbowl. The entire scene felt like a movie as he watched a feral vampire chase Sean. The vampire was unrecognizable. Instead, it appeared as though someone had pumped air in its face in certain parts, but left other places alone. Sean ran behind Ramsey at about the same time he shifted. Ramsey's big water monster jaws opened right above the feral vampire and clamped down. Gabriel shifted, staying in his wolf form for the time being to heal his wounds quicker. He could smell Sean's scent next to him suddenly and closed his eyes as arms came around his waist. When he opened them again, Sean's sweet face was inches from his own. His eyes were red-rimmed and tears soaked into the dirt and dead leaves. Gabriel shifted back and reached for Sean, pulling him against his side. He cried out in pain when he did. Apparently, using the muscles in his back wasn't an option quite yet. "Don't leave my sight." Gabriel had to make sure Sean stayed safe. They were far too close to Nicolono's coven for his comfort.
"I won't, I promise."
Shit. If Sean wasn't arguing with him, then it had to be bad. Sean moved when Ramsey, in his human form, came closer, lifting him into his arms and carrying him out of there. Through it all, Sean never released Gabriel's hand. Gabriel's head swam as if he were underwater. He tried to stay above the surface but lost consciousness on at least 2 separate occasions. One time he woke up, staring at the treetops and the star-speckled sky, and the next thing he knew he was staring at the top of Vaughn's cargo plane. His arms came around Sean when he realized what the weight on his chest was.
"Please be okay."
The words Sean whispered didn't seem to be for him. They were a plea to some higher power, like a prayer he chanted.
"Please, I love him so much."
"Love you too, baby." Sean lifted his head when Gabriel spoke, the surprise on his face evident.
"You're so pale."
Ramsay was the one who answered. "He lost a lot of blood."
"Do you want some of mine?"
Sean sniffled and wiped the back of his hand over his wet cheek. Gabriel smiled and reached up, wiping away the wet tears on his other cheek. "Doesn't work that way with me." The fact that he asked made Gabriel fall in love just a little bit more, though.
"Please tell me what will fix you."
Tears leaked from his eyes again, and Sean put his head down, pressing his forehead to Gabriel's chest. Running his fingers through his soft, dark hair, Gabriel whispered, "Just need to shift a few more times."
"I thought he was going to kill you, just like Niall did to the blood whore."
"I'm still here." Sean lifted his head again, and their gazes met. Sean studied him, as if making sure he was real and present. He touched Gabriel's cheek, cupping his face.
"Let's be together for a while now, okay? Can we do that?"
"We'll go to my house for a few days." Gabriel thought about it for a few seconds. Our house, I mean. Chapter 17.
"You are the worst patient in the world, do you know that?"
Sean let out a frustrated sigh when Gabriel swung his legs over the side of the bed and planted his bare feet on the floor. "I can't stay in bed anymore. If I do, I'm going to go crazy."
"You can at least let me help you."
"You've been taking care of me for the past 2 days."
"And you've bitched the whole time."
"Sorry." Sean rolled his eyes.
"You're not going to get back in bed, are you?"
Gabriel smiled and crooked his finger. Sean narrowed his eyes and tried to stay mad.
"You think you're so cute."
He let a little of his amusement out, with a small smile playing at the corner of his lips. As he made his way over to Gabriel, heat lit his eyes. Sean knew the look well, because Gabriel always got a little sparkle when he wanted to have sex.
"You're still recovering, honey. I'm not contributing to your self-destruction."
Gabriel wrapped his arms around Sean's waist and laid his head against his abdomen. Sean laced his fingers through his soft hair and held him close. "I'll make a deal with you. If I can make breakfast—"
"With my help,"
Sean broke in, needing to make that one point. Gabriel needed to rely on him more than he had been, and Sean was going to see he did. "Okay, if we can get through breakfast without too much pain and discomfort, then you'll give it up to me afterward." Sean snorted out a laugh.
"Give it up?"
He shook his head.
"Your romance tactics need work, Gabriel. But I'll agree."
"Also, I'm ready for alone time with you. Too many people in the house. Just want it to be you and me for a couple days. I'd like to start today."
"You want to go to your house today?"
"It's our home, baby, and yeah." Gabriel pleaded with his eyes.
"I'd like to see where you live."
"Where we live. Give me a couple more days, and we'll go on the shopping trip I promised you."
"You should just let Lucas fix you."
"Nah, I'll heal the old-fashioned way."
"Why?"
"I'm not dying or anything. Already feeling a lot better. It takes energy for Lucas to do his healing thing. Expending too much could hurt him."
"Not if he does it once."
"But who knows what could happen after he did heal me? What if Nicolono decided to start a war 5 minutes after he did his thing? I'd rather not take the chance. Besides, it's been fun having you take care of me." Gabriel let him go, and Sean took a step back, wincing when he saw Gabriel stand and get a pained look. He wrapped an arm around his waist.
"See, you should get right back in bed."
"Pulls at the wound a little. I'm fine once I stand, I promise." Sean sighed.
"Fine."
Gabriel grinned as they walked out of the bedroom. "Well, you're giving in finally. That's amazing."
"Shut up. You weren't going to give me a choice."
Gabriel grew serious. "That's because I'm feeling much better. I'm not pushing myself too hard." Sean nodded and swallowed down the lump in his throat.
"I'm just worried about you. That thing came at you just like Niall came at the blood whore. I thought you were going to die, Gabriel. I got scared for you."
Gabriel hugged him close. "You saved me, though."
"Guess it makes us even."
"Nope. I owe you breakfast, and you owe me—" Gabriel moved his hand down Sean's back and palmed his ass cheek. Sean chuckled and moved from Gabriel's chest to his cock, rubbing his palm over it through his clothing. "You're gonna make me hard in front of my mother."
"Yeah, we need the alone time, don't we?"
Sean moved his hand to Gabriel's chest.
"Later."
"Definitely."
"I noticed you're not moving your hand off my ass."
Gabriel grinned. "You have a sexy ass, baby."
"Thank you. I'm glad you like it. But are you planning on feeling me up all the way into the kitchen?"
"Yep." Sean was convinced Gabriel's "let's make breakfast together" really meant foreplay. So far, Gabriel hadn't done a thing to help. It was 2 p.m, so Sean supposed they were making a late lunch, even though he intended to make them pancakes. Gabriel held him from behind with his arms around his waist and his hard length pressed into the small of his back. Lips sucked at the back of his neck while he cracked an egg into the bowl. Sean broke another egg into it before pushing against Gabriel, silently asking him to move.
"Get me the milk, will you?"
"Mm-hmm." Gabriel moved, letting Sean go. He went to the refrigerator. "How did you learn to cook?"
"I lived with my grandmother. She let me help."
Sean smiled at the memory. He had so many where they cooked together. They all blended into one. It continually surprised him when missing her never got easier. He heard somewhere time healed everything, and had held on to the sentiment, hoping it was true. So far, it wasn't. The jug of milk slid across the counter, and the arms around his waist returned. "You miss her," Gabriel whispered into his ear, and then kissed right below it.
"Every day, a little bit worse."
"I'm sorry, baby. I wish I could make it better."
"You do. You're here. We're like this, being all domestic and shit. It helps."
Gabriel kissed Sean's nape again and then ran his finger over it. "I left a hickey back here." Sean snorted out a laugh at about the same time Lucas and Bennett came through the back door. Sean eyed Lucas with caution. They hadn't been on good terms before Nicolono's goons took Gabriel, and they hadn't talked about it. Frankly, Sean hadn't had time, what with Gabriel's injuries and all. "Why aren't you guys at work?" Gabriel asked. "Half day today. Lucas has something to do." Bennett pulled Lucas down onto his lap and nodded toward the bowl. "What are you making?" Sean refused to look in their direction, focusing on the meal he was preparing.
"Pancakes, eggs, and bacon. You guys hungry?"
"Yeah, thanks." Bennett nudged Lucas, who just shook his head. "Lucas would like to talk to you in private, Sean." Sean shrugged. Lucas sighed.
"Thanks for that, Benny. Way to force my hand. I'm not ready yet." "If you're going to tell me how shitty I am again, then just get it over with. And no, I'm not talking to you in private. Gabriel isn't feeling well still, and he might need me, so just say what you need to say."
Okay, so Gabriel's mouth attached to his shoulder, and his hands, feeling him up under his shirt, negated everything he said.
"I don't think you're shitty," Lucas said. "Really? Because that's pretty much what you said a few days ago."
Lucas sighed and laid his head on Bennett's shoulder.
"I didn't mean to make you feel that way. I love you, Sean, just like a brother. I guess I just didn't understand how you could be scared of Bennett. He's never really scared me, at least not the way you were scared that day. He's just a big softy."
Sean eyed the man in question. He always had a stony expression that never left his face until he looked at Lucas. Then his expression softened. Bennett's eyebrow went up as he met Sean's gaze. "I'm not going to hurt you." Sean waved him off.
"I know. Gabriel would kick your ass, but it doesn't make Lucas less delusional."
The corners of Bennett's mouth turned up. "Gabriel can try." Lips never left his neck when Gabriel flipped Bennett off. "Not try. Do." "Shut up, Gimpy," Bennett growled. Despite his tone, Sean knew he was teasing because he smiled. It was the first one he had seen Bennett give anyone except Lucas. It was enough to let Sean know he loved his brother, which told Sean he could trust Bennett. "Fine. Sparring in the yard after we eat." Of course, Gabriel would challenge him. Sean shook his head.
"You're still recovering, Gabe."
"Hey, I'm not delusional," Lucas argued.
"You are when it comes to your mate. I get it, though.
Gabriel might rip the throat out of someone if they posed a threat, but he wouldn't harm one single hair on my head. Bennett's probably the same with you."
Gabriel held him closer. "Never hurt you."
Sean forgot the pancake batter for the moment as he snuggled into the embrace. "Are you even hungry?"
"For you."
Sean chuckled and turned in Gabriel's arms. "I thought you were the one who's supposed to make breakfast."
"I'm helping."
"How?"
"I'm making sure you don't get bored."
Gabriel played at the waistband of Sean's pants. A warm finger slid against the crack of his ass.
Sean chuckled.
"You're such a hornball."
"Can't help it. It's what you do to me."
"We're still in the room, guys," Bennett said.
Gabriel lifted his head, looking at Lucas and Bennett. "If you can't handle it, go in another room, Bennett."
"There'll be pancakes in this room, though."
Oh, that's right.
He had been making breakfast/lunch for Gabriel. Sean started to turn around, but arms around his waist stopped him.
"I'll finish it, baby. Go have your talk with Lucas."
Sean nodded and kissed him quickly before pulling away. He could feel Gabriel staring at his ass, so he gave a little wriggle, which made Gabriel chuckle. Sitting down at the table, he stared at Lucas. "I love you, Lucas. I really do, but you're not being fair to me."
"I know.
That's what Garrison said, too." Lucas kissed Bennett on the cheek and then stood. Sean stood too, mostly because he wasn't sure what was coming. He might need an opportunity to get away if Lucas did his magic shit. Lucas smiled at him.
"I'm going to apologize, not hurt you."
"Okay." Sean held out his arms for Lucas, waving him in for a hug.
"Come here."
"Whatever trust we lost in each other, we'll have to work to get it back."
"That's doable. And I'm sorry, too."
Sean released Lucas when the kitchen door opened behind him. Sean heard Penny giggle at something before he even saw her. When she did come into view, she went straight to Gabriel. She leaned against him until he hugged her around the shoulders in a one-arm thing that spoke of his affection. Jules sat in the seat Sean had just vacated. Since he'd lost his seat, he decided to help Gabriel with breakfast again. Before he went, though, he took hold of Lucas's hand.
"We're good?"
"Yeah." He squeezed gently before letting go.
"Do you think we could find my brother?"
he heard Penny ask when he got closer.
"Yeah, we'll look for him."
Penny nodded and then snatched one of the pancakes Gabriel had stacked on a plate. She ate it as if it were a giant cookie.
"This is good."
"Don't talk with your mouth full." Penny waved off his reprimand as she came over to him.
"Will you take me shopping sometime soon?"
Sean raised his eyebrows. "I'd love to, but why me?"
She shrugged. "Gabriel told me I could go get some things for myself, and you're always so fashionable."
Sean looked at Gabriel, who met his eyes. Sean winked at him.
"Gabriel and I are going to his house for a couple of days, but I'll take you after that." "Whenever. Hey, guess what? Sage told me if I wanted a part-time job, he'd train me to be a waitress at the diner. Isn't that cool?"
"Very cool."
"He told me they need help in the kitchen, and you're really good at cooking. You should do that."
Sean hadn't thought about getting a job yet. His entire focus was on making Gabriel well, but he did need one. He had to contribute to the household expenses somehow.
"I'll talk to Sage about it."
"Might want to let Garrison or Ramsey know you're staying at your house for a few days," Bennett said. Gabriel nodded to Bennett, indicating he'd already thought of that.
"What if I want to come to your house? Do I have to call before I come? You guys will be naked and gross, right?" Penny asked.
Sean chuckled. "I think we can manage to keep our clothes on."
"Call, because no, we won't,"
Gabriel said, completely negating Sean's words once again. Chapter 18. The second they pulled in front of a small cabin, Sean knew it was Gabriel's. It was blue with white shutters and sat a few yards from the water. A stand of trees provided privacy from the neighbors. The neighbors' houses on either side peeked through, providing some color amongst the browns and greens. Sean got out of the car and scanned the area, taking it in.
"Is that your boat down there?"
Gabriel came around to the front of the car and stood next to Sean.
"Yeah. You like boats?"
Sean shrugged.
"I don't know. I've never been on one. I'd like to go, though."
"We can go fishing tomorrow morning if you want."
"That sounds Boring, but I'll try it.
Gabriel chuckled but didn't comment. Sean grabbed his hand, lacing their fingers together. Gabriel pulled him around to the back of the house to a large deck. A glass table, made for outdoor use, and a couple of chairs sat near the closed sliding glass door. A grill waited against the blue siding.
I think I'll just live out here on the deck.
They walked to the door. Gabriel slid it open and they entered a living room. A fireplace was on the right with a television over the mantel. A long dark sofa sat in front of it.
Never stayed in a house with a fireplace before.
You don't just stay here, Sean. You live here. We'll come a few days a week and then move in permanently when this thing with Nicolono is over.
What do you do for a living?
Why he hadn't asked before, he didn't know. But for Gabriel to afford a house right on the lake, he must make some killer money. I'm a history teacher and football coach at the high school.
Sean chuckled. You are not. What do you do?
Took a leave of absence to investigate Nicolono, but I'll go back to work next week. Sean saw the serious expression on Gabriel's face, but he still couldn't believe it.
You teach history?
Yes. Why is that so surprising?
Just didn't think you were a teacher is all. You never talked about it.
You never asked. He pulled on Sean's hand.
How can you afford a place like this?
As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he wanted to take them back.
Sorry, it's none of my business.
Gabriel pulled him close. It's fine, baby. The kiss that came next was just a gentle press of lips, designed to comfort and nothing else. Still, Sean felt the desire also. St. Lakes is a shifter town.
What does that have to do with anything?
I've lived here for a long time.
How long?
Long enough not to have a mortgage. Now come on. Gabriel released him, still holding on to his hand as he guided him across the room.
You're taking me to the bedroom, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. Gabriel walked them past the small galley-style kitchen to the closed door at the back of the house. He let Sean into the room first, releasing his hand as he went inside. The room smelled like Gabriel, pine and earth. The bed had a beautiful dark wood frame around it that reminded him of a forest. A picture of Mother Estelle sat on the dresser, looking at him. Sean let go of Gabriel's hand and walked over to it, turning it around. Gabriel chuckled.
I love your mom, but it's a little weird when you're about to make love.
You can move the picture wherever you want.
I'll move it to the living room later.
Sean turned to Gabriel once again and bit his lip as he met his gaze through his lashes. He rubbed a hand over his own hard cock.
My whole body needs you. I want to suck you.
Shit. Okay, baby.
I need you to get naked.
Sean started undressing. An ache built in his chest. His hands shook even as he took off his pants and underwear.
Oh God, hurry, please.
Gabriel didn't say anything. Instead, he ripped the zipper of his pants down. Sean didn't wait for him. He sank to his knees and pushed every piece of clothing out of his way. Not wasting any time, he wrapped his lips around the head of Gabriel's cock and took it into his mouth. Fingers laced through his hair, gripping his scalp, holding him in place. Sean sucked in slightly as he pulled back, wanting to hear more of those sexy sounds his mate made. He wasn't disappointed. Gabriel growled a little at the same time he pushed Sean onto his cock. He stopped moving when he realized Gabriel was going to set the pace. Sean's fingers dug into his ass muscles, using them to brace himself. Gabriel's cock hit the back of his throat, and he welcomed it, relaxing enough Gabriel could take what he wanted. Sean needed to give over to his mate for some unexplainable reason. Gabriel's hand stilled, coming around to cup his cheek, and he whimpered at the tenderness. Pull off, baby. Get up on the bed. Sean obeyed, letting the cock fall from his mouth. He watched it leave, the sight of it making Sean's asshole flutter, wanting that inside him again. Sean stood and walked over to the bed. Stomach or back? Lay on your stomach. Sean did, going up on his knees, even as his chest touched the mattress. Gabriel ran his palm over Sean's ass, growling as he did. Fucking sexy, baby. I don't need prepping. Are you sure? Yeah. He heard a drawer open and close. A cap clicked, and then the blunt head of a cock pushed into him at the same time his mate's body lay over him. Fingers laced together. Gabriel's cheek pressed against his own. "Is this what you need?" Sean nodded. Gabriel pushed in slowly. "Am I hurting you?"
"No, it's perfect. Feels smooth. It's good."
Everything about Gabriel was so perfect it brought tears to his eyes. "Why are you crying, baby?"
"It's overwhelming."
Gabriel pulled out halfway and pushed back in again. "You want me to stop?"
"No, just like this, forever."
All talking ceased. His focus centered on the thrusts, so slow it was as if Gabriel was committing to him, putting actions to the words he had spoken earlier about making a life in the cabin. It took Sean a while, but he believed him. He hadn't understood what mating meant before. "Are you close, baby?" Gabriel didn't stop his gentle thrusts.
"Yes."
He could feel it building in the space right above his cock, even before Gabriel asked the question. His balls tightened, and white-hot pleasure shot through his system like a rocket launching.
"Gabriel!"
Warm cum coated his abdomen and the bed beneath him. Gabriel came inside him, his movements erratic right before he stilled. He made a grunting sound in Sean's ear and then licked at the scarred-over bonding wound on his shoulder, right before he sank his teeth into his flesh. Sean cried out as the pain turned to pleasure. His cock made a valiant effort to get hard again, but didn't fully succeed. Gabriel took a couple of long pulls of his blood before he released him, licking the wound closed. Sean relaxed. He hadn't realized just how tense he'd been the past few days. He discovered one thing about himself. He hated it when Gabriel was sick or injured, and he never wanted him that way again. Gabriel rubbed his cheek against Sean's hair and the parts of his face he could reach.
"You're like a big cat instead of a wolf."
Sean smiled and pressed his cheek into the soft linen covering the bed, closing his eyes. Gabriel started to move off Sean, but he stopped him with a hand gripping his ass cheek.
"Not yet, please. I like feeling your weight on me."
It warmed his blood. Never had he felt more comfortable or more loved. "I'm not crushing you."
"No."
His voice came out husky, the hint of sleep in it as he felt himself go under by slow degrees. He woke to the sound of a guitar strumming and someone singing. It sounded as if it were coming through a speaker, so he figured the radio was on. The music was quiet enough he had to strain to hear it. All the sounds were a gentle rumble that had him staying right where he was, trying to go back to sleep, but not succeeding. Gabriel must have moved him on the bed because a pillow was under his head and blankets covered him. He was still naked, though, but he was alone. He reached a hand and ran it across his stomach, feeling for dried cum, but there was none. The tables had turned, it seemed, and Gabriel was taking care of him. There was a slight ache in his legs, which told him it was time to get more blood. Sean sighed. He got out of bed and pulled on his underwear and one of Gabriel's t-shirts. Why bother with pants if it was him and Gabriel? God, they were alone together for the first time since they'd met. He had the sudden urge to tell Gabriel just how perfect making love to him was. So, with that in mind, he left the bedroom and searched for him, expecting to find him in the house somewhere.
"Gabriel?"
"I'm out on the deck, baby." Sean smiled and started for the door, pulling it open and then wanting to shut it again when he saw Ramsey in one of the deck chairs. Gabriel met his gaze and waved him over. Sean went, but it wasn't without embarrassment. Thank God the shirt he had on covered him to his thighs. He sat on Gabriel's lap and sighed in contentment when his arms came around him, holding him in place. "Hi, Sean."
"Hey, sorry I'm half naked. I didn't realize you were here."
Sean never even looked at Ramsey when he spoke, not wanting to break the contact with his mate. "It's fine. How are you feeling?" Ramsey asked, referring to his weird condition.
"Like I'm gonna need more blood soon?"
Sean mumbled. Gabriel tightened his hold. "Why didn't you tell me?"
"I don't want to hurt you. Not after that thing attacked you. Thought I'd talk to someone about finding a different way to get the blood I need."
Gabriel growled and his body stiffened. "You will not touch someone else."
"Of course not. I meant bagged blood maybe or something. I don't know. It's just a thought, Gabriel. I just don't want to keep taking and taking."
Gabriel pulled the collar of his shirt back, inviting Sean to take what he needed. Sean's teeth grew almost as soon as he saw the scarred wound he'd left. He could smell the blood just underneath the surface of his skin. Sean shook his head.
"What if I take too much?"
Gabriel made a sound that wasn't quite a word before Ramsey started speaking. "Gabriel heals 10 times faster than you do. Not only that, but he's been resting and shifting for days now. You won't hurt him, but you will hurt yourself if you don't."
"I don't want to be like the thing who attacked him."
"The feral vampire, you mean? They starved him of blood. Plus, you're not a vampire, so you could never be like that."
Sean lifted his head, meeting Gabriel's gaze for long seconds.
"I'm capable of taking care of you, baby. Trust me."
Sean nodded and kissed him before breaking contact with his lips to lick across Gabriel's shoulder. He struck gently, taking long pulls from his mate. Something settled inside him, and his leg stopped aching. Gabriel's hard cock pressed into his leg, which only made his desires rise. Sitting sideways on Gabriel's lap seemed too far away, so he withdrew his teeth, standing up to straddle his lap and sinking his teeth in again.
"Should we talk later?"
Sean barely heard Ramsey's words. His entire focus was on Gabriel and the satisfaction he felt deep in his bones.
"No, now's okay." "Yeah, but you with that look on your face is weird. Plus, you're gripping his ass cheeks. I don't need to see this. Seriously."
Gabriel's hands left his ass, moving up his back, and he whimpered. Sean's teeth receded, and he immediately started licking the few drops of blood that escaped.
"Sorry, it's intense when he drinks from me." "Yeah, I can see that. I won't stay long. Just wanted to talk about the enforcer position. I don't want you to think you have to take it or anything. I'd like you to, but it's your choice."
"As long as I'm not the lead enforcer." Sean licked across the wound one more time before pulling back. "You told me you didn't think you should do it."
"The clan needs me."
Gabriel's jaw clenched a couple of times. Sean placed his hands on Gabriel's cheeks, forcing their eyes to meet. "You're no use to anyone if you're constantly in mental turmoil."
"War is coming, and I'll have to fight. Ramsey needs me to do this."
Gabriel's jaw clenched again, and he tried to look away, but Sean wouldn't let him. "Ramsey needs you to do what's healthy for you. If you think that's being an enforcer for the clan, then okay."
"You don't think I should?"
"I don't even know what an enforcer does, Gabriel. I don't have an opinion." Sean turned to Ramsey, not taking his hands off Gabriel's face. "What does an enforcer have to do?"
"He'd be keeping the peace, killing if I give the order, sort of like a human sheriff would."
"Minus the killing when ordered thing." Sean thought about it for a moment. There was a lot Ramsey wasn't saying. Some things about the shifter culture Sean needed to understand first. "Keeping the peace. That means he'll have to fight whoever you tell him to, making sure all the paranormals in your clan do what you tell them, right?"
"Yes, essentially."
"He's a fair leader." Gabriel defended his brother. "I know, I can tell. Wasn't implying anything. I'm just trying to understand the culture. I've never been in a clan before."
"It's just like a human's culture for the most part," Ramsey explained.
Sean shook his head. "Humans don't sacrifice themselves for the good of the group. At least, we don't anymore. We do what's best for ourselves, even at the expense of someone else sometimes." Sean turned back around to Gabriel. He realized he had missed a critical piece of what made Gabriel who he was. "I'll support whatever decision you make." He released him and laid his head on Gabriel's shoulder again. Ramsey cleared his throat.
"I'm with Sean on this, Gabe. I didn't realize you'd have issues, or I would have never put this on you. Do what you think is best."
"I'll need a few days to think about it." A chair scraped across the wood of the deck, and then the dull clunk of boots sounded. When they quieted again, a hand patted him on the back. The hand left and touched Gabriel's other shoulder, the one he wasn't lying on.
"Consider your mate's happiness in your decision. If you do, you'll make the right choice."
Chapter 19.
Sean had been puttering around the house all day, not doing much, but pretending to clean so he could snoop through Gabriel's stuff. Gabriel lounged on the couch, watching basketball on television and pretending he didn't know what Sean was doing.
Question.
Sean rearranged books on a shelf, taking one and flipping through the pages. An array of vegetables littered the bottom half of the cover, and the words, "How to Raise a Vegetable Garden," were big and green across the top. They had slept 2 nights here, not leaving except to get groceries once. Sean had been all over the property and hadn't seen even a hint of a garden. Gabriel never took his eyes off the television.
Where's the vegetable garden?
I don't garden.
Yeah, I know. Why do you have a book about it?
My mom gave it to me. She said I should start one, just never got around to it.
Well, it's the right time of year for one.
Gabriel made a non-committal noise and never even moved from the couch. Sean sighed and put the book back.
I used to help my grandma garden all the time. I know how to do all that.
Again, another non-committal noise and nothing else indicating Gabriel paid attention.
We could use our shit for fertilizer. Of course, that requires us to poop in a bucket from now on,
Sean said. Gabriel finally met his gaze and grinned. Your grandma teach you that too?
Nope, but then she talked even more than I do, so I never had to wonder if I had her attention.
Sorry, baby. This is my favorite team playing. I get absorbed sometimes. He crooked a finger, beckoning him forward. Sean smiled and went over to him, sitting next to him on the couch. He ran a hand across Gabriel's thigh, just wanting a small amount of contact. Gabriel pulled him closer. He kissed the top of his head. Are you bored?
No.
Then what?
Sean shrugged. I feel like our alone time is coming to an end, and I don't want it to. If we started a garden, we'd come back here to stay a few times a week.
Gabriel kissed him on the temple and smiled. I'm not rushing to get back to Mom's house either. I like it when it's just you and me.
There's a but there, though, right?
But we'll have to go back at some point, just so the family knows we're safe and available when they need us.
When they need you, you mean?
I said what I meant. You have a big heart, baby. That's a treasured thing to family and the clan.
You are my heart.
Gabriel leaned in, pressing their lips together. If they meant to keep the kiss brief, Sean never got that memo. In all his life, Sean never had a problem asking for what he wanted. He licked inside Gabriel's mouth at the same time he pulled him closer. He got what he wanted when he ended up on his back, Gabriel's weight on him. Fingers fumbled with the button on his pants, and then the zipper came down. Gabriel's weight lifted, and the kiss ended. He moved his hips when Gabriel grabbed the top of his pants, pulling them off. He took his shirt off, letting it fall to the floor as he watched Gabriel do the same. Sean trailed a hand from his chest to his cock and wrapped his fingers around it.
Hurry, Gabriel.
Impatient, Gabriel growled, but his nostrils flared. All the muscle and strength had Sean's blood heating.
It's what you do to me.
Gabriel took his pants off and then reached into the side table drawer for the lube. He placed the tube beside Sean's hip, even as he laid over him once again. Only he didn't give him all his weight, but instead sort of hovered over him. He moved down Sean's body, placing soft kisses down his chest. Gabriel pulled his hand away, kissing his palm before licking his shaft. He arched into the intense pleasure, unable to stop himself, moaning when Gabriel did it again. Oh God, he needed to touch. It was an overwhelming urge, so he laced his fingers through his dark hair with one hand. His other hand was between Gabriel's shoulder blades. Please. Just one word was enough to get a warm, wet mouth on him. It started at the head with a tongue circling the most sensitive part, before Gabriel sank onto him, taking in the whole thing centimeter by slow centimeter.
Fuck.
Sean's hips lifted. It was as if Gabriel controlled every aspect of his body, taking it away from him. But he happily gave it. A finger rubbed over his entrance as Gabriel lifted halfway off his cock and took him in again. Slick warmth probed him, setting a rhythm that matched the mouth sucking his cock. He fisted Gabriel's hair and tried to make him go faster. A second finger followed the first, rubbing over his prostate. He cried out when the pleasure became too intense.
"I'm gonna come already!"
The delicious wet heat left him at the same time another finger entered him. Gabriel moved up his body, pressing him into the cushions once again. Lips touched him, and a tongue licked into his mouth. He tasted a hint of himself and moaned. Gabriel pulled his fingers out, lining his cock to his entrance, pushing in. A buzzer sounded on the television, and the crowd cheered right before quieting. Gabriel broke the kiss, pressing his cheek to Sean's as he sank into him. Gabriel's breathing changed as he pulled partway out, sinking back in again. The moaning was all he heard. Sean wasn't aware of anything else, including the television. What started out as a gentle rocking of hips turned into the slapping of skin on skin. It had never been like that before. For as big as Gabriel was, he had always been gentle, treating Sean with kid gloves. The pounding he was getting settled something inside Sean, creating a deep satisfaction he didn't even know he'd needed. He cried out when his orgasm slammed through his body, every muscle tensed around Gabriel. A part of him was afraid he'd disappear right when Sean needed him most. His arms tightened, holding Gabriel to him, not letting go for a second. Even after Gabriel's movements became erratic and he grunted out a release, Sean still didn't let up his hold. He didn't even care that his cum squished between them, creating a wet, sticky mess they'd have to shower off at some point. "Are you okay? I didn't hurt you?"
"I'm perfect. I think I needed that."
Gabriel chuckled. "So, you needed a good pounding, huh?" Sean grinned.
"I guess so."
He rubbed his cheek against Gabriel's, letting their stubble notch together. They both needed to shave, it seemed. Gabriel's cock softened so much, it fell out on its own, with very little effort from either of them. "Want a shower and then get the supplies we'll need to start the garden?"
"No, don't want to move."
Sean held tight when Gabriel tried to move away. Arms wrapped around his waist, lifting. Gabriel walked them to the bathroom without a single word. Sean dangled there, Gabriel carrying him like a giant rag doll.
"Gabriel,"
Sean whined. "The garden was your idea."
"I know, but that was before you fucked me into the couch cushions."
"Question." Sean had 1,000, but he figured he'd give Gabriel a headache if he asked them all at once, so he decided days ago to space them out.
"Do different types of shifters have different abilities? Like you said, you can smell 1,000 times better than me, and you can probably run faster and stuff like that too."
"Yes, Bennett and Garrison both breathe fire when they're in their dragon form. That's a unique trait not all dragon shifters have, though. Forrest has a better sense of smell than anyone I know. Ramsey gets all bendy like a snake when he's in the water."
"Yeah, I bet he does. Nearly shit my pants when I saw him that day you were injured."
Gabriel started the truck, and they got moving. "Ramsey is one of the only water shifters in the world. His kind is nearly extinct."
"Are dragon shifters rare too?"
"Not like Ramsey. There are entire towns of dragon shifters."
"How have they kept their existence a secret for so long?"
"They haven't. Not really. How many stories have you heard about humans seeing something weird in the sky? Now with cell phones and cameras everywhere, it's only a matter of time before all paranormals are exposed." Sean recalled a few news stories over the years, and one weird documentary about gigantic birds. Of course, the documentary said the birds would snatch children from the ground, but he had his doubts about that part. Since knowing shifters existed and mating with one, he understood how unlikely any of those stories were. If it did happen, it was probably because the kid was doing something stupid, and the dragon lifted them from the ground to save their life. Each story on the news had pictures that appeared fabricated to go along with it. It did seem like more and more of those stories were popping into their information feeds. Sean hadn't connected them with dragon shifters or any other paranormal being before that moment.
"So what will happen?"
"I don't know. We'll probably end up fighting the humans. Need to learn how to come together first, though. Starting wars with each other is a stupid move."
"Not if one side is working with humans. Divide and conquer."
Gabriel acted as if Sean had slapped him. Sean shrugged.
If the politicians knew about you guys, it would make sense. I'm just saying.
He stopped talking for a minute and squirmed in his seat.
What? Stop staring at me like that.
You're a fucking genius. Gabriel did a U-turn in the middle of the road and headed in the other direction. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and handed it to Sean. Call Ramsey for me, will you?
What do I say?
Tell him we need to have an emergency meeting and to meet us at Mom's house.
Sean pressed a couple of buttons on Gabriel's phone, bringing up Ramsey's number. When Ramsey answered, he relayed the information. The only thing Ramsey said was, "Gabriel has Angel's number. Call him." The beauty of living in a small town was the short distance between one place and another. Or so Sean learned when he finished the call with Ramsey and searched Gabriel's contacts for Angel's number. Sean found it about the same time the truck stopped moving. He pressed the call button and put the phone on speaker, even as Gabriel shut off the engine and got out of the vehicle. Sean scrambled after him at about the same time Angel answered the phone. "Hey, I need you to stay on the line. Got a meeting you and Magnus need to be in," Gabriel said, when Sean handed him the phone. Gabriel didn't bother taking the phone off speaker, though.
"I can be there in person. Is the meeting at Mother Estelle's house?"
"Yeah. Where the hell are you?"
"At Magnus's cabin."
"Hiding out together from the mates?" Gabriel took Sean's hand and laced their fingers together.
"Something like that, yeah."
"I won't tell Forrest on you."
"Tell me what?"
Forrest said, coming up behind him. Sean jumped about a mile in the air and let out a very unmanly scream, clutching his chest as he came back down in an attempt to keep his heart inside his body.
"Sorry."
"It's okay. Is he going to be at the meeting?"
Angel asked, and Forrest seemed to crumble upon hearing it. To his credit, he kept walking without a word. Sean squeezed Gabriel's hand right before letting go.
"I'm going to talk to him."
Gabriel nodded, and Angel asked,
"Talk to who?"
Gabriel started to answer, but Sean held up a hand.
"I'm going to go console your very upset mate because you're too stupid to realize we're all in danger, not just you. The war you people keep going on about will probably happen, and we'll all die anyway, but go ahead and die miserable and alone, Angel."
Sean didn't wait for Angel to reply. He walked in the door, trying to find Forrest. Penny hugged him within an inch of his life instead.
"Please tell me you're done getting busy with Gabriel. I need you to take me shopping pronto."
Oh, God. Teenagers were so scary, especially when they talked about sex. He decided to ignore the getting busy part and said,
"I can take you after the meeting thingy." "What meeting?"
Mother Estelle asked from the kitchen table.
"The one Gabriel called."
Sean let go of Penny and closed the distance when she beckoned him with a wave of her hand. He hugged her and whispered,
"Did Forrest walk through here?" "Yes. He's been sensitive lately. He's taking Angel's rejection hard,"
Mother Estelle explained. Before Sean could reply, Lucas entered the room. Sean straightened and grabbed his hand, pulling him right back out.
"Nice to see you, too. I need you to help me talk to Forrest." "Oh, hell no. Forrest cries every time someone even looks at him wrong." "Right, which is why he needs us."
He saw Jules on the couch sitting next to Layton. They were sitting so close he thought perhaps they had started some romance between them, but then he remembered the way Layton was with Magnus. Both men had a lot in common. They were just helping each other.
"You guys want to help us talk to Forrest? He needs support right now," Sean asked them as he passed the room.
"We've tried already, but I guess a second time can't hurt. He's always been the most sensitive one out of all of us. He's also the most stubborn."
Layton stood, pulling Jules with him. They held hands as they followed Sean and Lucas. Sean started going up the stairs, thinking Forrest was in his room, but Lucas's expression glazed over for a couple of seconds before he said,
"He's in the garage with Garrett and Sage."
Sean grinned at Lucas.
"That's so cool."
"Thanks." Lucas blushed, which made Sean chuckle. Sean let Lucas's hand go and started for the garage.
"So what's up with Garrett? Is he like the dad or something?"
Lucas shrugged.
"Yeah, I guess so. He saved Bennett's life when he was a kid. Wolf shifters attacked their town and Bennett's parents died. Garrett took care of him. When Garrett disappeared, Bennett came here." "Wait, Nicolono held Garrett prisoner? I remember him saying that once. Man, he aged well."
Layton was the one who started laughing.
"Shifters live longer than humans. We age slower."
"Oh."
Sean wondered about Gabriel's age. He appeared in his mid-20s. "He's 51 years old," Layden answered.
"Gabriel's that old? Holy shit!" Sean started laughing. "He's totally robbing the cradle. Now I can tease him about being old for the rest of our lives."
Lucas smiled. "So you finally accepted you have a family now?"
"Yeah, Gabriel made me believe it."
"Good. We all love you, Sean," Lucas whispered. It seemed whatever trust issues him and Lucas had, it didn't diminish the love they had for each other. "And I love you too, Lucas. And we'll always be friends forever, won't we?" Lucas shook his head, chuckling. "I should have never told you my favorite movie was Fox and the Hound."
"So you keep telling me."
Sean bumped shoulders with him.
"Aw, that's so sickeningly sweet, my teeth hurt," Layden said from beside them. "Jules, check to see if it gave me cavities."
Sean turned in time to see Layden open his mouth and Jules pretending he was a dentist. Sean laughed.
"Assholes."
They found Forrest talking to Garrison. He had his head down and he seemed to be listening intently. Garrison wiped tears from his cheeks even as more fell. Someone touched Sean's sleeve, and he turned and saw Sage, who sat in a chair right next to the door. He had a book closed on his lap, with a bookmark tassel sticking out of it. The book had 2 men on the cover. One was holding the other.
"I want to borrow that book when you're done."
Sage smiled.
"Sure. Are you here to talk to Forrest? Garrison keeps trying, but nothing he says is sticking. We're just here to support him."
Sage picked his book up and stood, placing it on the seat. Sean started across the room to Forrest and Garrison, who stopped talking when they got closer. He hugged Forrest, wanting to let him know he wasn't alone. He had people he could rely on. "You're all here to tell me what an asshole Angel is and how I shouldn't cry for him, right?"
"Nope. I lived with Angel for a while, remember? He's not an asshole. He is an idiot, though, at least in this situation. But he's a good guy who has his heart in the right place."
Forrest pulled back, and someone from behind Sean handed Forrest a tissue. He thought it might be Jules, but he wasn't entirely sure. "What do you mean?" Layden came around Sean and took Forrest by the shoulders. "He means Angel is thinking of your safety. That's why he's staying away."
"Oh." "What I'd like to know is why you're letting him make decisions for you," Sean asked, and everyone was silent for a second, meeting his gaze with slack jaws.
Well, Garrison wasn't. He nodded. The weird thing about getting Garrison's approval was it made Sean feel good, almost as if he needed it, and didn't even know it until he already had it. The last time he had someone tell him he did a good job was his grandma. He nodded back at Garrison. "I'm not letting him make decisions for me," Forrest muttered after a full minute.
"Yes, you are. You're crying your eyes out for him instead of making him see it's not his decision to make. At least, it's not just his. You have a say when and if you mate too. He needs you to remind him of that."
"How am I supposed to do that? He won't even come within 3 feet of me."
"Make him talk to you. He's not half as stubborn as Gabriel is, so he'll give in a lot sooner, trust me."
"Hey, I'm not that stubborn," Gabriel teased from somewhere behind him. Sean rolled his eyes. "So stubborn." Forrest's eyes changed, and he focused on something over Sean's shoulder. Sean turned, his eyes seeking Gabriel before taking in everyone else. Angel stood in the group, his entire focus on Forrest. Magnus started to Layden when he crooked his finger at him. He made a sound in his throat that was a cross between a growl and a purr. Lucas leaned into Sean and whispered in his ear, "Layden's gonna shift soon."
"That's what that sound meant?"
"Yeah, sorta. That sound means affection. Bennett does it all the time. But I can also see Layden's dragon when I look in." Layden looked up at them. "Stop talking about me and stop getting into my head, Lucas." Lucas waved him off. "Whatever." Lucas leaned into Sean and whispered, "He's a grouch of massive proportions." Sean chuckled, but it quickly died when Layden took a step in their direction. Garrison growled, which stopped both men from bickering before it started. Ramsay and Bennett came in a second later. "All of you out, except Garrison, Magnus, Gabriel, and Angel," Ramsay yelled. Gabriel turned and whispered something to Ramsay. Ramsay nodded and said, "And Sean." "Tell me what the meeting was about," Lucas whispered before he started for the door. He stood in front of Bennett first, though, lifting on his toes and giving him a kiss. "Hi."
"Hi. You causing trouble?"
Lucas moved his hand back and forth. "I got my partner in crime back, so a little bit."
Chapter 20. Sean looked from Angel to Forrest and then to Ramsey, as if he was playing three-way tennis. It seemed there was a showdown, and because he was the closest one to Forrest, he didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. It was so quiet he was pretty sure everyone was holding their breath. He thought about walking to Gabriel, but he was on the other side of the room. Sean would be the focus of attention if he did. No way did he want that. At the same time, he didn't want to be next to Forrest if and when he decided to explode all over. So instead, he took a step back, standing next to Garrison, who immediately put a hand on his shoulder. "If Angel's going to be here, then I'm staying," Forrest finally said. He expected a little more protest from Ramsey, but none came. He just walked farther into the room. "Fine." He turned to Gabriel and said, "It's your show." "Actually, it's my brilliant mate's show, not mine." Gabriel smiled at him.
"What? No, it's not. I didn't say anything great or profound."
"What did you say?" Ramsey asked.
"Well, you know how you're in a war with Nicolono?"
"Yeah, I'm aware."
Ramsey rolled his eyes.
"Well, what if he's working with the human government? If they knew about you guys and were scared of you, didn't want to panic the rest of the humans in the country, they'd divide and conquer."
No one said a word for a whole minute, so Sean felt compelled to keep talking.
"They don't know what you guys are capable of, right? What some of your kind can do is amazing. Just the enhanced senses thing alone would scare the crap out of any human military commander. And no offense to the vampires, but they're the most like humans. At least, I think they are."
Sean shrugged.
"I don't know what sort of stuff vampires can do. Anyway, my point is other humans might think of vampires as more like humans too. They might be as ignorant as me. What if the humans are siding with the vampires for now just to take the biggest threat out, which is you guys, because you're magical and shit, or whatever you are, enhanced?"
Ramsey stood for several minutes, not saying a word. He looked at Garrison, worry lines evident on his forehead.
"We can fight a vampire coven, but how are we supposed to fight the humans?"
Garrison removed the hand on his shoulder and leaned down.
"Good job, Sean."
Sean blushed and shrugged.
"It's no big deal."
"It's a huge deal."
Garrison patted him on the back.
"Go to your mate."
Sean nodded and walked to Gabriel, who pulled him into his side. Garrison focused on Ramsey.
"One step at a time. First, we need to find out if Sean's assessment is right."
Gabriel started to say something, but Garrison held up a hand.
"We need proof." "How do we get it?"
Ramsey asked.
"I don't know."
Sean leaned into Gabriel, whispering in his ear.
"Can't Lucas and your mom figure it out? I mean, Lucas has the wicked mind-reading thing he does."
Ramsey met his gaze, and it was then Sean remembered he probably heard him. Shifters and their sensitive hearing. Ramsey smiled at him.
"Your thoughts are welcome, Sean."
Sean nodded but didn't speak.
"Bennett, get Lucas in here."
Ramsey turned his gaze on Angel.
"You still have to talk to the Vampire Council, right?"
Angel nodded.
"Good. Hold off on that for now."
"I need to notify my brother's clan."
"We'll find a way to tell every paranormal we possibly can when the time comes."
"Thank you, Alpha. May I go to him directly?"
"I'm not that kind of Alpha. You can come and go as you please."
"If you leave again, I'll follow you."
Forrest got right in Angel's face. Angel looked at Ramsey for help, but found none. Sean didn't blame Ramsey one bit for not wanting to get involved. Getting in between those two would likely end with someone getting their ass kicked. Forrest didn't strike him as the forgiving type, so Angel was in for a real treat as far as groveling was concerned.
"Someone pointed out to me I also have a say in our mating, so I'm making myself clear right now. I want to mate with you. I don't give a shit what kind of problems you have." "Can we have this discussion in private, please?" Angel asked.
"No."
"Have it at another time, Forrest,"
Ramsey said, as Lucas and Mother Estelle walked through the door.
"Finally get to be involved in one of your meetings,"
Lucas muttered, and stood in front of Bennett, who put an arm across his chest. Lucas leaned against Bennett and waited.
"How can we help?"
Mother Estelle asked Ramsay.
We need Lucas to get in the minds of a few humans. How close do you need to be? Ramsay stated.
I've never tested it. I've always been within a few yards at least.
So we'd need to bring someone to you.
Lucas shrugged. I guess so. Mother Estelle raised a finger. I've been looking into why Nicolono would need Lucas and a Fae at the same time. It seems the Fae can enhance Lucas's killing abilities. So much so, if Lucas focused solely on shifters, he'd kill them all at the same time. If he focused on vampires, the same result would happen. Warlocks, humans, whatever. So I'm like a nuclear bomb. Great. Well, to some degree, yes, although you're target-specific. The Fae would also allow you to heal everyone all at once. The way Mother Estelle spoke, the wording she used, made Sean wonder about her past. Maybe she was a soldier or something before she took in kids. Sean vowed to ask her about it after the meeting was over. So, question, why is it only a Fae can do it? Why can't Lucas do it on his own? Sean asked. Everyone in the room wanted to know the answer. I don't know yet.
I don't want to kill an entire species of beings off, Mom, Ramsay said.
I know. Lucas started shaking his head. Not reading people, Mom. I'd overload. That would be too much coming in all at once. And I wouldn't know who I was reading. They'd all jumble together. I'm working on that too. She turned to Ramsay. It's something to consider.
Yes, it is, and it's good to know. We need the Fae regardless. Right now, we'll focus on finding out if the humans know about us, one way or another.
I can dig around, find out more information. I know a person connected to the government. That would be a start, Magnus said.
Ramsay nodded. Good.
Can I say something here? Sean asked, and Ramsay gave him an incredulous look. Right. Well, why can't we do some research from here? Why just send Magnus out? I mean, it's not hard to look shit up on the computer, and it might help us figure out who to bring to Lucas. If this Fae thing doesn't work out. Whatever comes first, right?
Good idea. Get on it, Sean.
Wait, me? I didn't mean me. Ramsay met his gaze with that incredulous expression again, and Sean rolled his eyes. Fine, but I need access to a computer.
Gabriel, show him the one in the office. If it isn't good enough, let me know. I'll get you what you need, Ramsay said.
I'm no computer genius.
Ramsay smiled. You'll do fine.
Sean shrugged. He wasn't eager to get started on his new researching job. He had his doubts he'd be very successful, but he was prepared to try it regardless. Gabriel cleared his throat before speaking. I have another problem before we all take off. If Angel's going to the Vampire Council, then I need Magnus to go with whoever you send to check for Bloodwhore prisoners.
Why?
Because Penny's brother Thomas is floating around the mansion somewhere. We'll need to tell him she's safe and here in St. Lakes. The only problem is Hasten, Thomas's mate, probably won't let Thomas give up their cover. He's a prejudiced prick, but he'll talk to a vampire. Hell, anyone besides a shifter.
I thought you gave them the phone number for here so they can check on Jules.
I did, but if we wait too much longer, they'll get caught and killed. We have to get word to him before that happens.
Okay, you, Bennett, and Magnus can go in the morning, Ramsay said.
Sean sucked in a breath. You can't go back there. He let go of Gabriel's hand and turned to face him.
Need to see it through, baby.
Gabriel tried to reach for him, but he took a step back. If you go, then I'm going. Gabriel opened his mouth to argue, but Sean held up a hand. I'm not a shifter, so Hasten will talk to me, which frees Magnus to get started on finding us a dirty politician.
You're not going.
I don't believe it's your decision to make, now is it?
Stop it, Sean.
Sean narrowed his eyes.
I'll find a way on that fucking plane, Gabriel, and there is not one thing you can do about it.
There's a lot I can do about it.
Sean narrowed his eyes.
That sounds like a threat.
Damn right it is. You will not win this argument, so you might as well get used to it.
Then you might as well get used to sleeping on the couch. He pointed at Angel. Or with him, since he's the other idiot in the room, because you're not sleeping with me.
With that, Sean left. If he were going to lose the fight, then he'd do it with a flourish, and leaving was the only thing that crossed his mind. Not that he planned to lose. The problem was the one person he needed to get on his side was still in the room, so he had to wait. Lucas came out a second later and stood next to him for long seconds. They both leaned against the hallway wall. The silence stretched between them, and finally Sean couldn't take it.
You're going to tell me I'm being stupid, but I'll remind you he just healed from his injuries.
I think it's a valid point that you should have made to him, and I don't think you're stupid.
So you're worried about Bennett going too?
Of course, but I always know I'd make his job harder if I demanded to go. He'd be too worried about protecting me instead of focused on keeping himself safe.
God damn it.
Sean sighed.
That actually makes sense.
Lucas nudged him with his elbow. I'd still get him to work for the victory. He grinned.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm a sore loser.
Chapter 21. Sean was exhausted. He came through the door of the house, loaded down with shopping bags, most of which weren't even his. To say it was fun dressing Penny was an understatement. She was like his own living doll he could dress up. His feet hurt from all the walking they'd done through the mall.
Thank you for today.
Penny kissed him on the cheek. He smiled.
It was my pleasure, honey. I had a lot of fun.
He leaned in and whispered to her,
Don't forget to thank Gabriel too, okay?
After all, his credit card had paid for their trip, and he was the one who'd driven them to the mall. He'd even walked through the stores, carrying their bags as they collected them. Penny nodded and hugged Gabriel next.
It feels like Christmas. Thank you.
Anytime. Gabriel looked at him over the top of her head, pleading with his eyes to end the fight. Gabriel was one stubborn shifter when it came to Sean's safety. He would give in and take him along only if the order came from Ramsey. He wouldn't disobey an order from his alpha. Sean knew he'd have to give in at some point, and Gabriel had been great all through shopping, although he still wasn't ready to concede. He decided to give in when Penny said,
Thank you for going to get my brother. Just, be safe tomorrow.
I'll be fine. I'll have backup. The whole time he spoke, it was to Sean, not Penny. Fashion show when I get back? Penny grinned and pulled away.
Absolutely.
She grabbed a bunch of the bags and headed off to her room. Sean sighed. Gabriel knew him well enough to see it. He smiled. Thank you. Sean raised his eyebrows.
For what? I didn't do anything.
You're done fighting with me? I can tell. Sean rolled his eyes.
That's because you have to go and be all sweet. I know you were bored today, but you came anyway. Plus, you love that girl already, and she's the main reason you're going back.
That, and for Jules. Thomas and Hasten are his mates. He'd be crushed if something happened to them.
I know the feeling well. Just remember that.
Gabriel took him in his arms. Aw, baby. Lucas came running through the kitchen a second later, Bennett hot on his heels. What's going on? Bennett was the one who turned around and said, A warlock and a vampire landed in town. He didn't even stop running, but sort of yelled it as he passed them. Jules came through a second later. He was holding Penny's hand. They both looked hopeful, even as they walked through the door, waiting on the small porch outside. Looks like Thomas and Hasten have come to us. Gabriel pulled him along by the hand.
Wait, does that mean you don't have to go back now?
Well, someone has to, but it won't be tomorrow. We'll talk about it later.
What's going to happen right now?
Looks like Lucas and Bennett are going to bring them back here. Sean turned into Gabriel's chest and hugged him around the middle. His stomach hurt, and whenever that happened, something was sure to go wrong with their little meeting. Are you okay, baby?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Do you need blood?
No.
Gabriel sat in a chair, pulling him onto his lap. They sat there for long minutes, waiting. Poor Jules appeared as if he wanted to cry with each passing second that went by without seeing them.
Don't be scared,
Penny said after some time.
Just nervous. It's just Tommy. He's mostly a nerdy goof. I don't know the other one, though.
Penny smiled at Jules. Gabriel cleared his throat and then seemed to hesitate before saying, Might be a good time to tell you Hasten has a problem with shifters. Sean met his gaze, his mouth hanging open.
What the hell? You tell him now?
Gabriel shrugged and turned to Jules. I suspect, in the end, it'll be you who will have to make a decision.
What do you mean?
Jules asked, the creases on his forehead deepening. Before Gabriel could answer, they heard a vehicle pull into the drive and then a scuffle. "Get your fucking hands off me, fucking shifter asshole!" Gabriel gave Jules a look which said he'd just found out exactly what Hasten was like. Thomas came running round the corner. Penny squealed and let go of Jules's hand. She ran to him immediately, launching herself against him, and he caught her. Jules, the amazing person he was, let them have their moment, hanging back. Penny and Thomas whispered to each other for a few seconds before Thomas let her go. He said something to her that made her come back over to them, standing next to the chair they occupied. Thomas eyed Jules for several seconds, not saying anything. It was evident by the way he rubbed his palms on his pants and shuffled around. He wanted to touch Jules, but didn't know if Jules would welcome it. Sean started to say something because these two clearly needed help, but Gabriel put a hand over his mouth. "Stay out of it this time."
"You look well,"
Thomas said.
"I am."
"You'll need to tell Hasten." Jules nodded, his gaze staying on the corner of the house where Hasten would come.
"He'll be along as soon as your witch gets done talking to him." "Which one, Mom or Lucas?"
"The male witch." Thomas smiled and he took a step closer. "Can I touch you? Will you allow that?" To Sean's surprise, Jules was the one who closed the distance, putting his arms around Thomas's waist. When Thomas returned the hug, Jules's shoulders shook.
"Oh no. Okay."
Thomas looked toward the corner of the house. When Hasten didn't come right away, he met their gazes.
"Is there a place we can be alone?"
"Sure." Gabriel patted him on the side of his ass, silently asking him to stand, which Sean did right away. He walked them into the house. Sean sat back in the chair. Penny took it upon herself to sit on his lap.
"Why was Jules crying?"
"He's just happy at least one of his mates wants him." Penny turned her head.
"Why wouldn't Tommy want him? Jules is the nicest, kindest person ever."
Sean smiled. "Yeah, he is."
"So, with Tommy coming back, does that mean I'll have to leave?"
"As far as I'm concerned, you can stay as long as you want. And I know Gabriel will tell you the same thing." Penny bit her lip and then stood when someone ran into the backyard. A vampire with red eyes and long teeth hissed at them. Sean stood and pulled Penny behind him. He held her arm, even as he took a few steps back, trying to shield her from the threat in front of them. "Where are my mates?"
"Scary shit is going down out here. I need you."
Hasten froze. He appeared as if someone had pressed a pause button. Bennett came around the corner with Lucas held tight in front of him. If Sean thought Bennett was scary in his dragon form, it was nothing compared to the expression on his face. Gabriel came through the door and went right over to Sean and Penny. "You got it handled, Lucas?"
"Yep, he isn't going anywhere."
"Jules and Thomas are in the bedroom downstairs. We can always let him go in there," Gabriel said. "That fucker isn't welcome in our home," Bennett said through clenched teeth.
"What did he do?"
"He shoved Lucas." Lucas raised his hand, then frowned.
"Well, I sort of read him without asking. I didn't mean to, though. Sometimes I just sort of slip in."
Sean would have laughed if not for the volatile situation. As it was, it took everything in him not to make a sexual joke about slipping in. Garrison entered the backyard with Sage at his side. "It's about fucking time," Bennett said to Garrison. "Watch your tone, son." "Yes, sir." The tone of Bennett's voice didn't match his quick compliance, but Garrison didn't seem to have a problem with it, as he whispered something to Sage that made him go over to them.
"Penny, you need to come inside with me."
Sage smiled when he said it, making it seem as if she had a choice, but she didn't. It was an order from the beta, which Sean was learning was as good as an order from Ramsay. "Do what he says, honey," Gabriel whispered. Sean held on to Gabriel's arm then, staying behind him. He was nosy enough to want to stay so he could see how everything played out. "Tell Jules he's needed out here, Sage," Garrison ordered when he started to go into the house with Penny. Sage nodded. "Lucas, unfreeze him when Jules comes out." Bennett clearly didn't like the order if his actions were any indication. He turned with Lucas in his arms and put his back to the entire group, shielding Lucas from everyone. To his credit, Bennett seemed smart enough not to question Garrison. "You'll let him when the time comes." "Yes, Beta. Calm down, boy. He hurt my mate. Are you okay, Lucas?
I'm just fine. Bennett is being protective.
The vampire will apologize when the time comes, or he'll answer to me.
Sean was sure Garrison was talking to Hasten, and he had to wonder if Hasten even heard him. Maybe Lucas had zapped his brain or something to get him to be so still. Jules came out of the house, so he didn't get a chance to ask. He would put it on the list of questions he had. Thomas stood behind him with a hand on the small of his back. One small intimacy gave Sean hope for their relationship. When Hasten could move again, he came out fighting, which dashed Sean's hopes. The first person he went for was Garrison, for some reason unknown to Sean.
Garrison is the strongest one here, and Hasten can sense it. He's smart enough to know he needs to take out him first before he goes after all the rest of us,
Gabriel answered him, as if he could read his mind, and then Sean remembered Gabriel could. Garrison sighed and stripped, shifting quickly. He was even bigger than Bennett, and when he roared it hurt Sean's ears. Of course, Hasten didn't back down, and that, in Sean's opinion, was a foolish move on his part, because Garrison could wipe his ass with Hasten if he wanted. Garrison bit at the air in front of Hasten in warning. Jules calmed the situation. Although running between a giant dragon and a pissed-off vampire wasn't something Sean would have done. Despite the stupidity of the move, it worked. Hasten took one look at Jules and his eyes changed from red to blue. His breathing evened out by slow degrees.
Finally.
Jules gave him a shy smile.
Did they hurt you?
Hasten asked.
Do you mean Nicolono?
No, I know what he did. I mean the shifters.
Jules's forehead creased in confusion.
No, they'd never do that. They're my family.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Hasten closed the distance between them, taking Jules in his arms. When Hasten kissed Jules, Sean was so glad Garrison had made Penny go back into the house, because the way Jules melted into Hasten made it seem like they would fuck right in the middle of the yard, with the entire family standing there. Thomas walked to them. A giant black dome-type thing covered all three of them, making it impossible to see inside. It was as if someone had shut off the television right in the middle of a plot twist.
What? No, it was just getting to the good stuff, Sean said,
and started around Gabriel to see if there was a crack in the darkness somewhere so he could take a peek. Gabriel's arm snaked around his waist and pulled him closer at about the same time Lucas started laughing.
I could sneak into their minds, Sean. I'll tell you what happens.
Before Sean could agree, Gabriel was taking them into the house.
Perv,
he whispered in his ear.
I just want to know what happens next.
I'll tell you what happens next. Next, we make out while pretending to watch a movie. Gabriel bit at his neck. He started for the door, growling as they went inside. Sean hoped Jules has as good a relationship with his mates as Sean had with Gabriel. He never thought he'd have something so great. He wasn't sure what he did to deserve it, but he was grateful. This concludes Right Side Up by April Kelley, narrated by Simon Dornay. Copyright 2016 by April Kelley. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Hard Rose Publishing and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.